I helped Andrew, a new graduate physiotherapist from New Jersey, scale a low back pain offer from $0 to $10,000 a month online in just 4 months. And we did this without client testimonials, any big following online, or years of experience. But how? You see, the problem with the make money online advice that you might be hearing online is that it's backwards. They tell you to build an audience first and then monetize, which doesn't work. And I should know because I grew to over 250,000 followers online and I struggled to make even just $1,000. So if you want the location freedom that Andrew has now to travel, earn, and work from anywhere, along with more time to spend with his partner, family, and other passions, don't build an audience first. Build your offer. But what is an offer? Well, you're in luck because this video is a full step-by-step course showing you exactly how to package your physiotherapy skills into an online program that you can sell anywhere between $3,000 to $5,000 online. You'll finish this course with the confidence and clarity of what to sell online and, more importantly, a high-ticket offer ready to sell. I've also left timestamps for you below in the video so you can go back and rewatch specific sections, and there's also worksheets for you to download, so make sure you don't forget that. And save this video so you can easily come back to this video throughout the week as you're finishing the whole course. P.S. This used to be a paid course, but I've decided to give this to each and every one of you for free. This course starts with 5 workshops focusing on mindset. And while you might immediately be thinking of, I don't need mindset, these are the workshops that have been pivotal in helping my clients like Andrew, Josh, Yannick, and Archie all break past 10K months within 6 months. Because all the work starts here. Download the worksheets, grab your tea, and I'll see you once you've finished. Legends, hello and welcome to Productized. I just want to say congratulations again on being here. This video is just to run you through how you can win inside this Productized course so that you can actually move with momentum and actually make some progress in the next days, in the next couple of weeks. So the first thing I want you to focus on is action. And most people come into courses just buying it, purchasing it, investing into it, and never looking at it ever again. And you'll be surprised how big of a percentage that those people are. And the thing is, they never end up getting the results, or they never end up taking the steps towards the dream goals, the end goals that they have for themselves. So because you are here right now, because you are watching this video, I want you to make sure that each and every day for the next week, you are planning out maybe 30 minutes to an hour just to go through all of these modules and lessons. And everything in here has been built so it's succinct, because I know each and every one of you are busy. We have work, we have things outside of work, we have our lives to live, and therefore everything in here is everything you need to know in a very easy, digestible way so you can action as fast as possible. So that's the one thing I want you to focus on while you're in this course is everything you're learning, I want you to action straight away. Because execution and action is what's going to get you ahead, not overthinking, not sitting down and, wondering when the next lesson you'll do or course. None of that will help you move forward, right? So that's the first thing. Secondly, while you're in here, I want you to really engage with the content. And what that means is, in the community page or on the community wall, post some questions, get some other members involved if you really need to. Mind you, this is a global community of physios from all over the world. So feel free to make some friends as well. So don't be shy. We're all in here for the same journey, for the same road. Let's all make it easier together and let's all win together. So that's all I wanted to say for this video. Congratulations again on being here. Keen for you to dive into everything, all the juicy parts of it. And I will see you in the next video. All right, legends, welcome to 10X is easier than 2X. This whole module is probably the most important module throughout this whole mentorship. Because if your expectations, your mentality and mindset isn't where it needs to be, you can have the most unlimited amount of strategies, tips and tricks and trends, and you still won't be able to break through the ceilings that you want to break through. Now, the first thing I want to preface is that most of us are set in our normal ways, in our reality, and most of this is a reflection of our environment you grew up in, environments you might be in now, childhood, experiences. All of the things currently right now has shaped you into who you are now. What my goal is and what my job is here for each and every one of you is to be able to do hyperlapse time, is to collapse time for you so you can go from where you are now to where you want to be as fast as possible. And that requires a different version of you. That requires a higher level version of you. And what that means is that you might have to look inwards to break a lot of limiting beliefs that you might not know you have, right? So this first module, I want to dive into 5 key concepts that I've got listed in front of you here. And we'll dive into this one by one. On the left side here, you'll have other modules to get into. Please, please, please do not skip over this. This is the most important part of the whole mentorship. Dive into each and every one of them and really pay attention if you can, right? So number 1, fastest way forward is backwards. The biggest reason why most people feel lost even if you're an ambitious person, maybe you might even feel lazy, maybe you have all these big dreams and aspirations, but you never can seem to get yourself to do the things that you want to do. And majority of the reason why is because the vision or the end outcome isn't clear for you, and it isn't clear for most people. And the fastest way for you to get clear on what it is that you want is get super clear on what it is that you don't want. So for example, for myself, working in a clinic 6 days a week, 50-hour weeks, back to back, coming late home from work, not having the energy in the weekends to have social events with my wife, my family, XYZ, is something I didn't want. And the more that I got clear on what I didn't want my life to look like is when I got clearer of what I want my life to look like. And when you get super clear on that, it starts to make the decisions that come in front of your table a lot easier, right? Because the only way for you to make a decision, right, if something comes in front of you right now, for you to say either yes or no, the people who take long to make a decision are the ones who get left behind because they're not moving fast enough. And the reason why they're not moving fast enough is because they don't know whether this decision they have to make right now is going to get them closer to where they want to be. And it's because they don't know where it is they want to be. So getting super clear on where you want to be allows every decision that comes onto your table to be an easy yes or no. Does this get me closer to where it is I want to be? Yes, let's go with it. No, let's put it to the side, and vice versa, right? Just keeps going like a wheel, right? So fastest way forward is working backwards. So get super clear on what it is that you don't want your life to look like, and then reverse engineer from that of what it is that you do want. And I've got here, right? Let me just zoom in here for you guys, because I know each and every one of you are ambitious, right? Again, I know you're ambitious, but it's covered up in you feeling lazy, but it's not the fact that you're lazy, it's just you just don't know what to prioritize. You're just overwhelmed because you don't know where the end goal is. So getting super clear on that will help you get unstuck, right? So that's number one. Number two, your identity creates winning habits. So what I mean by this is that a lot of people think that they have to do this, right? Sorry. A lot of people think that they have to do this certain thing to be able to get these certain things and be the successful person, right? So I've got down here, right? Once I have success, then I'll be doing these things and then I'll be this person. When in reality, your identity creates winning habits. You can never overcome the stories that you tell yourself, and you have to rewrite the story that you tell yourself. And it's the reason why a lot of people get stuck is because they tell themselves, success isn't made for me. I'm not meant to be a YouTuber. I'm not meant to be a digital nomad. I just wasn't meant to be someone who's a fast learner. All of these stories that you tell yourself aren't true, right? They can be true or not true depending on how you want to see yourself. But the way that you see yourself, your identity, is what's going to shape the habits that you do daily. So for example, when I wanted to go into this online space, when I started in a clinic and I was, grinding it out, I told myself every single day that I want to be a YouTuber. I want to be a digital nomad. I want to get my phone out, my laptop out, and just work from any cafe in the world and be able to enjoy beautiful coffees, right? But what that allowed me to do is, well, first off, I have to remind myself every single day that that's who I wanted to be and who I was stepping into. And then secondly, once I understood that I am a YouTuber, I am this digital nomad, the next question is, well, what do they generally do on a day-to-day basis? People who are, digital nomads or YouTubers, they probably create content on YouTube. They probably have some sort of camera. They probably understand how to edit. They probably create content and post daily. They probably understand how it is to monetize online, right? So all of these things start to just become like the how figures itself out, right? So you can probably see the how will figure itself out once you identify who you want to be now. And by stepping into that identity of yourself now, everything just kind of follows through from that, right? So it's this whole thing of, instead of have, do, be, it's be, do, have, right? And this is the lie that keeps most people stuck, is they think they have to do things first to be the successful person. When in reality, be the successful person first, be the person you want to be, and the doing just naturally happens as a byproduct of you re-identifying yourself. And by doing the things that come from you being the successful person you see yourself as, you then naturally will have the freedom to go online and be a digital nomad. You will have the house near the water with a boat or a yacht or whatever else, right? Be, do, have. And I can't stress this enough. Your identity creates winning habits. So every single day, remind yourself who you are, who you want to be, and step into that version now. Journaling is a big part of my life. I'm going to see if I have journals around me here. This is just one of them. I've got 3 journals right now that I filled up, right? And I do this every morning, every night. Just reminders to myself of who I want to be, who I'm striving to be, and it allows me to remind myself of, exactly who I want to be, right? Because no one else is going to do it for you. Awesome. Third concept I want to bring home is upgrading your environment. So in front of you right now, you have 2 plants. You have a plant on the left side that's blossoming, it's looking amazing, green, leaves, flowers, XYZ. And on the right, you got a plant that's dying, exact same plant. Now, is it the plant to blame, or is it the soil that the plant's planted in, right? It's the soil that the plant is planted in. So what I want to focus on this and what I want to kind of like pinpoint is that you yourself have this potential to blossom into however big plant you want to be, or chase however big dreams that you want to chase. But the soil that you're in, you have to focus on changing the soil that you're in if you are finding the results aren't coming as quick as you want to, or the results aren't coming at all. Now, there are 3 environments that you have to pay attention to and intentionally create for yourself to put yourself in winning environments. Number 1 is your physical space. Clean out your pantry with all the snacks. Replace them with Whole Foods. Replace your TV with a bookshelf, right? Make the best choice the only choice. When you start to change your physical space, your physical environment around you, for example, with myself, I like to go to cafes if I need to go hard into work of 3-4 hour blocks, because at a cafe, I'm out and about, it doesn't feel like work. I've got no choice but to do work. I'm not going to sit there for 4 hours and not do anything. I've got my laptop, headphones, right? I put myself in environments that I can thrive in. And if you can do that constantly, daily, moving things around your house, moving things in your room, whatever else, to make you more productive, to make the best choice, the only choice, you will see leaps and bounds in your progress and your productivity. It's about you creating environments that you can win in, because life is already hard. Life will already create environments that are against you, right? Create environments that make you win is number 1. Secondly, your relationships. You will rise and fall to the expectations of people around you. And if the people around you drain your energy, they will probably drain your results too. And I had to learn this the hard way with my relationships. This could be friends, family, work colleagues, whoever else around you, people you interact on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis, right? Relationships are going to be the one thing that you need to be super careful with, because most of the things that we see the world through, the lens that we see the world through, are influenced by other people's opinions and world views and thoughts. And the more that you can have people's worldviews and thoughts to go your way, to be able to lift you up and feel good, obviously you can probably see the easier it is for you to blossom, right? Now, what these relationships could look like is potentially, if you do have toxic relationships in family, friends, whatever else, is you maybe having more distance, maybe even cutting some people off, right? I've had to cut people off in my, years of entrepreneurship, right? I've had to cut people off just because, not because I don't like them or whatever else, it's nothing about that. But it's just the fact that I'm in a totally different life stage, and what I see, they don't see. And there's no point of you dragging luggage behind you, right, with people who don't support what it is that you see. And now, there is going to be very, very few people who are actually going to be able to see what you see, if not at all, right? But what the important thing is that you have relationships with people who make you feel good, right? Who you feel like you're able to turn to when you have issues, problems, or whatever else, and they don't see that as a threat, or maybe you can even share your wins, they don't see that as a threat, right? It's a very small circle, but just know that the more that you are around people who want you to win, you will most likely win, and vice versa, right? And thirdly is your internal world. Gratitude, and the one thing I want to add here as well is prayer, right? For some of you who aren't religious, it could be just meditation, but gratitude and prayer will be your armor against doubt, negativity, and fear. So I want you to start your day with gratitude, right? Journaling. Reminding yourself daily what you're thankful for. I'm thankful for another day. I'm thankful for another day above ground. Thankful for your partner, your beautiful, life with your family, and maybe if you have kids, whatever else, right? Start your day with gratitude, because anything after that is a bonus. It takes away the need to chase. It takes away the need to want to function from this space of me, needy, right? If you can be grateful just at the start of each and every day, you can start to move in abundance. Abundance meaning you can start to move in a way where there are unlimited resources. And when there are unlimited resources, that's when you can move at your best. Because I just want you to think back to a time as well, and maybe I'm assuming this probably happened to you, and most of you, is that you probably found the one thing you were looking for when you weren't looking for it, right? And the reason why that generally tends to happen, like for example, when I met my wife, I wasn't looking for a wife, but it just so happened, is that you are in a frequency, you are in an energy of receiving. You are open to the world giving you abundant resources or whatever that looks like, right? And you aren't forcing things down things that shouldn't be forced in, right? And that's the one thing that gratitude can give you. It just takes everything off your plate, stresses everything else, and everything outside of that is a bonus, right? Start your day with gratitude. Journaling is the best way that I find to do that. Remind yourself daily what you're thankful for, and it's going to allow you to move with more abundantness each and every day, and you'll be surprised with the things that start to come your way when you're not looking for it, right? Okay, last two we've got here is, fourth concept is start messy. Now, when I first started, I didn't know what the hell I was doing, right? I just kind of shot in the dark, posted content, and that was that. The biggest thing for me was perfectionism. And it's because for me, I really valued what other people thought of me. I was scared of judgment. And this just came naturally because as a health professional, for me, I was a person of the public, right? I was there to help serve the community, and therefore my name or my brand or whatever you could call it was super, super important. So I was scared of judgment. But what then you do, but when you realize that regardless of what it is that you say, or regardless how much you help people, there's going to be a certain point where people will start to talk and will start to judge regardless, right? So you might as well do what you want to do now, live the life that you want to live, even though it might make people around you judge you in a certain way, right? You have to start messy. Because there was an amazing quote by, I forgot who the comedian was, Jimmy, maybe I'll leave it down in the video, but essentially he was saying, most people fail at things that they don't enjoy. So you might as well fail at the things you do. And this was Jim Carrey, was a comedian. And Jim Carrey was saying this about his father, about his dad and how his dad became an accountant. I think his dad wanted to become a comedian or an actor. He became an accountant and did that for the rest of his life and still wasn't happy, right? Still wasn't really in a position. He just thought it was a stable job. But the thing is that by you being able to start towards the things that you want to do, it's going to be able to give you the courage to take the next step and the next step and the next step. And these breadcrumbs will essentially lead to the end outcome in the big picture. But it's never going to happen if you don't start, because there's no perfect timing with all of this, right? You just have to learn how to start messy, which meaning be okay with the imperfections, be okay with the judgment that might come at the very start, because perfection is something that doesn't exist. You can't even strive for perfection, right? So start when it's messy. A really good metaphor that I want to show you here is that taking action is like walking through a fog. You won't see the whole path at the start, but each step forward reveals the next few feet. Clarity doesn't come from standing still and thinking, it comes from moving. And action always precedes clarity, right? Action always precedes clarity. So start now, start messy. Lastly, playing small is holding you back. And this is one thing that I didn't realize until probably maybe a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, right? Was that playing small holds you back in the sense of the fastest path to 10K a month is the slowest path to 100K a month. And the best way for me to demonstrate this and illustrate this is these two ladders here. So this one ladder goes to the top of this building, and this one ladder goes to the top of this building. Now, if all you want to do, if you want to actually get to this building, right? But you're not looking, you're just, maybe you're just blindly climbing up the ladders, you end up getting to the top of this building, and you realize, oh, hold on, this is not where I want to be. I want to be up here. I want to be on this higher building. What that means is that you might have taken 2 years to get up this ladder, to get to the very top of this building. Now you have to actually go back down the ladder, go to the next ladder, and maybe this is 5-6 years to get to the very top of the ceiling or top of the building, right? So what I'm getting at is that clarity, number one, is going to be your number one priority over speed. And secondly, dream big. No dream or no outcome or goal that you want for yourself is too big. It just might take a bit longer. And when you realize that and understand that this is a forever game, that you're in this to not throw in the towel, I want you to be stubborn with the destination, but flexible with the outcome. I want you to be stubborn with the destination, but I want you to be flexible in how you get there. Don't ever change what it is that you want to get to. I just want you to change the how if you need to move things around, which most likely you will, right? So the fastest path to this is going towards this, nothing shorter, right? And again, easiest way I can share you the concepts of this is the fastest path to 10K is the slowest path to 100K. Because this requires a different business model. This requires a different version of you. This requires a different offer, a different type of content output. This is a whole different ball game, right? Playing a different game is essentially what's going to get you different results and better results and bigger results, right? Awesome. Well, look, these are just the concepts I want to run you through first before you dive into the other ones on the left side here. I hope you enjoyed this. Any questions, obviously let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. How are you, Arvid?
What's up, bro?
What's up,
I'm
man?
good. How are you?
10 a.m. over there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How was the morning?
It's been good. I had a bit of a shocker last morning because I had been overdoing it a bit with the DMs. So I think I'm permanently not allowed to send more DMs.
Oh no, wait, did Instagram ban you?
I think so. But it doesn't say specifically, but it says now that I send a message, it just says can't send.
Yeah, interesting. How many were you doing, do you think?
I think I was doing 60 to 80
Like an hour?
a day, I think.
A day. Okay, because I've done like 80 messages in an hour and I've been okay. So maybe region's different. I don't know. But I mean, hopefully you should be okay.
Yeah. I think I Googled it quickly. It says it usually lasts for 1 to 3 days, maybe.
Yeah, it's interesting because I had to speak. I saw someone build their agency through just Instagram DMing and they got banned as well, but they were sending like I think they were sending like 200, 300 a day, like because they had two people in the accounts. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
I was surprised. I was like, because it's not like I'm typing offensive stuff either. So I'm like, is people reporting me or what's up here? I don't know.
oh
It
man,
said
yeah,
it
okay,
might be because it's repetitive. So I
that's
kind of
right. Well, look,
tweaked the
it's
message a bit.
maybe the universe is just telling you to post content.
Yeah, exactly. I thought this morning, okay, I'm just gonna focus my power hours on the content and make an effort to make it better instead.
Yeah, no, exactly,
So that's
exactly,
all fine.
exactly. Thavo, what's cracking, man? Hello
I'm good,
again.
bro. I'm good. Good to see you again.
Good. Did you get the recording?
Yes, yes, all good, all good.
Okay, easy, easy. You guys have met before, Thava and Arvid?
On the calls, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, nice, yeah, nice. What do you call it? I was gonna say, Arvid's based in. Where are you based in, Arvid?
Gothenburg, Sweden.
Yes, Sweden. That's right. Yeah, yeah. I was telling him, what do you call that? That's on my bucket list as well to travel to. So,
Oh, really?
Albert, is your favorite player Ibrahimovic?
Of course.
of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah, bro.
Who's the best player now in football?
For Sweden?
Mbappe, I reckon.
Oh,
Oh,
Mbappe.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ronaldo.
maybe Mbappe,
Because I don't
Mbappe or
follow.
like Vinicius Junior, maybe.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah, okay, no, because I don't follow it too much, but I know like a lot of the other guys. I mean, did what's his name? Did Neymar go like into like some Arab team or like?
Yeah. He's been there
Oh,
for a
he
while now.
oh he accepted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow,
Yeah,
interesting.
I think he got 700 million euros a year for it.
There's something
And
insane.
he went there, torn his ACL, and now he's just been rehabbing for a year, earning 700 million.
That's just yeah, that's wild. That's like imagine just doing that, just playing like yeah, that's wild.
Yeah,
That's
that's
wild.
He's been
crazy.
like gambling and stuff as well in the meantime while he's recovering. He's enjoying himself.
Yeah, wow, that's insane.
I think he actually received a private jet and a house just for putting pen to paper as well.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, because I mean, from what I've heard, they're trying to start a whole new movement in wherever they're signing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. All right, so look, guys, today I'll see if anyone comes in the next minute, but reason today is really focused on kind of like I gave you guys a bit of a prefacing with the Slack message, but I want to really focus on this unlock, this like simple unlock that everyone can do to really start to like move everything faster than normal. And I had a lot of the progress reports saying a lot of things like, you know. I want followers to grow faster. I want to grow my socials. I want people to come messaging me rather than me doing some outbound messages. Like a lot of like wants, right? Um, Hold on, I think we got Vim coming in. Vim, how are you? Can you hear me? Can you hear us,
Yeah.
Vim? How are you?
Good.
First call that we've had, huh? That's good.
I know, yeah.
Yeah,
Tuesdays is much better for me, so yeah, it's good.
no, that's good. That's good. Vin, Mit, Arvid, and Athava. I don't know if you guys have met before.
Don't think we have, but I've seen the recordings and stuff, so yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Easy. Okay, so look, let's just maybe start, right? If anyone comes in after, they'll just catch up on the recording. So, again, like I was just saying to recap for Vim, a lot of the comments, a lot of the progress reports came in, speaking about this. I want my socials to grow faster. I want my followers to come in faster. I just want 10K to land in my lap essentially tomorrow, right? And the thing is that like a lot of it read from this place of scarcity, in this place of lack. And I really want to focus on how you can start to shift realities. And this might sound woozy wazy at the very start, but trust me, like follow along. I'm going to open up at the very end for everyone. But we're going to focus on maybe you guys have already seen it, which is the quantum leaping side of things. Has anyone seen that kind of module on the self-development side of things or self-mastery courses? Quantum leaping? No. Anyone know about quantum leaping?
Rings a bell.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw it, and also my friend, that we spoke about before,
Yes.
teaches in it, so we spoke a bit, and I watched the material, so I've heard quite a bit of it.
Cool, easy. Athava, Vim, quantum leaping. You guys
a little bit here and there.
A little bit. Vim.
Not enough to talk about it.
Okay. So let me just get this going. This window's for you. Plays on the screen. Let me see. Okay. All right. So I'm going to be switching up the presentation today, guys. We are using Canva. But let me see if I can. Hold on. So if I go full screen with this. Okay, cool. So that does that. Hi, Mark. Welcome to the show.
Cheers. Thanks.
All right, guys. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Easy. Awesome. All right. So I want to really focus today on quantum leaping. And the main whole premise of this is how you can really change your reality almost instantly, right? So let's go into this. Mind you, I'm just, sorry, don't mind if it's a bit rusty because I'm trying to get this interface working on Canva. Okay.
You've got the aesthetics on point, Av. This looks brilliant.
Yeah, no, thank you. I literally, I had this on Notion initially and I was rushing to get this done for you guys in the last hour. So it's been pretty hectic, but like we got it done. So it was good. All right. So anyone here ever felt this whole feeling of lack where you're kind of unsure of what the next best steps are for you? You're very indecisive with your decisions. Have you ever felt like you're always looking for the next best thing? Anyone here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Cool. Mark, I know you're driving, so just chill. All of these things come from a place of, I guess you could just say chaos, right? We kind of move forward in a direction where shit, like, what's happening tomorrow? What's happening in the next hour? We make things we make decisions based on really short-term things and outcomes. So essentially with this, I wanted you to focus on the fact that it's probably because it's those exact things that you're focusing on is why things are happening in that way. You've probably all heard of that, little trick where everyone's like, hey, if I tell you not to think of an elephant, you all probably just thought of an elephant. Did everyone think of an elephant? Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So it's this thing where like, if you're telling yourself, I'm not stressed, I'm not anxious, I'm not this, we're still subconsciously thinking about these things, right? And, saying like, I'm trying not to be stressed, I'm trying not to be anxious makes you still somewhat stressed and still somewhat anxious. So you can see that the language that we start to speak starts to then affect the thoughts that we have on a day-to-day basis. So if we go to this next slide here, right? These are some common phrases, right? I don't have enough followers. Nothing I do is working. It's so hard to make 10K a month. I don't have enough money to travel. Does anyone else have any things that they say as well that you want to share? All good? Yeah. So these common things, right? We casually say this to our friends, our family, maybe the barista that we get coffee every single morning from, right? We say these things. And the thing with this is that like your life is only what you focus on. And Tony Robbins, you guys probably know him. I'm a big, I love his stuff, and I love Joe Dispenza, who's also in this mindset game. It's this whole thing of like your mentality is really what shapes your reality, right? And it's the reason why it's this whole thing where if the plant's not growing, is it the plant's fault or is it the soil that it's in? It's this whole environment that you're putting yourself in to determine whether you're actually going to thrive in this place or not, right? So again, just going back to these beliefs or these language frameworks of, I don't have enough money, nothing I do is working. This in itself subconsciously gets you focusing on these things that you don't have. And this is going to sound, again, if this sounds a bit wishy-washy at the very start, bear with me. I'm going to start to get some tangible things later. So instead of I don't have enough money to travel, we want to change it to I have enough money for what I need right now. If we go into, instead of I don't have enough followers, change it to I have 100 followers who know, like, and trust me, right? I know one of the guys in here has 8 followers. I've got 8 followers who know, like, and trust me, right? 8 is better than 0, right? And same thing, nothing I do is working, changes to things will work out in the right time. And the reason why this is important is because language is huge and it influences your thoughts. And why are thoughts important? It's because thoughts then lead to beliefs. And then your beliefs will then lead to whatever frequency or energy you start to emit, which then leads to the actions you take, which then leads to the desired reality that everyone wants, whatever that looks like for you. So it always starts with language, which then translates into thoughts, beliefs, frequency, actions, and desired reality. Is everyone with me so far? Thumbs up in the chat. Or just thumbs up on the screen. Cool. Easy. Okay, who's heard this? Time doesn't exist. Has anyone heard this concept? Arvid, yep. Yep. Vim, Mark?
No.
No? Cool. So if you really think about it, time is just a social construct that we humans have created to make sense of this world that we live in. Because really there is no past, there is no present, there is no future. Everything is existing at once, right? And all of this quantum leaping is coming from quantum physics, right? So according to quantum physics, there is so many realities that exist at the same time. And this also means that there is infinite versions of you. So if you really look at this and zoom out, there is a version of you that already exists in multiple ways. So what this means is that your dream self already exists, right? So Arvid, Athava, Vim, Mark, whoever you see yourself as, this higher version of yourself. I had a call with Athava this morning, 50,000, 100K months, full-time YouTuber. That version of Athava already exists because time doesn't exist. Everything is happening past, present, and future is happening now, right? And all you have to do to become this person is not to become him, but you just have to step into him. Does that make sense? Yeah? We don't have to become anyone. Each of you have that dream self already existing now. And whatever that looks like for you. And I'm going to show you some tangible things to get super clear on that. The only difference right now is that your current self on the left side of the screen here is at a certain frequency. Your dream self is all the way over here on this other side of the graph, right? Now, how do you change frequency? If we're at this current self, wherever you guys are exactly right now, the current situation that you guys are living in right now, how do we shift from where you are to this dream self of yours? All that takes is a change of thoughts and beliefs. Because right now, if I asked every single one of you on the call now, do you feel the person that you want to be or the achievements that you want for yourself? Do you think the version of you right now is that version who is ready for that? Or have the skills for that? No, yes? Arvid, yes? Yeah, kind of? Okay. So you probably see how there's a shift now, right? There's this higher version of yourself with different, speaks differently, language-wise, different thoughts, has different beliefs. So if that version of yourself already exists and there's different thoughts and beliefs, rather than becoming this person, why don't we just step into this person now? When I say now, as in like in the next minute, right? Because what then happens is that your thoughts and your beliefs will then change the way that you feel. If you start to think more from abundance rather than lack, you'll start to show up every single day differently, right? Imagine when you go for a haircut and you get your hair cut, right? It's like, those memes where it's like, oh, I don't want to go out in public now because my girl's gonna get jealous because I got my fade's too fresh, right? It's this whole thing where you start to feel a certain way. That emotion, that energy is different. You have a bit more perk in your step. If you dress nicer, your chest is up a bit more. You just vibe differently, right? The energy changes, right? So essentially, like this dream self of yours, how does he show up? Nikola Tesla, one of the greatest inventors that we've had, right? I'm pretty sure he invented the supply system for electricity. He said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And he always said that his brain was only a receiver. So for him to come up with best ideas, he had to be tuned into the right frequency to receive it. So a really easy way for you guys to picture this is think of your car radio. So for you to hear, I don't know, who listens to the car? I mean, this is only for the Sydney guys, Kyle and Jackie O, right? All these guys, 104.1, 96.1, you can't hear them if you're on the wrong frequency. You'll be hearing either like some weird classical jazz thing that's playing or some weird church music sometimes when I tune into some radio stations, right? But you'll never hear what you want to hear if you're not tuned into the right frequency. And you can only tap into Kyle and Jackie O or these other people that you want to hear if you're on 104.1 or 96.1. And also, you can then also tap into the songs, right? If you're an R&B guy, rock guy, whatever it is. So the frequency matters because now it's like you're now putting yourself in a world that's different from the frequency you're currently in right now. So once we get into this frequency, this higher version of yourself, what will start to happen is that you'll start to be super aware of the things that you weren't aware of previously. You'll start to see opportunities in places that you never knew. You'll start to find inspirational things that just happen. You'll start to have these intuitive nudges, and you'll start to get super clear on the yeses and nos that matter, that gets you towards wherever it is you want to be. 10,000 followers, $10,000 a month, $1 million a month, whatever that looks like. Once you tap into this frequency, because again, remember, time doesn't exist. The dream self of you exists right now. You then start to take inspired action. And what this means is you start to take action in a way that is from your dream self. So if I told every single one of you tomorrow to wake up and be the person, Athava, be the person who is making $50,000 a month, who has YouTube as their main channel, I'm pretty sure that Athava's life would be completely different, daily habits, to the Athava that's happening now, right? You then start to take inspired action based off the frequency that you're in. I'm a big believer, I don't know if you guys have heard this before, is that your outward success is just a reflection of your internal growth. Has anyone heard that before? Maybe? Yeah, Vim, cool. Because there's a big misconception, right? Like I had a talk with my detailer today. He came to detail my car today, and he was just saying, he's studying dentistry. And his whole thing is just understanding, how can I level up my certifications, learn more information, X, Y, Z. It's all these external things of skills. But we all know, like, if information was the reason why people were successful, then your PhD lecturers would be the wealthiest people, but they're not, right? There's a whole different ballgame at play. So the internal world comes first. And a lot of us always try to focus just on the how. How do I get to 10,000 followers? How do I get to $10,000 months? How do I do this? How do I do that? But the thing is that if you just step into this dream self of yours and you start to take inspired action, the daily habits that you do every single day as a byproduct of that, you will then get the external wins and desires that you want. So hypothetically, in a more visual example, right? If I got you, we were talking about Ibrahimovic, yeah? I'm saying that right?
Yeah.
We were talking about Ibrahimovic at the start of this call. If you lived in Ibrahimovic's house for a month, I promise you will leave that month almost breathing, speaking, eating, and training like the dude. True?
Yeah.
Right? He'll wake up, he'll be doing his habits, and you'll be like, man, I feel bad that I'm not waking up at 5 a.m. doing this type of training. I feel bad I'm going to the gym and not training as intense as he is. Right? So what happens? Your habits will then just start to change. And as a byproduct of those habits, you probably then become faster, you become fitter, you become leaner. Maybe you become this world-renowned soccer player. I don't know what happens, right? But you can see how your habits naturally change. And as a result of those habits, the external wins and desires just come naturally. Does that make sense? Yeah. And this is the reason why it helped me say, you know what, screw the clinic. I'm going to sell this. Even if I've built this up for 10 years, I downscaled my staff from 7 to 0. I literally chucked everything out the window because I knew that this dream self of Arv didn't have a clinic. I knew that I was on my laptop going to a cafe in the middle of the week, just working whenever I wanted to. And then it was in Japan of like, I think last year or this year, I really caught myself in the morning when I was at a cafe. I was like, holy shit, like this is really where I wanted to be, right? This is like what I felt when I was working 6 days a week. I felt this whole thing. Like I kind of visualized the fact that I would be doing this at some point. But I already stepped into that version of Av when I was working 6 days a week, feeling burnt out, had to start for 7, right? I just knew that if I woke up every single day and doing clinic work wasn't part of my dream self, then why am I still doing this? So it allows you to really take the leaps that you want to take, make the moves that you need to make so that you can start to change frequency. Is everyone with me so far? Cool? All right. How do you do this? Let's get into something more tangible. How do we do this? Number 1 is get clear on your desire. And you've probably heard me speak about this maybe when we went on calls before you joined the mentorship, even when we just go on calls in general. I always say, look, what does your house on the hill look like? If I snap my fingers tomorrow, you wake up living your dream life, what does that look like, right? Your desires have external and internal aspects of it. Your external aspects could be you want to pull up in a Lamborghini, right? Or maybe you want a New York City apartment, right? Or maybe you want to make $1 million a month, $1 million a year, right? What is the external things? Internally, what would it feel like if you're pulling up in a Lamborghini with a New York City apartment and $1 million a month, right? What is the internal feelings? I'm just putting those show, like obviously, like no, I mean, some of you might want a Lamborghini, but I'm just using that for show, right? What is the internal part of the desire? So more so, Arvid, Athava, Vim, Mark, when you get to this level of this dream self, how does he feel? What does he believe? What are the stories that you tell yourself? What are the thoughts that you choose to think? How do you choose, or what do you choose to believe in? Would you say there's beliefs and thoughts and feelings right now that you have that you know that you need a break for the next level to open up for you? Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. So now it's like, what's that shift look like? For me to get super clear with this is like, I know that I had a lot of money objections when I came into this space. I had a lot of self-worth issues because, growing up in an ethnic family, I didn't really talk much about money. Money was something that was used to value people. If you made more money than me, you were more valuable as a human to me. So I had so many warped beliefs based off my parents' beliefs that they put on me. And I had to really step out of that and get into proximity with people who made it normal to think the other way, right? And I'll get into this later. But again, like getting clear on your desire, what does the external factors look like? And then what do the internal factors feel like? And that's how you can get a true picture of your desire. Now, number 2 is we now need to just normalize this desire, right? It's this whole thing where you'll see interviews of people who win, championships, or they achieve the level of goals that they want to achieve, and they get to that level and they're like, oh, I kind of thought this would feel a bit more kind of like bang, like wow, right? But they get to it and they're kind of like, oh, yeah, this is cool. But they're kind of looking for the next thing already. It's kind of like, oh, the expectation was a bit different. Essentially, what you want to do is you want to normalize this desire so that it feels like it's not far from you. Because the further this thing is, the more impossible this seems for you, it's never going to happen because you internally don't believe it. Like if I told you, like, hey, guys, like I'm going to jump off this cliff and like fly, right? Because I got wings that come out of my back, right? It's really hard to believe. Like you're probably not going to, you're like, oh, it's a bit of a, how you going, right? But we need to normalize that desire. And how do we do that? There's 2 ways that we normalize this desire. Power of proximity. Has anyone invested in Arvid has his, Arvid knows of someone who's in this space, but has anyone invested in mentors before? You invested into like some self-development stuff, programs, or maybe even paid for like rooms that you have to go into? Anyone? Arvid? Yeah. Arvid, what have you invested into?
So before I bought a couple of books.
Yep.
And now starting this mentorship, I ordered 2 books of your recommendations.
Cool. Nice.
And my girlfriend had one as well that I'm currently reading also.
Cool. Nice. So power of proximity. When I first started, I was like, what the hell is this? What does this even mean? Right? My first coach that I worked with, I invested $50,000. I was with her for about 1.5 years. And when I say proximity is powerful, it's this thing where you spend a day with a person who's living the life that you want to live, and then you start to question everything that you're doing or that you've done to that point of like, why did I not think this was possible? why do I wake up every single day doing this instead of this? Right? Because it's like this thing where you see it on Instagram, you see it on social media, it just looks like a dream. It's like, oh yeah, like that's cool. That'd be something cool to do. But once you're in the midst of it, once you start to pick up on these small things that, man, like this is actually real. Like the person next to me is doing X amount per month, or he's doing this. It starts to feel so real to the point where you start questioning, why are you not doing the same thing? So number one is power of proximity. And number two is visualization. Has anyone seen or read into like high performance for athletes? Vim, I'm assuming you know a bit of like the mental performance side of things with visualization.
Yeah.
So we've all watched a scary movie before, right? And you've all kind of flinched when something happens. You're sweating, your muscles are tense. Actually, I can't remember the last time I watched a scary movie, but you know, you're in the feels when you're watching a scary movie. And the thing is, your brain, it can't determine, or it can't tell whether what you're seeing or what you're visualizing is real or not. Right? And the thing is that if you see all these high performers in sports, athletes, visualization is a huge part to get them into the feeling of making the jump shots, scoring the goals, defending the best player, you know, because your brain can't fathom what's real and what's not. I'm pretty sure there's a study that they did as well of people just thinking about themselves working out and not actually working out. And they found muscle hypertrophy with the muscles, right? It's this whole thing where the visualization side of things actually tricks your brain into thinking you're already living this life, or you're already doing something that you want. It's the whole thing when you're sleeping as well. You think you brushed your teeth when you woke up, and you wake up and go, oh shit, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Like all these things, right? Your brain doesn't know the difference. So visualization and proximity is two things you can do to start to normalize your desire. Is everyone with me? Cool. Now I want to get into this ladder approach, right? And all this ladder approach is going back to, you only become what you believe. Because if you believe that $1 million a month, if you believe that pulling up in a Lambo tomorrow, for example, is too far reach and it's too impossible for you, it's probably not going to happen. So the ladder approach is, how can you start to see what your desires are? And I want you to pick a point of your desires that you feel internally is realistically believable for you. So for example, someone who's working a 9 to 5, is probably hard for them to believe that they're going to do 100K a month in 6 months. But if they're working a 9 to 5, maybe an easier belief is that I can probably match my income with some sort of side hustle that will allow me the opportunity to go into my side hustle full time. Agree? That's an easier belief for some people. Yeah. And all you need to do is then, once you understand, or once you get to that next level of belief of, you know, going into your 9 to 5 that's replaced your income, your side hustle that's replaced your income, you then use that ladder to then go to the next ladder. What's the next thing? What's your next stretch goal that you feel is believable? Maybe the next thing after that is 20K a month, because I've replaced my income already. I think I can do 20K a month in 6 months. So use that then as your next desire, right? And then going into the external and internal of what that feels like. And this is where like it gets, this is where you kind of feel like when you ever look at manifestation and quantum leaping online, a lot of people get turned off because they don't understand this ladder approach. They go like, oh, you know, you can make $1 million tomorrow if you wanted to. And straight away, everyone's like, oh, look, like, nah, scam, right? And that's the reason why, you know, when you dive into the wrong side of these things, this stuff sounds very woozy-wazy. But the ladder approach will be really helpful for you to get momentum going and to see what version of yourself you need to be to become that version now. Are we all with this? Cool. Awesome. So again, you can only manifest and leap into a reality that you believe is true. So before I throw this out, so we go into some Q&As and discussion, the key takeaway is this. Quantum leaping isn't a magic trick. It's nothing supernatural. It's nothing crazy, right? All it is a simple energetic alignment that you're taking, and we are taking from quantum physics, right? And we're just aligning it with our reality. And there are infinite timelines that you can tap into whenever you want. If you want to tap into the broke, poor version of yourself now, you can. If you want to tap into this higher, best self of your version now, you can. I clearly remember someone I was on a call with who said, man, I just don't know if this mentorship is for me because I'm someone who's a slow learner. And I literally told him, well, just become a fast learner in the next minute. Right. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, just become a fast learner in the next minute. Just tell yourself you're a fast learner. Right. And he didn't understand what I was trying to get at. So you have the decision to tap in whatever frequency you want, whether it's now or tomorrow. But what truly helps with this is being in an environment that reminds you that you can. And it's being able to keep your mental in this state that becomes the hard part. When you have everyone in your household, you have everyone around you telling you the other way. That's where it becomes super hard. But this in itself is easy. And this is why reminders in itself is sometimes all we need. I was telling Athava on our call this morning, most of the time we don't need to learn anything new. We just need to get reminded of the things that we already know that we need to just do. We just need to do the thing. That's it. Right? Cool. Awesome. So look, what we'll do is we'll open this up. Let me stop sharing. I will share the slides with you all. But I'd love to hear everyone's thoughts and any questions as well that you've had with everything we just went through.
Everything you said makes sense, Up. It's just that, the fact that you identify the highest version of yourself, see the kind of life he lives and the habits he has within his day-to-day life, and then just trying to match that from where you are now, and eventually you will end up getting to that position. It sounds like a very logical and rational thing to expect.
Mm. Does everyone know what their best self looks like? Maybe if you want to share, if you guys want to share it on, if you want to unmute it, you can share in the chat. Maybe I can go around. Maybe Arvid, start with yourself. Like, what does your best self look like?
So in the sense of my dream goal, like long term, or
let's just say your best self. Like, if you woke up tomorrow living the dream life, like, what does that look like? And there's no such thing as reality. Like, just you can make your own reality. What does that look like for you?
Okay. Well, I have a clear vision that I've been sort of getting at, and I think we spoke about it on our first call also. Yep. I want to have a PhD in sports medicine, and I want to put that information online and make a lot of money out of it. So I can do both scientific stuff and online stuff and scale down my work hours.
So give me more detail. Like, how much money do you want to make?
Well, at that point, I think a million a month is. I'd be like, yeah,
cool.
I'm pretty happy with this.
Yeah. Nice. And then, are you still in Sweden? Are you traveling? What else does that look like?
I think I want to have a house in both Sweden and maybe Spain, or like a more tropical area.
Nice.
I can do both. So I can be in Sweden during summer and then fuck off when it's too cold and dark.
Yeah. And obviously this exercise you can go into a lot deeper, but we'll tap into it a bit on the internal side of things. Like, this version of Arvid, like, what is his beliefs and whatever his thoughts?
Probably nothing is impossible. I can do whatever I want because I've already shown myself I'm living this life that I want to live.
And do you feel like you've got that belief now?
I think I've not maybe 100% all of it. Like, I'm not 100% loaded in my belief in that. I think it's possible, but I still find my subconscious is getting at me sometimes, attacking me with this and that,
For sure.
Self-doubt, self-belief, and what if it doesn't happen, that kind of stuff. It's easier to imagine, like you said, further down the ladder maybe. Like, I'm pretty convinced I can achieve 10 clients, so that's like, yeah, I can do that.
Well, I was going to say, if I got you into a room with someone who's doing $1 million a month tomorrow, would that change a lot of things for you? And you hung out with them for a month?
Yeah, for sure. Cool. I think so.
So I think it's this whole thing where it's like the desire that you just told me, your next thing should be like, how can I normalize this? Proximity. Visualize it. Like, can I get into circles right now that I know? Like, right now for me, I'm debating whether I want to go Dubai at the end of the year because there's a mastermind that I can get into. And these guys do like $16 million a year. I'm debating whether I want to get into it. I'm still deciding, but it's this whole thing where like this whole concept doesn't change whether you're here now or whether you're where I'm at or whether you're wherever someone else you look up to is at. This is a constant thing that allows you to guide your compass of decision every single day. And all you have to do is just continue to choose to normalize your desire every single day. And again, the easiest way is proximity. You can do visualization. I mean, the visualization side of things, it could be through journaling. It can be through, meditation, whatever you enjoy, right? But now I would probably say like, try to find ways that you can get into maybe environments that maybe help you thrive with these new beliefs that you want for this best version of Arvid, right?
I feel also like
Yeah.
the best way to sort of cement those beliefs for me anyway is just through proving it to myself that I can do it. It's like you definitely can almost you get a bit of a dopamine rush when you do see other people close to you in real life who have made it and who are achieving those big things, and that does last for like say a couple of weeks after you stay are with them. But then the next like several months, how long does that excitement last for? It probably like tapers off slowly, doesn't it? And the only way for me, like, well, not the only way, but like for me anyway, what's more longer lasting is me like proving to myself that I can bring those results, and whether that be like small, like ladder like actions that will take me there, like, that I'm knowing it's taking me in the right direction. That's a good way of proving to myself that yes, I'm going to the right place, and I will eventually get there. But just like telling myself that, yeah, like I can achieve this ultimate version of myself and it's going to happen, it's a very short term kind of belief for me. Like it doesn't last for very long. Whereas like proving to myself with real life actions definitely is a lot more a not just realistic, but like more believable thing for myself too.
Yeah, so I think it's good that you brought it up. So there's this thing, right? So if we think about language, thoughts, beliefs, frequency, action, desired reality, right? As soon as you change your frequency, which is thoughts and beliefs, you have this weird middle between you change your thoughts and beliefs, your desired reality is here, but the middle can either be as short as you want it to be or it can be as long as you fucking want it to be. Right? Because in the middle, it's like you have to decide, are you taking action on the inspirations and the opportunities that are presenting, or are you still holding back from it? And obviously, the quicker you can act in the middle, right? They say pain or they say suffering is the middle between thought and action, right? If you want to decrease your suffering and pain, become quicker with thoughts and action.
Yeah.
The longer you leave between thought and action, the more that you suffer and the more pain.
Yeah.
Right. So it's this whole thing where you also have to realize that like when you start this whole thing, like you're saying before, you have to prove it to yourself. Well, what happens if there is a lack of social proof for the next 3 months, right? Or 4 months? Your question then is like, do I still keep trusting the process or do I switch it up? Like, I feel like in your case, if for 3 months you didn't see social proof for yourself, what would your next move be?
I mean, there might be a few more indicators of winning and success than just social proof. And as long as I determine those, then and I'm achieving those, then I guess yeah, that will be my proof, you know.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Nice.
Yeah.
Let me go to Vim and then I'll come back to you with Arv and then we'll go Mark. How are you,
So
sir?
what was the question?
Can you hear us, Vim?
Yeah.
Yeah, easy. So what do you feel your end desire is?
And desire.
Or
Well,
this best version of yourself. What does that look
I think
like?
before I sort of signed on to the physio sort of thing, we had a call prior about the whole YouTube thing and doing car stuff. I guess it would be that, I'd like to eventually, step away from clinic and then, have the online Instagram thing and then like I'd like to own like a tuning shop for like exotics, so like Porsches, Lambos, Ferraris, and stuff like that. Had that on the side, and then I'm not sure if you heard of the Shaheen family. They own like the OTRs in Adelaide, and
Yep.
yeah, he's like a billionaire, right? And he sold that company, and he goes racing in Le Mans in GT3. So
Right.
I like to, just go do motorsport full time and have like a thing that sort of supplies me that money to go racing and have fun essentially. So that would be the dream for me. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Cool. And do you feel like do you feel like that's something that you're working towards now? Like, do you feel like there's habits that you have in place that's working towards that?
Yeah, in a sense. Well, Obviously, sort of back to touch back on like, dream car, like you said, Lamborghini, right? So I'd like to have like a GT3 RS, that's a Porsche. And actually on Monday I was bidding on a
Just make sure you buy everyone one as well, yeah?
yeah, of course. Always when I make it. Yeah, I was bidding on a Porsche actually on Monday and missed out by like 1 or 2 grand. But like, if you told me 2 years ago I was actually going to bid on a Porsche, I'd be like, what the fuck? Like, how would I even afford that? So it's just those little things, all right? So like, just thinking like just almost being delusional to the fact that I can do this, I can afford this, I can make this work, and just doing it and just making it happen,
Yeah.
So
So I'll use that as a segue to just a quick story that's related to that. I had a client who was running a successful business. They were doing about 60K a month, and he was in obviously the physio space. He was in a one-to-one side of things with me for a while, and it got to the point where we went deep enough to realize that everything that he's built is everything that he didn't want, right? And you can probably imagine like how much of a gut shot that is to someone after you've built something for so long. For me, it took me 10 years to realize that for myself. But you can imagine how much of a gut shot that is, that you've built everything and you finally realize, holy shit, like this is actually not what I want. And he was now in this middle bridge. He was in this middle space where he had to decide whether he wanted to take the moves or make the moves to go towards what he wanted, which, ironically is becoming a YouTuber, right? And being able to make 200-300K on YouTube. And I showed him a couple of the guys that I know who are doing that, right? Or, he just stays exactly where he's at and just stays. Like he had two choices. Long story short, the conversation that we had there was there was a lot of friction. There was a lot of things where he tried to prove to himself that he didn't want what he wanted and started bringing up a lot of things in the way, right? And I think it's this thing where you'll get to the point where you end up realizing what you truly want. And it's either you lean into it and go, or the other reaction is that you run. And I've worked with people who run. And what that looks like is ghosting every message, stop talking just abruptly and done. They go back to what they were doing before. And then they just stay as they were. Right? Because it's this thing where when you realize what you truly want, well, sometimes that means you have to make these big motherfucking changes that are really uncomfortable. Right? And for me, that was selling the clinic. For me, that was crying for a whole week because I don't know what the hell was going to happen after that. That was me doing all these things, right? Even before that. But the thing is that like I knew that what I wanted wasn't aligned with what I was doing. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because if you find yourself to a point where maybe even during this time in the mentorship or even after this, if you find yourself at a point where you end up realizing the desire that you want is completely different to the life that you've built, know that that's a good thing, and that if you lean into it, it will only work out purely because of the fact that if you show up as that person daily, as a byproduct of the habit, like I spoke before, as a byproduct of your habits, things eventually work out at the end, right? Like a big belief that I have is that if it's not fine, it's not the end. Like things always work out in the end. Yeah. So it's just I wanted to highlight that story because it's interesting. Like you'll get people who find these career changes maybe 10 years, 7 years down the track, but they have two options. Either they stay for the rest of their life in that same career because they're too scared to lean into it, or they lean into it and then everything just freaking changes. And they start building this whole new life they didn't even know existed. Right? So I guess with your stuff, Vim, I mean, I definitely think that if that becomes a new wave for you in the next couple of months or whatever else that looks like, potentially leaning into more of that.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, cool. Mark, might be hard for you to talk. Hey, you're on the road?
Yeah, I'm just weaving my way through Melbourne traffic at the minute, so I'll try my best.
In your Porsche GT3 RS?
yeah. Maybe in a few months.
Maybe a few months.
Let's go.
No, look, I mean, I don't want to distract you too much, Mark, but like, is there anything you want to share on this side of things? Or maybe your end desire as well, if you can?
Yeah, look, I guess probably a bit less extravagant than the other guys there, but I guess the main reason for signing up was just to have a little bit more freedom with time and just try and be a little bit more financially secure with my physio career, and I suppose just to build that online brand and just to have just to try and build up a profile that it'll give you the option to be a little bit more hybrid and to just give you that option of having that location freedom. It was an appealing thought, and it's something that I kind of sat on for a few months before signing up. So if I could get a little bit more location freedom, a little bit more financial freedom, that would be a start, and that's what I'd be kind of looking for.
And do you think that the what do you call it, the this version of you who is location free or earning more money or more financially secure, is there things right now that you feel like you need to cut and delete in your daily day-to-days that's not lining up with this other version or this highest version of Mark?
Yeah, probably. I'm obviously in full-time work at the minute. I probably will just have to stay in that routine for the next while, but it does make sense to kind of make a bit of sacrifice in order to kind of reach those goals. Just still trying to figure out the right path to go about it. So I think this is the kind of the first leap in doing that and doing this and going through all these kind of workshops, which is really good. Like, it is really beneficial, and it's good to hear kind of like-minded people as well. So no, it's good.
Yeah, and I think I wouldn't even see it as sacrifices. I think it would, if anything, it's more just you stepping into the version of Mark who's already location free and financially secure, right?
Yeah, for sure. No, it makes total sense.
Yeah, and it's this whole thing where I think the one thing as well, if you just show up every single day for yourself, like that's the bare minimum you have to do. If that's all you have to do every single day, and you have complete control of that, going back to what Arvid said, anything is possible, right? And I sound pretty delusional sometimes when I speak about this, but like I truly believe anything is possible, right? And it's this thing where all you have to do is just show up every single day for yourself, for the person you want to be. And again, as a byproduct of the habits, everything naturally just flows from there. So you see how, like, once you flip this switch, do you see how now that the people who think this has to be a grind, or they try to become this person, they try to learn these new skills or this and this, they'll probably get there in the end, but the grind, the journey to that, it becomes so much harder, right? Because they're not able to tap into the actual habits that they just need to tomorrow and actually just start being that person now, right? Athava, I think we dove into this a bit as well, but I know your end desire or end goal is, this higher version of you doing 50K months, full-time YouTuber. Was there anything else to that?
Yeah, as in just having like a nice house in the eastern suburbs of the water, multiple holiday homes around the world as well.
Yep.
And just building a community of these of young guys, like having millions of subscribers, and then having like a paid community group where I can just come on these calls like you are basically, and just talk to all these guys, help them through all their problems, and just be there whenever I need to for them. Even sometimes bring them in person in these group events all over the world. That'll be sensational.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah.
So again, just to recap, right? Everything starts with language. Language will then influence your thoughts. Thoughts will influence your beliefs. Then your frequency, which then influences your action, which then your action then influences your reality. So if you can just start with the smallest thing of just changing the way you speak to yourself. And look, this is going into like the more feminine energy. I don't know if you guys have heard of masculine and feminine energy, but you've seen those girls on Instagram who get, the affirmations in front of the mirror. I mean, there's a line where it gets too much. But obviously, there's this thing where it starts with the language that you talk in to yourself and with others, and then using that to then influence your thoughts, beliefs, frequency, action, and desired reality. Does that make sense with all of that?
Yeah.
Yeah? Cool. Is there anything else that you guys want to dive into? Any other thoughts that you have? We're just pondering on what our best selves look like, huh? So if you want to get super clear on this, I used to journal a lot. I don't journal as much anymore, but I actually think I need to. Start to look into journal prompts if you want to, like things of like, if I couldn't fail in 3 months, where would I be? If I couldn't fail in 6 months, where would I be? If I met the version of Arvid, Vim, Mark, Athava tomorrow, the best version of him, what does he look like? And what do I feel when I speak to him, right? There's a saying that goes, and I always stick with it. It's like, if you're stuck with ideas, read. If you're stuck with if you're stuck with how to communicate, write, right? So it's this whole thing where the more that you write down, the more that you're able to communicate truly and definitively what it is that you want, right? For yourself and for your business, X, Y, Z. So look into things, like I said, journaling, meditation is something that's really good as well. Just going for walks every single day is what I do most of the time nowadays. I don't really journal and meditate as much. I do a bit of prayer, but that's about it. But those are the two things that I kind of lean into. It's just solo alone time with walking. So my brain is not thinking about anything else. Because if all you have your thoughts, if all you're thinking is your thoughts, then you only think your thoughts, right? So you need time away from your thoughts so you can open up. And that's where your creative juices start flowing, right? Cool. Again, anything else? Are we pretty happy with this?
No, it's pretty good. Of.
Pretty good. Cool. Ready to kill? You ready to quantum leap?
Yeah, guys.
Sure.
Oh, good. That's good, guys. All right, look, I'll put the slides up for you guys to download. I'll put the recording up by the end of today, hopefully. Otherwise, any questions, just let me know in the chat. And I think what I'll do as well, while I've got you all here, maybe it might be easy. I want to book a feedback call with everyone, just because I think a couple of you guys have been in the mentorship for a couple of weeks already. So I'd love to jump on a one-to-one chat with you all and just figure out where you're currently at, how you're finding everything. So is it easier if Mark, you can do it later, but Vim and Arvid, if I give you a link now in this chat, can you book that in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah, may as well.
Would that be chill? So that way it's nice and easy. So I've just sent that in the chat.
Is this? I was thinking. I've been so into the content thing, I forgot the kind of layout for the mentorship. Do I remember correctly? There's a call every 3 weeks with you.
Oh no, so that was the old way. Well, old way, new way.
Yeah.
That was the old way. What do you call it? So essentially that's now just changed to the weekly two calls that we have now.
Okay, so this is not that.
Yeah, no. So this is just I want to do a one-to-one call with everyone. Just I want to see where you guys are at individually. What you guys want to see more of, what you guys are enjoying so far. Just so I can keep making this pretty much where it needs to be for you guys, day to day, week by week, month by month. So Vim, Arvid, let me know once you guys are booked. Athava, if you're chilling, you can vibe, or you can just go, up to you. And Mark as well, same thing to you.
Easy.
I'll send a link. I'll send a link to you, Mark, in Slack instead, so that you do it when you're not driving.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, I'll catch you later.
All right, Athava, enjoy.
Yeah, bye.
Hey, I got your booking, Arvid. Awesome.
Yeah, I just received it in the mail as well. That's perfect.
When you book? Next week? This week?
No, tomorrow.
Oh, hell, we're gonna have a good time, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
7:30 in the morning.
Oh, that's 7:30 for you?
Yeah. But that's fine. I go up at.
Do you want 8 o'clock?
I go up at 6.
Wait, you go up at 6?
Better for you?
No, as in, like, does that work for you?
Yeah, I get up at 6 every morning because I'm trying to prepare for my full-time job, which starts 7:30. So
yeah, right. Okay, all good. Nice. And then Vim, we got next Monday. Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. All right, guys. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Kill this week.
Good
Thank you. I hope you guys have a good weekend. And then again, anything you guys need, just let me know in the chats.
All right.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
All right, guys. Go get them. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Hey, Jess.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good, good. How are you?
I'm good.
I've been seeing you pumping the content. I love it.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been grinding away at it, which is good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how are you finding the have you implemented that kind of like Instagram workflow I kind of went through with the caption and email?
Yeah, yeah. I've been doing an email a day, and if I have like time, I'll schedule a few, which has been good.
That's good.
Um, and yeah, it's cool to see like the clicks and whatnot, like data from the emails as well. So yeah, there's been some cool stuff with that. Um, yeah, keen. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
nice.
do my intake for my program Monday, but I'm kind of already launching it in the emails. I haven't had any like one jump in yet.
Mm.
Um, but I'm tempted to just kind of play and say like, look, one spot's been taken and see what happens.
Yeah, yeah, no, for
Yeah,
sure. Yeah,
yeah.
we can run through a bit of a launch strategy because I've been dialing in a bit more with mine and I'm starting to play a bit more with like the time frame side of things
Hmm.
instead of spots.
Yep.
Um, I don't know. I feel right now for me the cadence feels a bit nicer with the time. Like I've been doing spots forever.
Yep.
So this is the first time I've done like the five. You've probably seen it 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hmm.
So now it's starting to ramp up because everyone's starting to like see. I'm like, oh, he's not bullshit, and it's like 5 days, 4 days, 3 days. So
Yeah.
we can run through a bit of a launch sequence at the very end. But I know we have a call on Friday as well.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. So we can dive into
Yeah.
that. I think I saw Anna come in. Hold on. Maybe she'll come back in later. Look, if it's a late one, just you and I, then we'll have a jamming one-to-one session today.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, you're an hour back, yeah. It's 7:30 there.
Half an hour.
Oh, half an hour. Sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Cool.
Not
Well,
too
look, I
bad.
mean, if anyone does come through, I'll wait one more minute.
Yeah.
Did you manage to watch the Lee recording yesterday?
No, I haven't yet.
Yeah, so he sorry, he has an app that he uses.
Yeah,
So
cool.
similar to you. So he's using I don't know if you're using Everfit as well.
Nah.
You're using what are you using for your app?
I use Kahunas.
Oh, Kahunas. Okay. Yeah, cool. No, so he's doing about the same price point as you are. I think like around that $25 mark.
Yeah, cool.
He said he actually hates one-to-one coaching, so he's actually just trying to get everyone into his app, and then I think from there he has like this custom programming option that people can select for $50 a week or something along those
Yeah,
lines.
that's cool.
Yeah. So but yeah, have a watch of it. That it's gonna be
Yeah,
interesting.
definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Hello, Anna. Hello, Janelle.
Hello.
Good
I just
evening.
connected and my laptop just died. And then
Is it me or is it getting hotter?
what's that?
Is it me or is it getting hotter where everyone's at? I got the fan blasting behind me because
Oh,
I'm
it's really
so
hot.
hot in this room right now.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so if we have a small group today, cool, awesome, even better. So today I want to run through, and I don't know if I mentioned this in the past, but has anyone heard of the freedom number before? Maybe? No? Okay. So it's going to be a bit more of an interactive one today, but we're going to dive into some strategy as well. To kick it off, can I just get everyone either unmute or in the chat? Give me the number that you want to be hitting per month that you think is the ideal number for this dream life of yours to start to happen. So feel free to shout it out, chuck in the chat. I want to know what everyone's number is.
I feel like 10K is always a nice starting point.
Yeah, Jess got 10K. Cool. Anna?
I'm probably about the same, yeah.
10K.
At least to start. Hopefully more, but
Okay, well, would you say based because obviously everyone's kind of like ideal, lifestyle is different. 10K or a bit more? 20K, 30K, 50K.
I mean maybe let's just say 20K.
20K. Cool. No?
Probably about 2025. That's
Nice.
it.
2025. Awesome. Cool. All right, easy. So today we're going to dive into something called the freedom number, which I'm going to share right now. Give me a sec. Let me get this going. Let me know if we all can see this. Good, cool. All right, so just to give you guys some context behind this, so I'm working right now with a mentor. He does about 1.5, 1.7 mil, I think, a year, and that's in USD. And one of the calls I had with him, he was asking me, what's your freedom number? And I'm like, well, what the hell do you mean? Freedom number, right? And, you've probably met people before who just throw out arbitrary numbers of 50K. A lot of the guys are 100K, right? Bro scalers. And all these kind of random numbers that don't really mean anything. So he asked me, like, what's your freedom number, right? And essentially, this freedom number is a number that is something that's more meaningful than just a random number that we shout out, either 10, 20, or 50. So the numbers that you just said right now, I want you guys to put that on the side, and we're going to come back to them later. But essentially, I want to start to identify what is each of your freedom numbers. So Janelle, Anna, Jess, what are your actual freedom numbers that you can emotionally feel something to, so that when you hit that number or you see that number, there's something more than just numbers on a screen or numbers on a piece of paper. So has anyone dove into, potentially like, manifestation, quantum leaping, vision boarding, journaling? Have we done some of that? Yeah. Jess, Anna, Janelle?
So I definitely watched the video on quantum leaping, which I found really interesting.
Cool.
I do journal a bit. Definitely dabble in a bit of manifesting as well.
Yeah. And a bit of magic as well. No. Yeah. Janelle?
Not really, actually. Probably just a bit of journaling, but not
Nothing crazy. Okay. What are your journaling, I guess, styles right now? Are you guys just writing to your younger version of yourself? Are you just kind of writing out of is there any kind of techniques that you guys are using right now for journaling?
I haven't in a while, but I used to kind of write as my future self.
Cool.
That person I wanted to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Anna, how do you journal?
I actually bought this journal. It's from this girl who podcasts about like self-development kind of stuff, and she released a journal. So it's got daily, morning and evening prompts. So I'm actually just working through that now.
Cool, nice. And Janelle?
I kind of just write whatever's on my mind, really. So
yeah,
kind of just pretty much like a diary, I'd say.
Yeah, cool. So more just kind of like getting your thoughts on paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. Easy. So I think the first thing I want us to start with, and we don't have to do this now today, right? But sometime throughout the week, if you can, is obviously we've heard a lot about vision boarding. I don't know if you've done it in the past. Maybe I've done a couple. And the reason why this is super important is because this allows us to just see what we want, right? It's this thing where if we focus on what we want, we get. It's pretty funny. Like you think you talk to a lot of people who want these bigger lives for themselves, and a lot of things that they want. Most of the time, material things they end up getting, even if they can't afford it, right? And the reason why is because it's right there in front of them. Either have it as a screen saver, or they subconsciously just keep thinking about it. So vision boarding is super important. I find at the very start to get a super clear picture of like, what does this dream kind of life look like? So just kind of off the top, has anyone done vision boarding in the past month, 2 months, 3 months? If so, can you give me a couple of things that you have on it? Or even if you haven't, what you think you'd have on it?
I haven't done one recently.
Yeah, go on, Jess.
Yeah, I haven't done one recently, but I definitely had like dream car, house, kind of like aesthetic stuff as well. Like, I don't know, pictures of nice like gym spaces and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Nice. Anna?
The money.
Yeah, the money. Love it.
I usually do one at the start of the year. I've probably done it like 2 or 3 times. And
yeah, give me like 4 to 5 things you'd have on it.
Yeah, just like a vibe of the year and more of like I don't know, like an aesthetic that I want to achieve in the year. I haven't gone too specific into like dream house and dream car before.
Okay. Well, I mean, just off the top, I mean, what does that aesthetic look like? Is it rustic? Are you in Bali? Are you driving a G-Wagon? Like, what are the what are the things? Give me 3 to 4, nothing crazy. And then I'll go to Janelle.
Probably like nice Pilates spaces and nice activewear, and then also like holiday destinations as well. Probably something like Bali or
Yeah, cool, nice.
Tahiti.
Yeah, cool, nice, awesome. Janelle,
I think for now it's just a dream car. That's pretty much it.
what's the dream car?
Ford Ranger.
Ford, oh, love it. There's like a couple of versions of that, isn't there? There's like a really rugged version as well.
Like the Wild Track, I think, or the
Was it
Raptor.
the Raptor, yeah, there you go. Cool. Anything else besides the Raptor? For sure, you need somewhere to live as well, right? Unless you
Sorry?
can sleep in the car. For sure, you'll need somewhere to live as well.
Oh yeah, probably a house as well.
We're doing beach house. We're talking like high-rise apartment. Where do you want to live?
Well, ideally a beach house, so that'd be
Beach
good.
house?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool, easy, nice. So if you haven't done this, recently, this would be the first thing I want you to do this week. Just to get again a super clear picture of where we want to go and what that kind of future looks like for us, right? On your phone, chuck it on a piece of paper, put it in your room, wherever you want to do this. Now, what I want to get into is something that I've recently been playing around with, and it's really helped give me more clarity. Has anyone ever done a dream day before? Or have we just done dream life?
I've
Yeah?
kind of, but yeah.
Yeah, kind
Not
of.
really
Okay.
specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And Janelle, have we done
one
a
of the
dream day?
journal. It was actually one of the journal prompts I did in this book maybe last week, and
Yeah.
it was really hard to think of my dream day, to be honest.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. We'll hold on to that because that'll be important to get into. And then Janelle,
Haven't really thought about it.
haven't thought about it. Okay. So I'd probably say if we can, just maybe take the next 2 to 3 minutes. Nothing crazy, nothing official. Can I just get you to scribble down or put in the chat just what a dream day would look like from when you wake up to when you go to bed? All of this will make sense later on. I'm going to dive into this. Again, today's all about finding each of your dream numbers. That's right, freedom numbers. So just give me a bit of an overview. I'll give you 2 to 3 minutes. Examples could be waking up with no alarm. Examples could be eating out every night. Examples could be gymming whenever you wanted to. Examples could be working on your laptop on the beach, right? What's this day in the dream? What's this dream day life look like for each of you? I'll give you 2 minutes. Just a couple of bullet points. If you finish early, just type done in the chat, and then we'll be good to go. Oh, yep, I just saw Janelle's one. Sleep in, go hiking, forward driving with the Raptor. Cook outdoors, love it.
Did you want us to put it in the chat? Sorry, I wasn't listening to that.
If you want to chuck in the chat, or if not, because we'll get back to it anyway.
Okay.
So chuck in the chat if you want to. Otherwise, if you have it by your side, that's fine. Just let me know when you're done. Cool, awesome, and take your time, no rush. I'll give you like another minute. I think yours is just gonna be Bali with Muscle Nation sponsorships coming in every morning. Cool. All right, easy. All right, just saw you chuck that in the chat. All right, let's move on. We'll come back to this later. All right. So, and I'm getting you guys to do a lot of thinking. It's late at night, I know, but this is going to be cool once we put all this together. So, dream day, we got an idea of now. Don't spend too much time on this. Again, just give me like one sentence on each of these: finances, relationship, career, lifestyle. If you could sum it up in one sentence, what would they be in all of these 4 categories? Again, feel free to write it down or chuck it in the chats. one sentence, nothing crazy, and then just give me a thumbs up or a DONE in the chat when you're done. Yeah, I want two cats as well, Janelle, but I feel like it's gonna be too much work. Do you have one at the moment?
Have you got one already up?
Yeah, I've got a ginger. Actually, got him from Facebook Marketplace for free as well from Bankstown.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, so got it out of an apartment and got into a two-story house, so it upgraded.
Is he chunky?
I try to keep the guy fit, but he's a bit of a chunk. Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing crazy, but he's not the biggest guy. Yeah, yeah. How about your one?
I haven't got one.
Oh, you haven't got one. So you want to go two straight away? Yeah, there you
Yeah, I
go.
do. Yeah, brothers and sisters, hopefully. We'll see.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go. Love it, love it. Anna, Jess, all good with that? Yeah, you cool, easy. Okay, so I promise we'll slow down and thinking soon. So now what I want us to do is this. What I want us to do is with this dream life that we have, this dream day that we have, again, it can just be rough. I did this for myself personally. And the reason I'm going through this with all of you is because it's going to really give you more insight into what it is that you really want. I want you now to break down the monthly expenses of this dream life of yours. So, for example, for my dream life, right, it's this whole like travel 3 to 4 times a year, hotel accommodations, probably more than for me, ideally eating out every single week. Every single day. But go on a monthly basis, kind of see if you can have a rough estimate of what your expenses look like per month with this dream life that we just ironed out over the last two exercises. So keep it again, you don't have to go into nitty gritty, but how much would it cost for you to be going to Bali, staying there for 6 months? How much would it cost you to be having a Raptor? Like how much would you need to buy a Raptor to maintain it? And to be able to living in this beach house, like how much would a beach house cost? If you want to be working out in a really, decked out Pilates studio, is that your own Pilates studio? If it is, how much would that cost? Right? So rough estimates, nothing too crazy. In the sense of like we're not going to do super detail with this, but as much as you can if possible. So I'll give you guys another 2 minutes, 3 minutes with this. And then if you can with this one, let's just chuck these in the chat, just so that way we can have a bit of a gauge of what everyone's putting out for estimates for their numbers. I'll see if I can put mine actually in here as well. If I did it, if I can find my calculations here. Or if you don't want to share it, it's fine as well. You can keep it as it is. So I think these were my expenses that I had for travel, which was like, for example, 3 times a year, 15K each travel, which is like, myself and my wife, which is about 45,000 a year, which is about 3,750 a month. Let me know if you're struggling as well, because I can give you some pointers or guidance. Whose brain's hurting right now?
I'm just struggling, yeah, with I have travel in mind as well. Maybe
Yeah.
say 4 times a year.
Yeah.
I just don't really know how much exactly that will be.
Yeah. So if you want to make it super easy, maybe you can just pick like 4 or 5 things. So for example, it could be let's say travel. Let's say any of you have any of you aspire to retire your partner, or is that a thing for anyone? Maybe not. Okay, cool. So maybe it could be let's just say I don't know, mortgage, right? So maybe like however much the house is that you want to buy, if you can go on a bank calculator and calculate that if you want to. Discretionary expenses. Per month. We could do like biz expenses. So like how much is your business running on in the sense of like expenses right now? It could be like car, if you have the dream car in there. Um, yeah. If it's to replace your salary, you can have like replace salary and then whatever how much you're earning right now, right? And then just break that up in monthly. I'll see if I can get some prompts for everyone here. So replace salary, maybe like yeah, let's go. Monthly. So for example, with your stuff, Anna, when you went to Bali, just do that times 3. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Discretionary expenses per month. So kind of calculate what you are spending right now per week on average. And then if you want, double that if you want to, because then maybe you want to go out a bit more. Again, rough numbers. Doesn't have to be too crazy accurate. And then just break it down per month. Anyone struggling with this? Anyone need help? Janelle, you good? Yeah. And then once you have the monthlies, let me know once you're ready. And then let's share the numbers that we have in the sense of like monthly expenses for this ideal dream lifestyle.
I suck at maths.
You're all right. We can use phone if we need to. So to share my freedom number, it's kind of around that 75, 80K a month mark for me.
How do you calculate your monthly mortgage?
Yes, I'd probably just say you could go into whatever you pay. Do you know what you're paying per week?
What's that? Sorry, what I pay per week?
Yeah, do you know what you're paying per week? Oh, you're talking about like with a home that you buy that's like $2-3 million dollars?
Yeah, I've put 2 to 4 million.
Yeah. I'd probably say the bank calculator would be best. So let me have a look. Hold on. So it'd be like, give me a sec. Let me just Google this mortgage. repayments per month on a $4 million house.
Yeah.
Payments calculator.
But that's how much it'll be by the time we can buy houses.
Yeah, so I think it'd be let me have a look here. Loan amount. So it'd be like, oh, these calculators aren't working right now. Hold on. Okay, we'll just maybe whatever you're paying now. I don't know, just put a 2x or 3x on it, just to keep it nice and quick for the call, and then I'll see if I can find a calculator for us. Let me know if how everyone's traveling. Well, look, I just chat GPT it. It says $20,000 for a $4 million house. If we're 20% down
Per month.
per month.
Okay, my maths was so wrong. I put 4,000.
So it just says home price 4 million, down payment is 800,000, which is like 20% of the 4 million. And then the loan amount will be then 3.2 million. And then if the interest rate is 6.5%, loan term at 30, you're looking at around maybe 20K a month.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's just go with that.
Yeah.
Cool. So can we share some rough numbers? What we have? Okay, we'll start with you, Janelle.
Oh, sorry.
Probably around 65 grand a month, which is a bit much.
No, that's all right. And that's with what's that breaking down the
House, mortgage, expenses, and a little bit of like business expenses, I guess.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Now, but how about you, Anna?
I'm not sure about business expenses at the moment, but I would love to have a holiday home and a dream home as well. So that's all going to be about 35, 40K.
40K a month?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Jess?
I did a lot, and I probably haven't done it right,
That's all right.
but I was sitting around like 80K, 100K.
Cool. And that's with like dream home, you on travel.
Travel, car,
Yeah.
running like a gym.
Yep.
Yeah. So a few
Okay,
things.
cool. Like open up your own gym.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. No, that's really good. That's really good. So look, obviously with this, workshop this yourself as well. But all this is going to do now is now we've got our monthly expenses here. This essentially now becomes your freedom number, right? And the reason why I want to kind of really focus on this is because now there's meaning behind the, what was yours, Janelle? Was it 65? Yeah, 65K behind Anna, your 40K, and Jess, your 70 to 80K, right? There's more meaning behind that now. When, at the very start, sometimes we just say, 100K for the sake of it. There's some people out there who even say, I want to do 50K a month, but their dream life that they want only needs 12K a month or 15K a month, right? It doesn't matter if yours is higher or lower. Doesn't really matter. But the main thing is that if you start to reverse engineer your life based off, this is the lifestyle that I want. It's not about the money. It's about the lifestyle. And then what does it cost me to live this lifestyle? Then we can start to figure out what does a number per month, what is that number that means something more to me than just a random number that I choose to say, right? So that's number one. So now for your freedom numbers, let's just say on this call, Janelle, it's 45, Anna, sorry, Janelle, 65, Anna, you're 40, and then let's just say, Jess, you're 80. Now all you need to do is I want you then to use that number and ask yourself, what does your business need to look like in order for this freedom number to become real? How many one-to-one clients? How many in your group coaching program? How many digital products do you need to sell per week, per month, per year? And when you can start to break it down in that sense, you can start to also see potential holes in your business. Maybe it's like, okay, I actually maybe don't think realistically I could scale my one-to-one to 60, 80 people. So I probably would need to introduce some sort of one-to-many model with the group side, right? So now this gives you more realistic kind of expectations of your business, but also can give you an idea of, okay, what am I building my business towards? Because at the end of it all, right, like I was stuck in this thing where I built my business for the last 9-10 years with the physio clinic, and I ended up realizing it's a business that I never wanted. And I just did it because of the fact that I just felt that it was something that I had to do. It was the traditional path. And I ended up 10 years later, and I looked at the people who are successful in that industry, and I was like, this is the lifestyle I don't even want. These guys aren't traveling. These guys aren't online, right? They're managing massive teams. So this can then start to give you an idea of like, okay, well, look, what's the business looking like now? And how can I start to maybe even start to plan this maybe 3 months at a time, like quarterly, of like, what are now some goals in the business that I can hit quarterly or kind of put in front of me? Does this make sense for everyone? Yeah. Does this feel good, or is this something that gives you a bit more of an insight to behind the numbers? Yeah. Any kind of takeaway so far, or any kind of comments on this so far? How does it make you feel now that your freedom number maybe is a bit higher than what you expected?
It's a little bit like, wow, okay. But I think in my head, I'm like, okay, I could break down my kind of freedom number a little bit. I think it'll be good to see like, all right, this is how many clients, like break it all down in that way.
Yeah, for sure. Nice. Anna?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot. Like when you put there's a lot of expenses
Yeah.
to live the dream life that I want to. But I think I also just need to sit down and get like really clear about my dream life and get that like the freedom number really exact as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Janelle?
I think it kind of motivates me really. I think like back in my mind, I'm like, okay, I just want to make it. I want to make it, but there isn't really an end goal. So like this kind of makes it a lot clearer actually. So
in a sense of like, what's your perspective now that you know that this is a number that can give you the lifestyle you want versus before you figured this out? What change of perspective do you have now on it?
I feel like previously I was just like running around aimlessly. I'm like, okay, I've just gotta keep going and going. But there wasn't like a point.
Right.
So I feel like this is like step one. And then once I get there, what's next? And then you just kind of keep going from there.
Cool. And the reason why this is really good as well, because, there are people I've spoken to who undercharge their services for one-to-one. Some people I've spoken to doing $80, I think even $60 a week for one-to-one, right? So if their freedom number is like, I don't know, let's just say like 30,000, let's just say $40,000, was that 60 a week is $240 a month. And then let's say 40,000 divided by 240. Like you need 166 one-to-one clients to get to that 40,000 a month. And what it can do, it can start to be like, oh, fuck, maybe I need to charge more, right? Maybe I need to actually start to be like, okay, where is the bottlenecks in the business of like, can I actually scale to 166 people? If not, then maybe let's go one-to-one for 1,000 a month. That way I can have higher leverage of that, and then maybe a group one at that lower price, right? So it helps you really see, okay, cool, like how do I want the business then to look like? So again, you can do this now if you want to, or you can do it in your own time. But this next exercise I have here is essentially just asking yourself, okay, like what does my business now need to look like? So Jess, with your app, Anna, with your in-person studio and online, even with the sponsorship stuff, right? Janelle, with your stuff, like how much needs to be coming from sponsorships? How much needs to be coming from the Pilates studio or online? Jess, how many in your group versus maybe potentially one-to-one? Like, what does that look like? Right? Is it 50 in the group and then like 10 one-to-ones? Right? Do you want to workshop that now? Do you want me to give you all like a minute, 2 minutes to get into it, or you want to do it in your own time? Yeah, you want to get into it now?
Yeah, I've kind of started it now.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll give you guys maybe 2 minutes. Just jot it down. Let me know what the business has to look like, depending on how you want to grow. Right. So, for example, Anna, we had the chat the other day. You want the sponsorship side of things as well. What does that look like? And speaking to Lee, how Lee's saying, you know, all you really need is 2 to 3 sponsors a year to replace a 9 to 5 income. So start to break that down for me in as much detail as possible. And then we'll share what our businesses are going to look like for each of our freedom numbers after. Anyone stuck? Good. Yep.
Sorry, just a question. Do we essentially put our freedom number in like a per year?
Yeah. So as in like, you know, if your freedom number is 45K a month, where does that 45K come from? Is like 10,000 of that coming from sponsorships? If it's coming from your business or your coaching business, what does that look like? The makeup of it, is it X amount in the group, X amount in the one-to-one? If it is, like, how much are you charging the group in one-to-one? Right? Because that way you can start to see the numbers of like, oh my God, if I need 166 one-to-ones, this is probably not the best way to scale this. Right? So maybe I need to introduce some sort of a group or something to have more leverage past my time.
Okay. Yeah.
Boys, if you're watching the replay, you're missing out, huh? Freedom numbers. Let's get it. No, you all done? Yeah. You want to share yours first, no?
I think I've just kind of did like a rough calculation. So I have about 20 clients a month, like mix one-to-one and group setting.
Okay, so break that down exactly for me to some degree of like how much you charging one-to-one, how much you charge in group, and how many in group and one-to-one.
I think I was looking for more one-to-one. So like I didn't really count the group in. So I would say like 20 20 clients one-to-one at about $500 a week. So I think that would make 40 grand, I think.
20 clients at, oops, sorry, let me write it here. So 20 clients at 500, you said?
Yeah, a week.
Yep.
And that would be kind of like a one-on-one setting.
Yep. And this is online or in person?
Online.
Cool. Nice. So that what does that take us to? That's like
40 grand, I think. That's what I calculated. I'm not too sure.
oh, okay. Is that 40 G's already? There you go. Oh yes, that's 2 grand. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Probably like hopefully like a sponsorship or something to kind of just make up for.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So let's say, for example, let's just take this and like let's kind of like work it in a different way. So let's just say, for example, we have let's say we have like 40 clients at, let's just say 250 a week. And let's just say this is not really one-to-one. It's more of the, they're in it, they get the program, their blueprint into your program. What's this? 1,000 each. Oh, okay, so that's cool. So that's another way to do it, right? So my math is not mathing today. I'm going a bit slow. 40 G's. Another way we can split this up is, I'm trying to think of another way you could do it. So if you had like 20 clients at 250 a week, that is, what is that,
20 grand, I think.
20 grand, yeah. And then we have like another 20 coming from one-to-one, which will be how many of that? So that'll be like, if we do like
10 clients with
10, yeah, 10.
Yeah.
Sorry, 10. Sorry, the heat's getting to me. 10 at 500, right?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in math class doing a math equation in front of everyone. Cool. So this is then kind of like what your 40 grand a month looks like. How does that look for you?
Intimidating, I think, for now.
Yeah, in what way?
Because I mean, currently I'm still with my full-time / casual job, seeing about, 10 clients daily. So, I mean, it would be ideal to have, let's say like 30 clients a whole month and just kind of focus on all of them, and it's the dream.
Yeah. Well, look, I think the one thing with this is that we all have time, right? It took me 10 years to realize that I didn't want to build a clinic. It took me forever, right? And I think like if I was to do something like this with what you're all in right now, I would have done it so much earlier. Like I'm in mentorships now and I've signed up to heaps over the last 3 years. Like I would have done it so much sooner. But I think it's this thing where if you really just enjoy that process, but also you really can feel that the 40,000 a month is like, it's not just 40,000. It means you have your sleep in, go hiking, forward drive, cook outdoors, right? Like that's what 40 grand is. It's not 40. It's like this lifestyle that it gives you. And whether it's this way or whether it's you doing it in another way where maybe you become this massive YouTube mukbanger and you have like this massive community that ends up coming in, right? It could be any other way, but the fact that you have a focus on 40 grand a month means dream life for Janelle. The how figures itself out when the focus is there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So this is how I like to see everything is just working backwards from where we want to be, because it makes the steps along the way super clear. Right. And if you were someone who's doing like one-to-one clients at $80 a week, you're probably like, okay, I probably need to up the price to some degree, right? If 40 grand a month is your thing. And sometimes for people, it takes this type of exercise for them to really be like, okay, I'll stop undercharging. I'll start to do it because I know there's more things that I can, there's more at stake if I don't hit 40 grand, because maybe I can't retire my partner or I can't live this life. Like there's more things costing you, right? If you don't raise your prices. Awesome. Anna, hit me. What does your business look like?
Yes. So I think in studio, like teaching, I can realistically probably do like 3 or 4K a month without being burnt out and overworked in that sense.
Yep.
And then, so yeah, I'm aiming for 40K a month. Say sponsorships, if it's 10K, I don't know if that's achievable or not, but I just put that number down.
No, that's right. per month, you said?
Yeah.
Cool.
I think I do still want to do some in-person physio like when I graduate as well. So maybe if that's part-time, that could be about maybe 5K,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yep.
5 to like 7K.
Mhm.
So then I guess the rest is all going to be online programs, and what I end up doing in this space
Mm.
is about,
How do you feel? And how do you feel with this?
yeah, so that's like, what's that, about 20K left.
So probably like that, right? 20K with the online stuff.
Yeah, which is quite a lot, I think.
How do you feel with this whole? How do you feel with just looking at that?
I think right now, because I'm so far from it, it's like, it seems like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, it's quite a lot, I think.
Mm. A lot, as in like a lot of things that you're doing to monetize, or a lot of money.
Like a lot of money
Yep.
that, yeah, is very far from where I'm at kind of right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the in studio stuff, you don't do any physio there, right?
No, that's just teaching Pilates.
But you could do physio. Like, could you open up like a side thing there?
Um, I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know if I want to open my own. I'd rather just work at someone's kind of private practice
Mm.
for physio
Mm.
wise.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like especially the whole Bali retreats and everything, like group exercise fitness programs. I think like even getting into retreats would be amazing because you can charge big dollar for retreats. If when I did the over 60s, over 50s kind of like physio space on YouTube, that went really well. And if I was to take that even further, I would do live events, like live group classes, right? Because essentially you're still doing one-to-many model with those group sessions. And initially, before I actually started my private practice, I wanted to open up a Pilates studio because I did like mat Pilates, and I really loved it. And I liked the idea of one-to-many. Why I didn't do it? I just didn't have anyone. I didn't have the courage in myself to open up by myself at the time, and everyone I knew wasn't in Pilates. Like they didn't enjoy Pilates. They were just traditional physios. So again, like looking at the in-person stuff, the game that you have to play with money is just the person who can pull this lever and get 5x return is the person who we can build to 40, 50, 60K months easier than the person who's just pulling this lever and getting 1x return. So the leverage that all of us have or all of you have is understanding that the one-to-many business model is going to be the easiest way for you to be able to have a lifestyle business and earn money that allows you to live this dream life. So if the in-person, in-studio stuff is what you enjoy, I would lean more into what has more leverage, which is in-studio one-to-many classes, right? And then maybe even using that as something that you can then leverage into a one-to-many thing online. Yes, do the in-person physio stuff, but I would use this more so as a passion project, right? To really get just get into the whole field and industry. But again, just speaking about like your leverage, you've obviously got the aesthetic for it. You got the vibe. Like you already know that you have strengths that lean towards that. I would definitely just focus on what can I put in that I can get 5x back with the road there. And then again, by this, just looking at this right now, it can also give you a bit of a snapshot of like, okay, like if I was to do 40K a month, if it looks like this, do I like this? And if not, then let me just change a couple of numbers, or maybe this only becomes, I don't know, 1K a month because you're doing a bit less, and then maybe this becomes 10K a month, and maybe sponsorships become, maybe you can start off with 3K a month, maybe add another 15 here. So like you could maybe make these two your main drivers for revenue. Any thoughts so far?
Yeah, that makes sense. Just with the one-to-many, in terms of like in studio, you're saying,
Yeah.
is that, I'm just trying to figure out, because like if I'm working for a studio teaching Pilates, I just get a base kind of rate. It doesn't depend on if there's 2 people or 20 in the class, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no. So I think I'm also getting into the whole idea of that you have your own space.
Yeah, physical space.
Yeah,
Like,
your own, or
yeah.
maybe even, yeah, or maybe even you do just, to be honest, just use the grass outside,
Yeah.
like outdoor Pilates, right?
Mm.
If you really wanted to. But
Yeah, I've been thinking about that actually.
yeah, but if you would ask me 10 years ago, would you want private practice or do you want a Pilates clinic or studio to go one to many? I would go Pilates studio like night and day. Because I can't do one to many. I only got two hands with physio, right?
Mm.
I don't have like 10 hands, right? So it's like, where's the leverage? And then if you want to get into physio because of the fact that maybe subconsciously you're kind of like, I want to still learn, I want to get into it, this and that, that's completely fine. But yeah, from the standpoint of getting to 40K in the easiest, most flowy way possible, go into spaces that have a lot more leverage.
Mm.
Yeah. Cool. We'll come back to it. But that's awesome. That's good. All right, Jess, hit me. What does your business look like?
I hope that you can hear me. My internet keeps dropping out.
Oh, that's right. You're good.
I think it's working now. Yay. I did a few because I started doing like the 80K month one and I was like, holy shit, these are big numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I could also be doing it wrong, but for the 80K a month,
Mm-hmm.
I kind of broke it down into online and then like app subscription. So I did like 45K.
Yep.
And then I did one-to-one at 30.
Yep.
And then I did like in-person stuff as well because I definitely still want to do
Mm-hmm.
a bit of in-person stuff once I graduate as well. I literally just put that as 5K, but it could potentially be more.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how I broke it down with the numbers.
Yeah, cool.
And then like client-wise, the app obviously pretty high numbers, like 400 people at like
20?
30.
Oh, 30.
Yeah, like $30 a week.
Yeah.
And then one-to-one or like 32 at 250 a week.
32 at 250.
But again, like that could be played with. And then I didn't break down the in-person stuff yet, but
Yeah. So how does that make you feel when you see that?
oh, super scared. Like, what the heck? I don't even know that many people. But the thing, I suppose, is like with the app stuff, I probably am not gonna know those people. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, just from experience, like, I think it was her name's like Evelyn Wise, if you want to look into her. She's really big on low ticket subscriptions and memberships. So Evelyn Wise is her name. A lot of the stuff that she does with low ticket stuff, and what I've seen in the industry is that if you run a lot of traffic to these low ticket memberships or low ticket subscriptions, generally that's the way that people build seven-figure businesses in the span of like 8 to 10 months, is just running ads. Again, bit of a skill. That's a bit that you might have to lean into, but generally that's how people kind of like to build this. Otherwise, the other side is build organic, and then obviously we drive people to this. As long as retention is pretty good, then you can just build this slowly. If you look at 100 a year, what does that look like? 100 a year, which means that's like 2 clients a week, right? I mean, that's probably a bit too slow, but as in like if you break it down to like numbers of like, okay, quarterly basis, how many do you want to be onboarding, and also retention wise, how long do you want them to be staying on? Maybe you start to switch to yearly plans, to 24 monthly plans, whatever that looks like. Is this something that you feel could like, is there any changes that you want to make to this?
I don't really know.
Yeah.
I think because I don't want to, like, yes, right now it is scary seeing the numbers, but I don't want to put it out there that it's not achievable. So
No,
I think
for sure.
it's cool to like see it, and then I like the idea of breaking it down, like, all right, what does this look like per week? Is
Yeah.
kind of a nice way to look at it.
Yeah, cool. So look, I think if anything, I mean, because are you doing one-to-one at the moment or not really?
Yeah.
You are a bit? Okay, cool. So I think from this is a really good starting point. Again, this is a really good starting point, and this as well. Again, the main the main takeaway with all of this is that like the focus now has more of an like the focus for each of you now of the 80K month, 65 and 45K. There's something that there's meaning behind it now, right? So as long as the focus is there, I'm a big believer in the how will take care of itself. And again, like I said, with Janelle, whether it's she does it this way or she becomes like this famous mukbanger on YouTube, whatever that looks like, right? The fact that you have this subconscious awareness of it and you're focused on it, it will find its way. And this exercise is something that might change over time. You might have a different dream life in the next 6 months, right? So maybe you revisit this. But all this allows you to do is to really see your business as it is and also ask yourself, hey, is this realistic for me right now? Like, is these numbers that I'm seeing in front of me or these amount of clients, is it doable? If not, okay, what can I change? And then let's try that. Right. And then it's just a tinkering game where eventually day by day, week by week, you'll get to the point where like, okay, cool, I found this perfect sweet spot. And then everything just builds momentum. Right. Cool. Any questions with this? Do we all like this? Do we enjoy this? Yeah. Cool concept, right? Freedom number.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah. So obviously this will, again, like I said, will change as you go. I mean, by the time you hit 80K, for example, Jess, your freedom number might be 200K a month, right? It just becomes different. But again, the beauty is in the whole process. It's about this. And I tell a lot of people this as well. I find that this whole entrepreneurship business side of things is really the fastest, what do you call it? It's the fastest self-development drug you can take, right? It's these things that really test you with your patience, with your emotional regulation, your ability to just focus, right? There's a lot of tests along the way, but that's why not many people do it. But the people who do stick through it are the ones who really find their true selves and really start to live this 40K, 60K, 80K month life that is waiting for them on the other end. And this is why I think the whole journaling and manifestation side of things, even quantum leaping, like that stuff is important to revisit every now and then, just to remind yourself that all of this is still there. It's there's a version of you that exists that's already living this life. We just have to become them, right? That's essentially it. Cool. So go into more detail with this week. If you feel like you want to break this down even more, feel free to give me a message if you want to share it. And maybe there's some change that you found out after doing it more with yourself. I'll share this Notion page with everyone. Otherwise, feel free to make your own. But is there anything other than this that we want to dive into today? Or are we pretty happy with that? Good? Yeah, awesome. Cool. Well, look, I know it's getting late for everyone. What we'll do then is we'll touch base again next week. Potential guest speaker next week, like I said before. Just trying to get times lined up. Otherwise, I've got a couple one-to-ones with some of you this week, so we'll chat then. Otherwise, I will see you all soon. Enjoy. Happy Tuesday. Wednesday. Sorry. Bye.
I'm twinning with Luke and Arvel today. Got the
I know. We've got the great hoodies on, huh? Okay, can you guys see this?
Yep.
Okay, beautiful. All right, so have you had much look into, have you guys dived into charisma much?
Not yet, no.
Not really? Okay. So pretty much today what we're going to cover is the importance of presence, the power-warmth combination that charisma generally is defined as, ways to exude warmth. So how can we feel warm around people so people are able to come into our space, be invited, for us to be approachable, the role of body language, and also how we control body language, even if we're feeling like complete crap, okay? So first things first is essentially charisma is the ability to charm and influence those around you through 3 pillars, which is presence, power, and warmth. There's a book that's called Charisma Myth by Olivia Fox, if you guys have maybe seen it around. But if you guys want to learn about how charisma plays a big role, even with CEOs, leaders, whatever else, a really good book to go by. If you guys are audiobook people, they have it on Audible as well. But it really breaks down what charisma is, why it is really good, and the effects of it how leaders use it for power and influencing decisions. So essentially, the simple concept of charisma is the fact that in any situation, in any conversation you guys have, how do you make the other person feel, right? Because if you have a conversation with, let's say, a person at the gym, person around the street, if they're feeling that, if they leave that conversation feeling empowered, if they leave that conversation feeling like they're the smartest person in the room, then you win, right?
I noticed you do that actually in your
Oh,
videos. I
there you
noticed you say it's not your fault.
Yeah, so this is the whole thing, right? So you kind of take the responsibility of the failures that people have have done, and allow them to be like, look, there's still hope. I don't have to, wallow in my sorrows, whatever else. So the main thing is that if we're doing any interaction, right, the main thing is how do you make the other person feel once they leave, right? And charisma is that's a big part of how to be charismatic. Now, examples, that we see in the media, Barack Obama, he's quite outspoken. I'm pretty sure he was like the first president I ever started seeing doing like, podcasts, reality TV shows, whatever else, just being in the whole media space. Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Kevin Hart, Joe Rogan, all these guys have an attraction pull to them because they have this sort of leadership or this sort of ability to light other people up. And this is what allows them to attract opportunities, high-level people, and just do high-level work.
Question, Arvel. This is getting recorded? Are these slides going to get shared or?
Yeah, so these will be recorded. Essentially, what we'll do first is let me run through everything, and then we'll touch base at the very end with Q&As. But yeah, I'll definitely share these slides with you guys.
Okay, cool, awesome.
Yeah, cool, easy. All right, so things you can start doing now to start to become charismatic, right? So actually, no, sorry, my bad. This is in the wrong order. Sorry, guys, give me a sec. I don't know what happened here. Okay, let's dive into this. So the importance of presence. So this is the first pillar of charisma, which is presence, right? It's your ability to come in and pretty much let the other person feel heard, feel understood, right? If you're fully present with others, you'll appear charismatic and generate trust, rapport, and loyalty. And the reason why is every time people are speaking to us, most of the time we're trying to think of a response to come back to, and we're not really listening, right? Because this is even you can use in your sales calls as well. A lot of people just have planned questions that they want to ask, and they're just kind of waiting for the client to finish or the prospect to finish, and then they ask the next question. So if you can really get the person on the other side of the conversation, other side of the sales call to feel heard and listened to, that's going to really help them build that trust and loyalty for your services, or even just you as a person for your personal brand, right? So presence is your ability to be like, oh man, this guy actually made me feel like, he actually listened to me. He sat down, he was intently listening. He asked me questions as well that was related to what I was saying as well. It's so much more different to other people that I've been speaking to. So like I said here, interacting with someone lacking presence can make others feel resentful and inferior, as if something else is more important than the conversation. And you've probably maybe had conversations with people where you feel like they're thinking about something else, or they're looking in different directions and distances.
It's not nice, yeah.
Yeah, you're like, what's this guy doing, bro? Like, I'm trying to skip
100%.
something. You know what I mean? So if you can really be present in the moment, give that person 100% of your focus during the conversation that you have. That in itself is going to allow you to be more attractable, build trust and build loyalty a lot quicker, right? So presence is number one. Secondly, power and warmth combination. So essentially, power and warmth go hand in hand. You can still be powerful, but you can also be cold. What you want is you want to be powerful and you want to be warm, right? So we subconsciously view the combination of power and warmth as extremely positive. So we look for signs in it and others to try to keep as friends or those who possess it, right? And for us to have charisma, you need both. Some people, or most people, just understand power, but they don't understand how to be warm with their power, right? A really good example here, which is from this book that I told you guys at the very start, which is the Charisma Myth. There was so William Gladstone and Benjamin Disraeli both did 1868 election. And let me get my notes up here because I'm going to get in a bit of detail with this one.
Okay. This does all make sense though. Like you think of someone who you perceive to be in a higher position relative to you, and they're warm. It's like, yeah, you feel really good about that person.
For sure, right? Okay, so to expand on this point, right? So two candidates in Great Britain's 1868 election, William Gladstone, Benjamin Disraeli, both whom were powerful, intelligent, knowledgeable, and one woman dined with each of them and separately commented on how Gladstone impressed her with his power, but seemed to lack warmth, while Disraeli projected presence and warmth. So essentially, after this girl dined with both of these people, this is what she said. After dining with Mr. Gladstone, I thought he was the cleverest person in England. But after dining with Mr. Disraeli, I thought I was the cleverest person in England, right? So at the end of the day, no surprise that Disraeli won the election because he had the power to get other people to feel that they were the most important person in the room, right? So if you can really understand how power and warmth come together, that's going to allow you to influence a lot of people in your conversations, but even just with your content, right? And warmth, I'll get into later on how we can start to become warm with our conversations in the online pieces of content. But this just goes to show, if you're able to get someone to step away from conversations, be like, man, Luke, Dylan made me feel like I was the strongest person in this gym, made me feel like I was the most aesthetic person in the gym, or XYZ. That in itself already is going to help you utilize the most powerful form of marketing, which is word of mouth. And trust me, once you get people speaking your names as Bible, your coaching, your service, product, whatever else you guys are trying to offer is just going to start to spread like wildfire, right? So this power warmth combination is what we want for us to start to be more charismatic with conversations. Okay, so warmth. Now, all of these things that we're going through right now, I mean, charisma is not really, there's no scientific way, like this is how to be charismatic, there's no kind of methods and whatnot, but there are ways that there are commonalities in leaders and people that we see who are charismatic, and warmth being one of them. So these are two ways to be warm. It's being vulnerable, peeling back the layers, and being okay with showing your struggles and fault. And number two, it's body language. So the reason why being vulnerable is allowing you to be more warm is because it allows you to show the other person that you're a real person, right? A lot of people, if you're watching a movie, right, if we fast forward to the very end where it's triumphant, it's the win, you don't really appreciate it as much, right? But if you understand the journey from where they started, what the obstacles were, and then at the end, they get the win, that's what makes a movie very moving, right? That's what we want. That's why we want to watch movies. So instead of trying to always push the win and the gold trophies, peel back the layers and be like, look, this is where I started. This is my struggles that I've had, and this is how I've overcome them. And this can be something that you can do in your content pieces related to your offers, talking about your personal struggles, maybe even your clients' personal struggles as well, and how they overcame that. But the main thing is people want to be able to relate to you. So warmth is all about relatability. If I can't relate to you as a person, then you still feel a bit cold to me. I feel like there's a bit of distance between us, right? But then if you tell me, hey, look, I struggle with this, I struggle with that. Oh shit, me too. The only difference is that you knew how to overcome that by yourself, and you knew the tools to use to get over those humps, right?
Yeah.
So being vulnerable, peel back the layers, that goes with content, that goes with conversation. Secondly, body language. Now, body language often reveals your mental state, whether you like it or not. I'm going to go into here. I got a couple of good notes here. Essentially, for example, when we have anxiety, right, there's micro expressions on our face that other people will observe, but you don't necessarily notice that you're doing. It's kind of like that kind of social smile that you have, right? If you go into a social setting, you feel like absolute crap, you have no energy. There's a difference between a genuine happy smile and a social smile. Generally, a genuine happy smile has your eyes lighting up as well. Your cheeks are coming up. On a social smile, your eyes are drained, but your mouth is just trying to smile.
Yeah.
And it's these small things that a lot of people can pick up, right? But we're not really hyper aware of.
Not aware, yeah.
And the compounding of these small, intricate body language
cues
that we're showing, exactly, will start to build up over time in that conversation, and we'll start to create disconnect. So it's about really trying to get into every conversation that you get into with putting yourself in a hyper charismatic internal state. And however you want to do that, whether it's through imagining you're at your happy place, imagining that, just something that's going to allow you to feel happy, or something that's going to allow you to feel energetic, right? It's similar to the placebo effect where you tell someone, hey, look, you take this, your blood pressure will go down, you take this, your shoulder will feel better. Even though it does nothing to them, their shoulder will feel better. So same thing with us, right? Our mind can't really determine, it's hard for our mind to distinguish the difference between reality and imagination. So we might as well live in imagination when we need to, right? So if you ever get into the position where you have a big meeting coming up, you have an important sit down, right? You have an important event that you need to speak to, and you're feeling like absolute crap, the best thing to do is to put yourself in an imagination spiral where everything is going well, we're feeling good, we're highly energetic, and then from there, your body language will just start to show that, right? Subconsciously, right? So we can't directly control our body language. The best way for us to control our body language is by controlling our subconscious, right? And these practices that you've probably done already, because you guys done a lot of mindset side of things. Whatever works for getting your subconscious in the right state, that's how you really want to get into before going into these big events, and if you want to really have that power warmth combination, right? All right, so that's the body thing. Yeah, cool, easy. All right, cool. We went through this one. So charisma can be developed by controlling subconscious, cause the body to respond to imagined scenarios as if they were real, and display charismatic behavior. Again, similar to the placebo effect, where people react positively to a simulated medical treatment. All right, so cool. Charisma is nice. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has it. Kevin Hart has it. Barack Obama has it. Like, why does this matter to me? Like, why do I want to be charismatic, right? So 3 things: influence, attraction, and success, right? Number 1, influence allows you to create internal shifts in people's decisions and behaviors, right? And if you're able to be powerful, warm, if you're able to have a presence, you can pretty much steer people in the way that you want them to act, right? In a good way and bad way as well. If you take, if we mention like Hitler, for example, right? He's on the other end of the spectrum, right? Where he's using it for bad. On the other side, we have things for good. So the ability to be charismatic allows you to really relate to people and allow them to see themselves in you. And that gives you the influence to then say, hey, look, this is what we need to do. This is what you need to buy, X, Y, Z. And if you choose to use it for good, which you obviously will be, this is why charisma matters. It allows you to use the power of influence to help people make emotional decisions that are going to be tied to where they want to go. Now, secondly, it allows you to create opportunities and get people to do what, I already said that, to get people to do what you want them to do. And secondly, once you get people doing what you want them to do, you start to create opportunities. Why? Because people just want you around in their circle. I know so many coaches who literally charge like 10K a month, 15K months for people just to be in their space, right? And I don't know if you guys have ever seen people in the mindset or coaching space, but I know a couple of coaches that more on the female side of things, where they literally will pay per month just to meet up once a month, just to talk once every 2 weeks, and they'll pay them 10K, 15K a month, right? Because
you do that. I watched a video last night. You've got like a client, or you've got someone doing your admin work in exchange for your time, because he can't offer anything.
Yes. So essentially, space is what people just want to be in, right? So if you, Dylan and Luke, end up building this charismatic personal brand that is just so magnetic, people will literally just pay to be your friend or pay to be in your space because they want to be like you. They want to be and do the things that you guys do, right? Yeah. And this is where this whole high ticket service and in coaching and whatever else comes to play, because now there's no tangible results that you're selling, right? You're not selling $1 million. You're not selling the fact that you're going to be this person or you're going to make this amount per month. What literally you're selling is my ability to be in your space. That's it.
Yeah.
Right. And if you can find that energy, then there's no rules. You can charge whatever you want. You can charge 100K months if you want to. Tony Robbins charges $1 million a month, a year for him to get for people to get live coaching from him. Right.
What?
And all that is, right. And all that is the fact that he's got so much charisma behind him. You've probably seen him talk.
Of course.
He can sell out venues, man.
You're wearing red shoes.
Yeah. And people who want to work with him are generally these people who are, these 1% athletes who just need people who are not going to always say yes to them, right? They need someone in their corner who's going to be able to see them for who they are and going to see their flaws and their cracks and whatever else. So he's not promising any kind of like $1 million or this and this. He's just there to be like, hey, look, this is the support that you need as this high-level athlete because no one understands you, right? So this is how much it costs to be in my space as a friend to some degree, right? Secondly, attraction, like I already touched base with that before, is that you just attract high-level opportunities. With high-level opportunities comes high-level people, right?
Yeah.
That's essentially it. If you start to move in circles that are different than things that are normal, things that used to be abnormal for you, which could be potentially, the other day when I was talking to a friend of mine, he's talking about like, he wants to buy this like Porsche or like this like, high-end like $400,000 car. For him, that's a normal conversation that he has with his friends, right? But then for other people on the other end, it's really abnormal, right? So what I'm getting at is that this then just allows you to be in that space. And charismatic people don't hold any grudges. They don't hold any hate. It's all about making the other people or the other person feel good, right? in a genuine way, because you genuinely want to help people. You genuinely want to be a good person, right? And thirdly, success. If we see all successful people in the position that they're in, a lot of them has charisma. I mean, I can say there could be maybe a couple that probably aren't as charismatic and that still work really well for them. But most of the time, you'll see people who are in position of power. They'll have charisma. They'll have the presence, the power, and they'll have the warmth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So cool. Now let's say Dylan and Luke, you guys are the most charismatic people in the world, right? What's the downside? What's the pitfalls? Right. Number one is that people will always want to talk to you. They're literally going to be coming up to you, invading your personal space. They're excited to see you, like, man, like Luke Dylan's here at the gym, man. I'm going to go say hi. Like, damn, like,
You get that a fair bit? Yeah, you surely get that a fair bit. I was harassing you the other night.
No. So essentially, that's where you want to get to, right? Like, you'll get to a level where people just want to invade your personal space, not because they're trying to. It's just because they're not aware of that, right? They just want to be around in your space. And this is what I mean. Like, imagine now you're charging people to be able to invade your personal space, right? And that's where this whole high ticket coaching of live coaching comes into play. Sorry, I don't know why this keeps getting blurry.
That's right.
Secondly, people will start to expect a lot from you, right? Because they'll feel that you have this charismatic, loving personality, and you'll do anything for anyone. That's why it's important to set boundaries and understand what boundaries to set and who to set them for. Family and friends, right? Because if you're a charismatic person, the expectations that people will have from you is like, oh, you help this person out, you help this. Why aren't you helping me out? Like, this and this, blah, blah, blah.
I have that now. I find that sometimes I struggle with that blurred line. Like the other night, I know I told you this. I was on a call with someone at the other Anytime Fitness gyms because she was just like telling me about how, like, she's got fucking daddy issues and how she doesn't know what she's doing in her life. Anyway, like I know it's just an example, but like she didn't charge me for that, but I spent over an hour on the phone to her when I don't need to. Like that's something that like you should be paying me for now.
Well, this is the thing, right? I get clients and I get patients who literally see me for physio to just catch up, right? They'll call me like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Can I book in? Yeah, cool. What's happening? Oh, look, I'm good. Let's just catch up. I'm like, yeah, cool, nice.
But they pay for that.
So they'll pay for it. I mean, I'll do a bit of an assessment, right? I'll say like, okay, look, like lower back's a bit tight, this and that, whatever else. Jump on the bed. Like there's still something for me to work on, but
still a service, but yeah,
you know what I mean? Yeah, still something for me to work on. But it's just the fact that my conversations half the time in clinic are about people's personal issues, personal struggles. I'm doing sometimes business coaching with the young kids who are in the game, right? Like to give you a really good example, like I have one client who he was in the middle of picking either being a full-time Forex trader or continuing nursing, right, at uni. He was 2 years in, right? He said, I did 100 Gs last week. He said, my dad doesn't want me to leave nursing, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, the conversations we've had in the treatment sessions, I'm treating him back for gym and everything else, but I'm pretty much helping him get more clear on what is a better road to take and what's going to align with his higher self or his dream outcome, right? Mm-hmm. While I'm treating this guy's back, right? Now, obviously now he's better. He just comes in every now, we just chat, but essentially now he's a full-time Forex trader. He's gone to Dubai a couple of times. The guys hanging around with now have like $1 million accounts and they're trading, right? And this guy, if we didn't have that conversation, right, then he would probably have done nursing and just totally put this Forex into the side. So it also shows
our best mate is Forex.
Say again?
Our best mate's been doing Forex for like 3 years now.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had like a $40,000 night himself. Like it's crazy how much money.
Yeah, there you go. But look, I've seen that game before. I know it's really high stress and everything else, but I think the guys who do it have some level of like adaptability because you need to move really quick with that stuff, right? So yeah. That's number one. That's number two. Is that people are just gonna want to take. So you got to make sure you set boundaries with the right people. This goes for family and friends. Right? Yep. Thirdly, you actually might trigger people who are genuinely unhappy with their lives. It's like, why is this guy so happy all the time? Or why is this guy so energetic all the time? Surely he has struggles. Surely he has debt or this, X, Y, Z, right? People will just find ways to bring you down because in their mind, there's no way that you can be this type of person, this type of energetic level and charisma every single day because life isn't just that good, right? So you have to also understand that with that comes attention, with that comes your ability to have to deflect comments, hate, and whatever else, right? So you really have to be comfortable standing alone, to the point where, you have to really try to detach emotion, so you can make better decisions.
Yeah.
So as a charismatic person, these are, the pitfalls of being charismatic, that people just want to be in your space 24/7, no boundaries, take, right? And these are really, there's some things in here that took me maybe like years to build. Like, for example, with the boundary setting side of things, like, there's so many people around me that I never thought that, man, these guys are actually taking like 80% from this relationship, and I'm not really getting anything in return, right?
Mm.
So I had to start setting boundaries. I had to start separating myself, maybe even just like not even engaging with their social media posts, for example, right? So it's just small things that you have to start to get comfortable with, because just think of it this way: the bigger you guys get, the more eyes you're gonna get, and the more people gonna keep flooding in. So if you can get this stuff done now, and then once you shoot up to where you guys want to be, it's gonna be so much easier.
Even with the things like the videos we've been posting and the camera we've just gotten as well.
Yeah.
I've had a few people say, "Oh, can you shoot some videos for me, bro?" Nah,
Exactly.
Nah, sorry, mate. Nah.
And this is the thing, right? It's like if you don't set boundaries, people don't really know when they're disrespecting you or not. Right?
Yeah, true.
So for people to respect you, you have to let them know when they are disrespecting you. Otherwise, by you not acknowledging the disrespect, you're pretty much encouraging them to do that again.
Yeah, facts.
True? Okay.
Yeah.
So what can you start doing now to become more charismatic, right? So if we leave this workshop right now, we go out, okay, cool. How am I going to be fucking charismatic today, right? How are we going to do that? Number one is literally genuinely smile with every interaction you make, with every handshake and every wave goodbye. People always want to see a smiling face, right? Number two, random acts of kindness. It could be, I don't know, picking up rubbish, or maybe just complimenting someone on the side of the road about maybe their outfit, their shoes, at the gym, whatever else, right? Just random acts of kindness allows you to show people that we're present, we see you, right? And we're acknowledging that, everyone has their strengths, right? So it's us just reminding people, hey, look, you're good. Like you're doing really good today. Random compliments with those you interact with as well. Like I said, that goes hand in hand with random acts of kindness. Speak with your hands. So if you can tie conversation and big words with big gestures and body language, it's going to really allow you to take up space, right? Like if you're doing all of this, right, when you're speaking, it kind of puts the eyes on you a bit more, but it also gives you a bit more power, right, in the conversation, because you're big, right? Kind of like with animals, right? When they want to have presence, they open up their feathers, or they open up this and this. Just imagine when you speak, give yourself a box. If you're not really used to speaking, start with a really small box, and then just like move your hands in that small box. Then as you get more comfortable, make your box bigger, and then start to move in that box, right? And then if you want, go fuck it this one, and then start to, you know what I mean? But those are really small steps you can do if you're uncomfortable with just like body language and movement. It's just start with boxes in your mind, go from a small box, and then start to build a bigger.
Okay.
Right? And the fifth, last one is just laughter, right? Smile, laugh more, make a couple of jokes. Most people aren't happy, right? So if you're someone who can come in, always have a smile on their face, be laughing, it's going to really brighten up the day, and it's going to make them want to see you more, right? And yeah, that's the fifth one there. So pretty much, if everything from today, right, we forget, just hypothetically, let's just say, the only thing I want you to remember is that it's all about how you make the other person feel.
Okay.
So if you want to be charismatic, it's just all about how the other person feels. Let them feel like they're the biggest person in the room, the most aesthetic person in the room, the smartest person in the room. And do that with every single person. Now, however old you are now, imagine you do that for the next 5 to 10 years, the amount of compounding that will have, and the word that would happen. Huge, right? Massive. And then this is where it ties into play, where now it makes it worth it to be charismatic if you have a business, if you have something to offer, right? If you're a charismatic person, but you don't have like a business or whatever else to drive that traffic to or those eyes to, then yes, it's still really good to be charismatic, because you still get opportunities and whatnot. But you might as well also benefit from the fact that people want to be in your space, so they're willing to pay for the things that you're trying to drop or you're trying to serve, right? Cool. All right. So this is a nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you. All right. So really kind of this is pretty much a whole overview of charisma. Like I said, if you guys want to dive deeper into it, The Charisma Myth by Olivia Fox is what I want you guys to read.
Okay.
But let's dive into some situations and some questions. Because I'm pretty sure you guys would probably have some experiences where maybe you've met a charismatic person, or maybe you think that you could improve on a certain aspect of charisma. So I'll leave it to you guys and put the ball in your court. You guys can start it.
Anything? In terms of, sorry, what were you asking again, Arvel?
Yeah. So is there any? Let's maybe start off first with. Is there anything from here that we just went through that you feel like, okay, maybe I could do this a bit more. Maybe I don't do this enough.
Yeah.
The one thing I really do like is the random acts of kindness. Sometimes, like I will actually do. I have done that. I do it probably multiple times a week. Where, like, if there's, like, for example, if there's someone who can't get through to the metro, and they keep tapping, I'll tap on for them. Like,
right, okay, yeah.
And it's, I don't know, it's just really cool just to do something like that. It's fucking mad. Like, it feels great. Like,
no, for sure.
That person, they I get nothing in return, but it's So I'd like to even just increase that a bit more. Yeah. So that was very valuable.
Yep.
I'm just very fascinated by the whole power, warmth dynamic there. I do like that a lot. And yeah, I definitely, I have noticed in a lot of my conversations, I do tend to love when it's about me, and that's not the right way. So I think definitely there'll be more of an emphasis on other people, because obviously we all love talking about ourselves. It's just a natural human thing, right? But
yeah, well, that's the thing. When you say you love talking about yourself, in what way? Like, how did that conversation end up becoming about you? Is it because?
Well, I think a lot of the time I notice this, and I know it's not a very good. It's been a bit of a narcissistic trait, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I'll always set it towards me. I'm like, no, that's not the way to be. So definitely going to be.
Sharp, just you're doing it right now. No, Jake.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely be applying that for sure. Even at work, like I had at work, we haven't been making too many sales at the moment, and pretty much everything that you have been saying today, like I spoke to my area manager about how I could improve, and it works straight away. Charismatic, making people laugh. It's just rapport building, really. It's just
exactly.
Really, yeah. And again, making that person feel like I really have to strain the focus on the person, and this goes into. I usually in my content sort of go about my personal experiences, but I'm starting to think now that maybe it's hard to sort of talk about someone particularly because I don't have any like client sort of testimonials or anything like that. But I guess sort of putting out there like a general sort of situational circumstance that people are in currently, and then just talking about that because I don't really have any clients or anything at the moment. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I think the main thing as well that one question you guys can ask yourself is that if you have a conversation with someone, what makes you remember that person? So if I line up 100 people in front of you guys and you speak to every single person, how is that other person going to make you remember them? Is it by what they say, what they do, or how they make you feel?
How they make me feel.
Right. Cool. Right. So essentially, the way that you would remember someone would be the same way that someone would remember you.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. And this is where now, if we go more into the business side of things and connection and networking is, what I used to do is I'm getting it printed now, but you'll get business cards. I'll have business cards on me. If we have a really good conversation, I feel like it's a really good time to kind of maybe tell them that, hey, look, I also do this. If you're interested, connect with them on the business card or just give them your Instagram, get them to follow you, whatever else, right? Because someone who feels good from your conversations, what do they generally want to do? They want to do more, right? They want to maybe reciprocate back something.
Yeah.
And that's why they might be interested in an offer, or they might be interested in this and this, right? If someone's really good to you, you don't mind paying an extra $5 on the bill just to be, oh no, it's fine. You made me feel really good. This experience was amazing, right?
Yeah, you don't mind at all. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely just take that on board. On the pitfall side of things, have you guys had any experiences of the same nature where you've had invading of personal space, boundaries you haven't really set?
Yeah, I like I said, yeah, I think sometimes I will give too much to people.
In what way?
Only because like I actually genuinely like I like doing it. Like if there's someone who wants to have a chat about something, like I'll speak to them, but then usually it goes on for longer than it should, and then my time isn't valued. So I think that's probably one thing I definitely need to work on is that.
Yep. And what do you feel? What do you feel? How do you? If you're saying that's something you can work on, let's say that happens again tomorrow. How would you tackle it?
Yeah, look, I've got a 15-minute bound. I've got 15 minutes. I'm sure we can speak in that 15 minutes rather than let's just jump on a call and then let it go on mindlessly for the next
It's
hour.
hard because you actually enjoy helping this person, but at the same time, it does come at the cost of you have your own things to do. It is enjoyable. It's an enjoyable thing to do, but at the same time, you have other commitments.
So
you have to do. So
the easiest way to see whether a conversation that you guys are going to be in. So let's say, take for example, is this more of a business conversation where maybe it's a prospect or a client? Just like a normal conversation.
Just like a normal.
Oh, just normal conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like even so, that then retracts time from business. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yes. Okay.
So it's all
go on. Yeah, so I think the main thing is essentially, like, let's say, for example, let's split this into two, personal and business. So if we're in a business conversation, there's going to be a lot of people who want to talk, right? Because the one thing I've found over speaking to so many people is that a lot of people will talk about their dreams, but they stop there, right? So what you have to find out is that, is this person a person who wants help?
Yeah, well, they just want to talk about it.
Exactly. So if you can ask the right question, so, if you can really sense that this person is really after help and is willing to get help, then a 20-minute conversation is fine. But then if you identify in the first 2 minutes that this person just all talk, he doesn't actually want help, like truly, then that's an indication for you. But okay, cool, I'm going to cut this off in like 5 minutes because it's going to be a waste of time.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
And it's after speaking to so many people who actually want help and to people who speak about wanting help but don't really want it, you start to understand the difference in nuances and personality.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure you can see that. Yeah.
Kind of like that thing I was talking about with body language, right? If you're anxious, you'll have like these micro expressions on your face that you probably don't pick up on, but the other person does, right?
Yeah.
So you'll start to build this kind of library in your head where it's like, okay, all these micro expressions that this person is telling me that they're a person who wants help, and all these micro expressions are telling me this person kind of wants help, but is not really going to do anything about it.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you start to build this library in your head where it's just like these red flags will just ping every time you pick it up.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So what I'd probably say then is I would go into every conversation now, and this is more on the business side of things, with your first goal being, okay, let's see if I can identify if this person really wants help. The way you can do that is see what their past history is the pain for them that they have currently deep enough? Like, have they been trying to solve this for 1 day or 1 year? Right? These small things. And then from there, you can make a small judgment of like, okay, will I go for 20 minutes with this conversation or am I cutting this at 5? Right? And I guess on the personal side of things, like, conversation will be conversation. I mean, to be honest, you'll get to a point where you're not going to actually want a lot of people around you. You're only going to want a few people around you, because the more charismatic you get, like I said before, the more people want to invade your space. The higher up that you guys go, the more that you need a circle where you can have no filter. And when I say no filter, you can literally talk about everything and anything and not be judged, right? And then there's only going to be very few people once you're climbing up this certain level of progress for yourself, both physically and mentally, is that a lot of people are going to start to want to just take, right? And they're going to be a lot more judgmental on you and X, Y, Z. So you need to find people who you're able to be just no filter, say whatever you want to say, no judgment whatsoever. And those are the types of people that you want in your circle to get trusted opinions from if you ever have dilemmas in the business or just dilemmas in personal life.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Anything else on this, guys?
No, I don't think so. I'm going to try and sort of, I think I'll definitely be using it in my day-to-day interactions for certain. It's just going to be sort of about now, how can I sort of, I guess, put this in my content?
Yeah. Sorry. As in, like, how can I now put this in my content to be charismatic?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, same thing, right? Maybe with your content, have a bit more body language, right? Maybe smile, laugh more, have some B-roll of you actually laughing and smiling.
Yeah. It's like that video I posted the other day on the town centre. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Literally, if you want, you can put the camera in front of you and just start laughing hysterically in the middle of a shopping center. and then just get...
I've done that before. We had a mate. We actually had a mate who, in the middle of a shopping centers, right? He would be like, "Oh yes," he would do that, and in the first like months at a time where it would be really awkward. It's now I can do that myself comfortably and not give a shit.
But you'll be surprised, like, when you're, because I've been around people who do like modeling, they do like photos and videos. They'll actually laugh when they're taking photos of them smiling, right?
Oh,
so they'll they'll actually chuckle while they're laughing, while they're smiling, whatever else, to get a more genuine expression, right? So same thing with so same thing with your content. Everything we said here, right? In your content, have more smiles. Maybe even take some videos of you doing random compliments or random acts of kindness. If you want, speak more with your hands. Like there's a lot of things that you can do. I mean, with charisma, there's also language as well, like what type of language you can use, right? But that's like a whole nother deep dive. So I'd suggest if you guys want to get into this, because this is just the top of the iceberg, get into Charisma Myth by Olivia Fox. See if you can kind of like smash through that.
Yeah, I definitely will. I'll buy it today. Is it in bookstores?
Say again?
You get it in bookstores? Sure.
To be honest, I just order online. I think I don't have it here. I order a couple of books like as a hard copy, because the ones that are really good, I like to have like in front of me. The only thing I find with Audible is that I used to do, like, I pumped like 10 books through Audible, but the thing is, if I want to go back to it, it's hard to like kind of rejig where I wanted to go, in the sense of like, there's certain parts of the book I want to go back to, but it's so hard to find in the audiobook.
Right. Okay.
That's the only problem I've had in the sense of retaining information, is that I know this is a good book, I know there's a part there, but fuck, I don't know where it is.
I don't know. I've tried audiobooks before. For me, they're just not there yet.
Yeah. So just see what works for you. But essentially, definitely dive into the power and warmth combination. See if you can really hammer down on that. If you feel like your presence is already good, that you're a good listener, you can have the focus and keep focus in conversations, then start to work on your power and warmth.
Power and warmth, definitely. I think that sometimes I can not come across as a bit cold, but like I don't let that side of me like kind of express itself. It's a more authentic side of me that I kind of like hold back, because I feel like people aren't going to be as drawn to it, because it's like,
yeah, for sure. But remember, there's a balance, right? If you're too warm, then you become too passive. If you're too powerful, you become too standoffish.
Yeah, you found a good balance, I think.
Yeah, you got to find that balance. Balance, right? And that's only literally if you guys want to do social experiments, in the sense of like every conversation you have now. Okay, let me see if I say it this way, or if I laugh like this, or I do this body language, like what does this other person do? And then just do that a couple of times. And then if they give you like the finger, then stop doing it and then do something else. Right? It's literally all about just social experimentation and what's hitting for you. Yeah, cool, easy. So what we'll do is this is all recorded, so I'll chuck this up on the workshop recording space, which I'll create today. And then if you said you guys want these slides.
Yeah, it'd be good to keep those. Yeah,
these ones. Okay, I'll upload it as a PDF.
Awesome.
Cool, easy. Anything else on that, guys?
Hey,
anything else on that one?
All good. We're all good.
All good. All right, legends, welcome to Managing Your Energy, Not Your Time. Now, this is something that took me a while to figure out. And when I did figure it out, my productivity went through the roof, and yours will too after this video. So the biggest misconception is that I don't have time. But the matter of fact is that I've got the same 24 hours, you have the same 24 hours, we all have the same 24 hours. What stops people from being productive or doing things they want to do is a lack of energy. And the lack of energy generally comes from two things: lack of alignment with the work that you're about to do or wanting to do. And secondly, the drainers in your day-to-day life, whether it comes from relationships, environments, X, Y, Z. I'm going to show you how to identify these with the gain and drain chart in just a second. But the first thing I want you to visualize is I want you to imagine that you're in clinic Monday to Saturday. You're doing, let's say, 10 to 12 hours a day each of those days, back-to-back patients. Some days you've had to skip lunch because of patients. You haven't had coffee on some days because it's just been a massive morning patient rush. And by Sunday, when you have a whole day free, right, maybe the day where you can start to build the business that you want to build, or the side hustle, or do X, Y, Z, I can almost 1000% guarantee that on that Sunday, the last thing you're thinking about is doing more work. I guarantee that on that Sunday, all you want to do is wake up late. You want to sleep in, grab a morning brunch with the family or friends, enjoy yourself out and about, get some sun, go to the beach, go for a hike, do something outside of work to get you invigorated again, that gives you energy, so that by Monday, when Monday comes around, the whole anxiety of, oh my gosh, I'm going to go back into this whole grind, right? You want to at least have a day that makes you feel somewhat good and somewhat human, right? So you had all that Sunday to get what you need done, which is, maybe building the business or the side hustle or whatever else, but you end up spending it doing something else. And the reason why is because the lack of alignment that I don't want to say most people, but the lack of alignment that, I'm just going to pull from my experience, the lack of alignment that I had when I first started, of when I was in clinic, grinding away, not getting paid what I want to get paid, that drained me mentally and physically, right? Now, just rewind back and imagine now, instead of Monday to Saturday in a clinic, 10 to 12 hours, and you're grinding away, you're now doing, let's just say, hypothetically, the same amount of hours, but now you're doing something you love, and you're getting paid 5x more. On that Sunday, you probably might want to do more of that work, right? So what I want to show here is an energy shift that starts to happen when you start to change the things you're doing that aligns with you. So the first thing I want you to ask yourself is, are there things that you're doing right now that you don't internally align with? And when I say internally align, that you don't feel lights you up and excites you, right? Secondly, I then want you to ask yourself, what are the things that day to day that I do, that I expose myself to, that drain my energy and leave me energyless when I do have time? So this is what we're going to use the gain and drain chart for. On the left side, what I want you to put here is everything in your life, relationships, environments, things that you do that give you energy. Morning coffee, lunch on the weekends, hiking with my partner on a Sunday. Anything that gives you energy, playing video games, fixing your car, right? And now on the right side, I want you to list everything that drains your energy. Maybe it could be specific people, specific person, specific environments that you put yourself into. Maybe it's a 9-to-5 work that you're doing right now. What are all the things that are draining your energy on the day-to-day basis? Now, at the end of this list, and spend some time with this, at the end of this exercise, if your drain side is so much longer than your gain, so let's say you only have 4 gains here. So you only have, 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's say your drain goes all the way down to the bottom of this list to 26. You can obviously see that in your day-to-day life, you have 26 things that drain the living out of you, right? I didn't want to swear. 26 things that drain you, right? And what this is obviously showing you is that, man, this is probably why I feel run down. And it's probably why when I do have time, I don't want to do the things that I want to do. And, sometimes you also fall into the trap of thinking that you're not ambitious enough. Maybe you're lazy. You fall into the trap of thinking, oh man, I should be doing more. Or maybe I'm a lazy person because I have all this time and I'm not doing the things I need to do. Well, no, it's going to start with the energy, right? It's going to start because you have everything, 26 things that are draining you every single day. And by the end of it, it's a normal thing to actually feel like not doing anything at all. So what your role is with this after is to actually, how can I now add more gains to my life where the opposite happens, where we now have 26 gains and we only have 4 drains, right? And the best way to do that is once you've listed out all your drains and all your gains, I want you to ask yourself, out of all the 26 drains, hypothetically, that you have down, how can I eliminate them, right? If you can't eliminate them, then how can I substitute them with something else that gives me energy, right? And all I want you to do is just do that for each and every drain. How can I eliminate it if I can? If you can't, how can I substitute it with something? So for example, if the drain right now is you going to too many family events, for example, and it's draining your energy, then just stop going to family events, right? Easier said than done. Obviously, there's things that you have to, it might be a hard move for you because maybe they're so used to seeing you at all these family events, X, Y, Z, but you know that it drains you, right? And you have to take the steps needed so you can actually have the energy to start building the life that you want to live, right? So cutting that out. A substitution example would be the fact that you have 3 coffees a day drains you because by the time you have the 3rd coffee, you have a massive coffee crash or caffeine crash, right? So substitute that with just 1 coffee a day. A simple energy hack, a simple energy substitution, so that way you actually get gains from coffee. Gives you energy, right? So I want you to do that down the list on your drain side. And by the end of it, right, you'll have 2 charts with this. You'll have the initial one. And then if you want, you can make a copy, like as a tab here, and then make a second one. And then on the second one, I want you to refine your gain and drain chart, right? And then I want you to only finish this and leave this once you're able to have more gain than drain. Hypothetically, I want gain to be like 80%. right? If you can't find it, that's fine. But I just want gain to be a lot more than it is drain. And once you can start to reshift your priorities, reshift your energy, you will find the time that you do have, even if it's only an hour a day or 2 hours a day, you will find so much energy to do the things you need to do because you aren't mentally, physically, and internally drained, right? This is super important. And if you want to as well, to take the next step, do this once a month. Put something in your diary, once a month, gain and drain chart, you're getting into it. And this will change over time. There's not going to be one thing set and done and then you forget about it, X, Y, Z, right? What I like to do is every Monday, I have this thing where I block out an hour, I check my finances, I check my things like this, of like, how was the last week? Did I feel drained? Did I feel energized? What was it? And I try to make adjustments with my schedule, my day-to-day, every Monday, reflecting on the last week. And that allows me to stay on top of it every single week, right? And you probably know this by now, the more energetic you feel, the better you feel, just the easier the work becomes, right? So put yourself in environments that you can win. So gain and drain chart, give that a crack. I'd love to see what you guys come up with in the community, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so this is probably one of my most favorite exercises to do with everyone that I work with. And I'm someone who loves to just stretch the ability to think out of reality, because the more you can think abundantly, the better things happen and the bigger things that come, right? So this is what I want us to do. This is the 10X exercise. So if you haven't yet, 10X is easier than 2X. It's an awesome book. Go grab it if you haven't already. I want you to give that a read. This exercise is pulled directly from there. And I want you to grab a pen and paper and do this with me as you're watching this video. So the first thing I want you to write down on the piece of paper is ask yourself, what is a goal that seems possible for you in the next 6 months or in the next 12 months? You can pick whatever timeline you want, right? So just write down the goal of what do you think is achievable for you in the next 6 months or 12 months. So for example, can I hit 100K USD in profit in the next 12 months? Yes. In your case, it could be money related, it could be client related, whatever that looks like for you. Just write down a goal for you that you feel is achievable, right? Obviously, don't make it so low, like set the bar so it kind of stretches your ability to kind of chase, right? But give yourself, write that down for me now, right? And then next to it, I want you to say, yes, you can achieve that in 6 months or 12 months. The second line, I want you now to write down a goal in the same timeline of a goal that feels impossible, right? So for example, can you hit $1 million a month in profit in the next 12 months? No. And again, this could be revenue goals for you. This could be client goals for you, whatever goals that you want to set. It doesn't have to be money focused. Just what is an impossible goal for you in the same time frame that you had above. And I want you to write that down and then have no next to it, right? The third line is going to be unless below other conditions that are my 10X task. So now in the third line, I want you to write down unless 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, what this is going to be is you're going to be listing out conditions of what needs to happen for you to actually hit that impossible goal. So let's say their impossible goal, let's just use this for example, is to hit $1 million a month in the next 12 months. This is impossible to hit in 12 months unless I have the #1 brand on YouTube and Instagram in my niche of helping physios. I'm just giving you guys an example here. I have undeniable proof from client results that what I teach works. I've mastered paid advertising and can spend big per month. I've mastered building a content team and system that runs without me. All of these conditions are the things that need to happen for the impossible goal to happen in the next 12 months. In your case, whatever time frame you put yourself. Now, all of these conditions doesn't have to be a lot. It can just be, 4 or 5. All of these conditions now become your 10X tasks. And what I mean by 10X tasks, if you dive deeper into the book, the difference between a 10X task and a 2X task generally is just the 2X task is people doing more. The 10X task is people doing things differently. So for example, if I want to be able to grow my business, let's say hypothetically, to $10,000 a month, 10K a month, I just need to do more. Most people will just try to do more. I want to post more content, have more conversations, have more sales calls, have more client testimonials that I share, have more stories, have more YouTube videos, more, right? But if you want to go to 100K a month, right, it's not about just doing more, it's about doing different. So what that could mean is maybe moving away from the actual ideal client that you're serving and going to a different ideal client that you're serving. Or maybe moving away from short form content and now just actually focusing your growth on YouTube, because that's where the 100K per month games are played at, right? So it's a different method, it's a different strategy. And this is what I mean back in my previous modules of where playing small holds you back is because of the fact the fastest path to 10K a month is the slowest path to 100K a month, right? If you remember those two ladders that I showed before that are on the buildings, right? And you reach one ceiling and you realize, oh man, like this is not the building I want to be on. You have to climb back down from the ladder and climb up another one, right? So having these conditions or these tasks here, you can write this down in some sort of like Notion document or Word documents you can keep with you, right? These are the 10x tasks. Now, these are the things that I want you to remind yourself each and every day. If you find yourself just being busy but not productive, if you feel like you're doing so much work and nothing is happening, nothing is moving, you're probably not focusing around the 10x tasks. So I want you to do this and finish this after this video. Share it in the community, right, if you can. It'd be awesome to see each and every one of your answers. And then this is going to allow you to give you the focus and dial into the things that only matter. Awesome. Any questions with this? Let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome to the Offer Stack training. So in today's video, we're going to dive into the 4 different offers that we'll be creating together, and going to show you why multiple offers allows you to have more people saying yes and entering your world a lot easier and sooner, right? So let's dive in. So in front of you right now, you see free, customer, client, and premium. And these are all the different types of offers that we're going to be creating. Initially, you and I are going to start here at the premium and client offer. Now, I'll define what these are in just a second, but the offer is essentially, what it is that you offer your audience and how you help them to go from point A to point B, right? So it's essentially, the offer is a transformation that you provide for your audience. Now, each of these sections of the offers are all the same offer, but broken down into varying levels of proximity. I know this might sound a bit confusing, but I'll dive a bit deeper. So when I say varying levels of proximity, what that means is that at the premium level is where people get the highest proximity to you. This generally is in a one-to-one setting. In a client offer, this is where generally you have a one-to-many setting, where you're delivering some sort of group-based program or mentorship. A customer offer is generally a one-time purchase, where there is no support on your end. It's just a one-time purchase, maybe a course, maybe a small little taster, and free is obviously free. So this is generally in the form of lead magnets and master classes, right? So these are like online assets that people can download that they can consume from you for free. So they can increase more time spent with you, so they can increase know, like, and trust with you, right? So these are the 4 different types of offers. We have a free offer, a customer offer, client offer, and a premium offer. Now, these offers here, the client and premium, are pretty much exactly the same offer. And this is what we're going to be crafting together, you and I, further down into this module, is we're going to be crafting your client and premium offer. So what this essentially is this is just separating or distinguishing the amount of proximity that people give to you or people get from you. So the way I want you to think about this is, imagine you're Taylor Swift and you are having a concert right now. And I can either pay $5,000 for a VIP box seat and be able to meet you backstage after, or I pay $200 up in the bleachers and watch you from there. It's the same concert. We can have the same experience of listening to the same songs, but the proximity that I get in a VIP box is probably more exciting. I probably get more out of being at the concert because I'm able to actually be closer to yourself. I can meet you backstage, XYZ. And this is exactly what your client and premium offers are. It's the same offer or the same concert, but essentially you're just boxing your premium offer with higher proximity. And this is only going to be you're going to hold maybe 2 to 3 spots only for these premium offers. And these premium offers are going to be anywhere between, this can really go as high as you want it to. I know people who charge $10,000 a month for these premium offers. And what that could look like is one-to-one VIP in-person retreats. It could be just, 24/7 mobile phone access to you, your personal number, whatever that looks like. The premium one-to-one is exactly the same offer as a client offer most of the time. And the difference is that the premium just has increased proximity to you, right? There's more involvement with you and the client. And again, you would only cap this to a small number of people. And this would be at a really, really high ticket price. Now, the client offer will be the exact same thing, but more leveraged, right? So this is going to be your main core offer, right? This is where you're going to sell your 2.5, 3.5, maybe 4,000, up to 7,000 if you want to, offers to your audiences, where they can come in for a 12-week program, 8-week program, get the transformation that they want, and then, I can show you then how to progress them later on through the client journey. But this is going to be the main offer that we sell on our sales calls. And this premium offer generally is the upsell to clients who potentially want to move faster, right? They want to move faster. They want to get closer to the stage. Hey, can I pay you more? Yes, awesome. let's dive in together, right? So client offer and premium offer is what we're going to be working on together. Now, later on, let me just get this nice and clear. Later on, we're going to start to create free offers and customer offers. We're going to start at a free offer first. So this later on you'll figure out is going to come in the form of lead magnets and masterclasses, specifically masterclasses I like to teach, right? Masterclasses. And these are free 30 to 40, maybe 60-minute webinars that you educate your audience and you show them how you help them get from point A to point B, why your method is unique, X, Y, Z, right? These are free things that people can opt into just from finding you online so they can know, like, and trust you more and spend more time with you. The customer offer, you've probably seen this word thrown around before. This word is digital products, right? Digital products, where you create maybe a 8-week program or a 4-week program or whatever else that looks like, and then you sell that on autopilot, right? They call this passive income in this online digital marketing space. When in reality, there's no really such thing as passive income. But later on, right, after we finish your client and premium offer, we're then going to create your free offer, which is going to help drive leads, right? Leads as in people who are, wanting to buy with you and work with you. We're then going to go from the free offer to a customer offer, which is a digital product offer. And this allows us to scale even more past our time, right? Because this customer offer has no delivery on your end, right? You don't deliver client support, you don't deliver XYZ. This is literally a one-time purchase, right? So this customer offer will be the last offer that we create together after we're crushing already with the client and premium offers, right? Hope that makes sense. So we're going to crush first with the client and premium offers. We're then going to create a free offer to increase lead flow and traffic to people wanting to work with us. And then once we've validated this, we've got traffic coming in, everything is feeling good. The next thing is to create a customer offer, a one-time purchase that people can buy with the intention and with the purpose of getting customers to become clients, right? And there's a whole flow that starts to happen after this, which I won't get into in this video. I want to just show you the overarching roadmap of our offers and how they're going to evolve over time. So again, we're going to start with a 2 to 7K offer together, you and I. We're going to start with that. And this is going to be premium and client offer. And again, the premium and client offers being offers that require you to have recurring, ongoing support. And these people will be paying month to month or pay in full for X amount of time. Once we get that going, the next thing we're going to do is create a free offer, which is going to be, in your case, a masterclass that we're going to drive people to so people who don't know you can be nurtured in a really, really fast way in 60 minutes to know, like, and trust you enough to book a call so you can start closing sales, right? And this is going to be your free offer. And then once all of this is flowing, we're feeling really nice with this, like I said before, then we're going to create your customer offer, which again, a customer offer is an offer that a client pays one time. Right? It's not about the price. It's about it's how people pay you is what defines the offer. So customer offer are people who purchase one time and doesn't require ongoing support from you. Now, generally these offers are anywhere between $27, $47, $97, $197, $297. So these are a lot cheaper than your high ticket premium offers, but there is a strategy, there is a method in the madness to all of this later down the track. So I just wanted to show you what all of that looks like, because it's going to be super fun once you start getting more leverage and just start selling these digital products that literally have 100% profit margins. I mean, not 100%. I mean, you pay a bit with software, right? Let's say 90% profit margins. Be super fun. You can start to make money online without delivering anything, and then actually using these offers to start to upsell into your premium client offers. It's going to be super fun. That's it for this video. I just wanted to run that through with you, the offer stack of how it's going to look and the roadmap and the continuation and development of your offers as we keep growing together in this mentorship. Awesome. I will see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to the Rainmaker offer training. So today we're going to dive into how to craft your Rainmaker offer that gets you sold out. So at the very start of all of this, what I want to dive into first is what is an offer. So an offer is any transformation that you provide for someone that helps them go from where they are now to where they want to be. And you're either doing it for them, so DFY, agency work generally, doing it with them, DWY, done with you, Or thirdly, making it easier or faster, which is usually tools, courses, and software, right? So an offer is a transformation that you give someone that helps them go from where they are now to where they want to be, either doing it for them, with them, or making it easier or faster. Now, the value of your offer is the cost of an action. Now, this is something that I struggled with for a long time, and always thought the value of the offer was the outcome. When in reality, the value of your offer isn't the outcome you provide, rather it's the cost of an action. You need to make people realize that it costs more not to work with you than it is to work with you. And I've illustrated this here on this graph here that you can probably see. Let me zoom in a bit here, where you have the cost of an action and the investment to work with you. Now, the higher this cost of an action, this investment with you can be $5,000, $10,000, right? I have clients who charge $3,500 for a 12-week program, $3,500 USD for a 12-week program, some charging $5,000. And the reason why is because they've understood that the value of their offer isn't the outcome, it's the cost of an action. And a really good example of this is that if you're someone who helps people get out of pain, you have to ask yourself, who values that outcome more? Someone who's been chronically in pain for the last 5 years, or someone who just tweaked their back yesterday? Who is willing to pay more to work with you? The outcome is still the same. You're still helping them with pain relief, but the person who's had chronic pain for 5 years, has had it over and over again, has tried everything under the sun, is affecting their health, wealth, and relationships. There is so much more cost of an action if they stayed the exact same. And it's these people, it's these avatars that we're going to be uncovering today, on figuring out who that person is for you, so that we find that person who has the highest cost of an action, so we have a super valuable offer that people say yes to. So throughout this training, you're going to see modules. We're going to be crafting your Rainmaker offer together. We're going to go into the person, problem, old way versus new way, dream outcome, and then lastly, we're going to craft your offer, bringing everything together. So this is a really big overview of just what we're about to dive into. Awesome. I will see you in the next module. So now we're going to dive into the one person you're serving and identify who it is that we're helping go from where they are now to where they want to be. But before we dive into this, I want to dive into this diagram that you see in front of you. Now, this is pretty much what it takes to create a valuable Rainmaker offer. You have one person you're serving at the very top. This one person has one problem, and this one problem they've been trying to solve the old way. They've been trying to do all these failed solutions that 90% of the market is telling them to do, but it's getting them to fall short. They can never achieve the dream outcome they want for themselves. The new way, which is your way, is going to be the new hope path for them, the path to success that they take that actually takes them to the dream outcome. And I call this the rule of one, right? I call this framework the rule of one. We're serving one problem, we're serving one person, we're fixing one problem, we're identifying one old way, we're giving them one new way with path to success, and one dream outcome. And we're going to dive into this framework throughout this whole training. So let's dive into first of who it is that you're powerfully serving. So let's open this page up together here. All right. So the first thing I want to get across, let me zoom in here, is that if you serve everyone, you serve no one, right? And this is the most common mistake that I see with everyone coming into this online space, just in general, is just they try to serve everyone, they try to help everyone under the sun, when in reality, the more that you serve everyone, the harder it is for you to actually make money and actually resonate with people online. So let me get into why this is so important. Serving one person allows you to, number one, get clear with a message that resonates. It allows you to get clear on specific outcomes, wants, desires, and needs. There's an emphasis on specific outcomes, wants, desires, and needs, right? And if you feel like you're doing this already, so let's say, for example, you're watching this right now, and you're like, oh, but I've got a one person already in mind that I've been serving, and it's still not working. Well, you're probably not as clear or as deep as you need to be with your ideal client. You're actually probably not pinpointed enough with who it is you're actually serving. Because when you learn how to speak to this one person's exact issues, exact desires, this is when people buy. This is when they understand that you know them more than they know themselves. And when you know your ideal client better than they know themselves, this is where you win. You've won the game. So that's number one, you get super clear with messaging that resonates. Number two, the reason why you only want to serve one person and not everyone is that now you'll be able to create products and services that people actually want. I can't tell you how many times that I've seen people who create products and services, they end up spending months building something out, they launch it and crickets, no one buys. Despite how many people are saying, yeah, I'll buy it when you release it, I'll buy it when you release it, right? the thing is, if you don't understand who you're serving, if you can't close your eyes and envision the one person standing in front of you that you help go from point A to point B, it's going to be very hard for you to create products and services that's actually valuable for that person, right? And this allows you, like I said before, to create products and services that people actually want. Your words and message will strike a deep emotional chord for your tribe, for your people. And you'll know exactly where to find customers. And most importantly, you'll be well known in this tribe, right? In this audience group of you being the leader in this space. And that's why it's super important for you to focus on just one person and not serving everyone. Number 3, you can charge higher ticket when you are the specialist. So I want you to take, for example, a neurosurgeon versus a family doctor, a knee specialist versus a general physio, high ticket sales coach versus just a general business mentor. Who do you think can charge higher ticket prices? And when I say high ticket prices, anything above 1,000, 2,500, 5,000, all the way to 10 to 15. Specialists allow you, being a specialist allows you to charge high ticket. The only way you can be a specialist is if you zone into one person, right? And number 4, it's scalable. When you serve one person, it allows you to have a model where you can coach one-to-many and has easy fulfillment. Because a lot of people go online who want to serve everyone, end up doing one-to-one consults with every single person. They're still trading their time for money. And what happens is they put themselves in a 2-seater car where they can only take one person on the journey. And when they drop that person off at the end outcome, they have to come back to the bus stop or to the pickup point, pick up the next person, and then take them to the outcome, and then pick up the next person, take them to another outcome. And you can probably just see that there's so much back and forth, which makes fulfillment super hard. When you have one person you're serving, that essentially means that you have a group of people who want to go on the same path to the same outcome. A really good example is if I want to go to the city, I'm going to take a bus from here to the city. And there are probably a group of other people who also want to take a bus from here to the city. Now, if all of us catch that same bus, we end up at the city, 90% of us, if you ask us how our experience was on that bus, we'd probably say the exact same thing, right? Or something super, super similar. There might be a 10%, variance or nuance between people who were on the bus. Maybe 10% of people thought the bus was too cold, it was too bumpy, this and this and this. But 90% of us, if we're going on the same route, on the same bus from here to the city, we're going to have the same experience. And we all have the same outcome. We all want to get to the same place. So as the bus driver, which is you, the person who's leading and guiding, it's easier for you to actually fulfill and get people to the outcome because it's a simple straight line. You're not taking people from, if you're trying to serve everyone, you're not trying to fulfill every single different outcome, which means you're driving left, right, center, wherever else, right? You're driving so much because of all the different outcomes and destinations you have to get people to, when in reality, make life easier for yourself and serve one person, one problem. Take them from one current situation to one outcome. And that path becomes super simple and it's super scalable. And this is how you can start to scale a one-to-many program. And we dive into this in more detail later on in the Rainmaker Delivery, where you learn how to deliver this one-to-many program. So these are the 4 reasons why serving one person is going to be your best bet moving forward from this. So next question is, how do I actually choose this one person? Great question. 2 ways you can do this. Number 1, serve a younger version of yourself. Or number 2, someone you've helped 1,000 times over. Me personally, I enjoy serving a younger version of myself because I've been through that and I've walked through those shoes. So all I want you to do right now is think back to a time where you had a really deep pain, right? Or a really big challenge that you had to overcome yourself. And I want you to list 3 versions of you, whether it's 5 years ago, 10 years ago, last year, whatever that looks like, just a younger version of yourself that was able to overcome a deep pain, a big challenge yourself. Secondly, I want you to then list out 3 things you've done for others. You can do more than 3. These are just suggestions here. You can go to 5 or 10. List down 3 things that you've done for others that you can do with your eyes closed. So for example, if you've been treating patients over 50 with knee pain, or you've been helping basketball athletes jump higher without knee pain for the last 20 years, right? Write that down. What are the things that when you close your eyes, you can do almost naturally without even much thought? What feels easy for you? What have you done 1,000 times over? Right? And I want you to list that down here. So you're going to have a list of the transformations you've done for yourself, right? It can be in the health, wealth, relationships niche. For most of you, if you're health professionals here and you're watching, it's probably going to be in the health niche, but I have had people and health professionals who have gone away from the health niche and gone into relationships and wealth, right? For their offers. But transformation-wise, do it obviously in a space that you want to be involved in. So if it's the health space, think back to a time where you've had a younger version of yourself overcome a really big health challenge, whether it's injury, surgery, whatever else that looks like. List that down. And then things that you've done for others down here. Again, you don't have to limit to 3. You can do more. Just list them all. Now, once you've had this list, and once you've done that, feel free to pause this video and come back to it. After you've done that, I want you then to ask yourself, okay, how can I now pick this one person, right? So now you have this list. Now we have to narrow this down to just one person. Now there are 3 questions that I want you to ask. Once you have this list in front of you and I want you to be looking at it, the first question I want you to ask is, out of all these transformations that I've done for my younger self, or out of all the things that I've done for others, who is in the most pain? Who do I feel, what of these one persons, or one of these people, who do I feel is losing the most sleep from their current problem and pains? The bigger the problem, the bigger the leap they have to take, the better. Because this allows you, like I said before, the value of your offer is the cost of an action, right? So if you can identify who out of these people that you've listed on screen or on paper, who of these people have the highest cost of an action? Who is in the most pain? And that allows you to have an easy yes, because you have a super valuable offer, and you can also charge a lot higher. So that's number 1. Who is in the most pain? Where is the highest cost of an action? Number 2, are they hungry? Sorry guys, I think the numbering here is a bit off. So let me go 1, 2. Right? Number 2 is, are they hungry? Let me just change this. Are they hungry? Which means, is there urgency there? These people that you're going to be serving, they have to be able to pay for your solution now. And this all comes down to hunger. Your job here isn't to convince people to buy what's good for them. You have to figure out what internally do they desire already, right? Because if you can be in a space where you don't have to try to convince people, but be in a space that people already want to buy things or want to buy the solution you're selling, that's going to be a lot easier for the creator offer. So the questions I want you to ask is, how hungry is your ideal client to want to actually change or achieve something now? How much of their self-interest is leading them to a solution, not how much you want them to be hungry? So if, for example, someone who is overweight, 20 kilos overweight, maybe every time they put a t-shirt on, they can never wear their favorite t-shirt, they can't go shopping, they just can't dress properly because they're really overweight, right? For them, they already have an internal self-interest to find a solution. You don't have to convince them to lose the weight because they already know they need to. And that avatar or that person is going to be an easier sell because there's urgency compared to someone who you need to convince. Right? So question number 2 that you need to ask is, once you figure out who's in the most pain, then ask yourself, who's the hungriest as well? Where is the urgency? Is there someone who is the avatar as well, who is super urgent of needing the solution now and can pay for it now? And I've got the last point here. The lower the hunger, the harder it is to build a business. The hungrier they are, the more motivated people are by their own the more motivated people are by their own self-interest to step forward and work with you. Right? Finding these people who have already internal conviction or internal self-interest to lead them to your solution already is going to be the easiest yes for you. An example of an audience that isn't hungry, and I give this all the time. If you're someone who wants to help people with headaches are just going to pop a Panadol. They're going to pop a pill to get rid of the pain. And if the headache goes away in the next 24 to 48 hours, they're good. They probably don't have the urgency to go seek out and pay someone $3,000 or $2,000, if not $500 or $200, if that, right, to get the headache solved, because there's no urgency. They're not hungry to get that headache solved, right? Because the thing is that, like, they can just fix it with a Panadol. When in reality, if you flip the other side, an audience that is hungry is, like I said before, the person who's been overweight for a long amount of time and he understands that it's affecting his health, wealth, and relationships. So that's the difference between someone who's hungry, or an audience that's hungry, or an audience who isn't. Be in a business, I've got to also here, be in a business that satisfies hunger, not convincing people that they need it. So that's the second question I want you to ask. And number 3, are you one solid step ahead? The biggest thing I see with this is that if you don't feel confident in what you're doing, if you don't feel like you're one solid step ahead, it's very hard for you to stand powerfully in your message. And people will feel the instability of your leadership. And people only want to work with people who have conviction in what they do, who have leadership in what they do, right? And the best way to do this is for you to embrace what you truly have achieved already, and also for you to embrace the fact that you are truly one step ahead. And if you don't feel like you're one step ahead, I want you to look back and just tweak the avatar, tweak the person you're serving, to the point where you can actually step back and be like, yes, I am solid, I am confident, and I'm solid. I'm confident, and I'm one solid step ahead, right? I've got here, right? I see so many people who downplay their wins. There are a amount of people that I've worked with here in this space who have had amazing experiences, amazing achievements, but they downplay their wins because they always compare themselves to other people they see on social media. And I'm going to tell you now that is the fastest path to your downfall, because comparison, you've already probably heard this before, is a thief of joy. And comparison means nothing. The only person you should be comparing to is who you were yesterday, the older version of yourself, and continuing to be better than that person the next day, right? Comparison is going to be the biggest downfall if you keep looking at other people online. So what I really want you to focus on is pulling away and asking yourself and really seeing your wins, really acknowledging your wins, acknowledging the big things that you've done, and actually standing in a powerful message in a leadership position so you can lead other people, right? And I got here lastly, you don't need to fake it to make it, right? I know people do. I personally find it really hard to fake it to make it. I just don't feel it ever comes from a genuine place, right? I mean, if you want to, you can, right? But I don't suggest it at all. I suggest that you stand in a position that you feel confident in, right? And be one solid step ahead of the ideal client that you're serving. So these are the three questions I want you to ask yourself when trying to pick the one person that you want to serve. Now, we're going to get to the ICP. Now, this now is an exercise that I do not want you to skip. This is an exercise I want you to hone into, because the more clear you can get with these tables that I'm about to give you, the easier it is for you to create content with powerful message that resonates. And the more, like I said before earlier in one of the trainings, the more that you know your ideal client better than they know themselves, you've won. Because your ideal client will now see you as someone who knows exactly what they're going through, who knows where they want to be, who knows what challenges they're facing. They see you as the person who is the beacon of hope for them from going from point A to point B. And this will allow you to do that. These tables right here, do not skip on this, right? So number one, I want you now to identify this ideal client profile. So once you've picked that one person, I then want you to put their name, age, and country, right? So just give them a name, maybe Ben, Tom, Sarah, Jane, whatever you want, right? Name, age, country. Where can you find them? Now, the exercise below here, let me just move my face here. So now we have this table below. Now I've got here, the goal for the following exercise below is to help you get crystal clear on the pains of your ideal client so that you can relate to them in your content and marketing. You'll also get a clear picture of what their transformed situation looks like after working with you. And these will be essentially the dream outcomes that your clients want from themselves, right? And if you can get super clear on where they are now to where they want to be, you'll be clearer, like I said before, you'll be clearer and more effective with communicating on how you can actually help them in your marketing. Because always remember, confused buyers don't buy. People who are confused don't buy. The more simple your message is, the easier and clearer it is, the more people are actually going to say yes. And this is the one thing, if anything, that you focus on that moves your business, your personal brand forward, is getting clear messaging. And a lot of people struggle with this. Why? Because they actually don't have a clear picture of who it is they're actually serving. The clearer you can be with this, I promise you, the easier the yeses are going to come. So on this left side here, we have current situational pains, and this is before working with you. And then we have transformed situation after working with you. So on this left side, I've got three categories: health, wealth, and relationships. Now, health, wealth, and relationships are the three areas in life that people only care about. If anyone cares about anything, it's going to be either their health, their wealth, or their relationships. So what I want you to do in each of these tables, and I've got some written examples here, I want you to list down what does the current situation look like for your ideal client before working with you in their health space. Like, what's their health status look like? So for example, are they constantly anxious and overwhelmed from the irritability from their low back pain? Are they constantly in pain, which keeps them up at night? Do they feel disconnected to who they are as a person because they've never put themselves first, right? So this is, for example, like a spiritual example. You can see I've actually split the health side of things into mental health, physical health, and spirituality as well, right? So again, dive into this. What are the pains right now that your ideal client has in the, the health aspect of his life? What are the pains that he has? And then after working with you, how has your product and service positively transformed the mental, physical, and spiritual health, right? Right situations here. Maybe now ask yourself the question of, how does their life now look like with better mental health? How does life now look like without pain? Are they sleeping more? Are they less grumpy, right? Get a super clear contrast of this. Next is wealth. What is your current client, ideal client right now? What does their wealth status look like? How satisfied are they with their job? What's their current lifestyle based on their income? How secure do they feel financially? What's their relationship like with money? How much time freedom do they time freedom do they have to actually do things that they love, right? And this is all encompassed under wealth. And I want you, again, identify the pains and frustrations that your ideal client has in the health, wealth, and relationships of their life. And then on the right side, again, how is your product and service after they work with you? How has that positively transformed their wealth? Right? So for example, how have they been able to perform better at their job since working with you? How does life look like now? Because maybe now they're making more money. So for example, if someone that you help with low back pain is being able now to work from part-time to full-time because now they can sit for 8 hours a day without getting pain and complaining and XYZ, then now they're making more money because now they can go full-time, right? You can probably see how this all ties in. An example, again, actually, I gave enough examples in the health side of things. I think you guys get this. But wealth. So that's number one, right? Another thing is that maybe someone now that you help get out of pain is now able to, have a better relationship with money because now they're not making irrational decisions with money because they're not grumpy, right? They're at a better emotional state, mental health wise, because now they're not in pain and not irritable, and therefore they can make better money decisions. So you can see, like, you can really stretch this, and how you can stretch how your service, as something as simple as helping people get out of pain, can actually help them positively impact their health, wealth, and relationships, right? And last one is relationships. So what does their current relationships look like with their partner, friends, family? Are they irritable, short-tempered with their partner? Do they have time to spend with family, friends, and other passions? Are they outcasted at work? Like, how's their work relationships like? Like, I want you to state what are the pains and frustrations that they have currently right now in their relationship side of things in their life before working with you. And then after working with you, how has that transformed their relationships, right? In work, family, friends, XYZ. Now, you can probably see here, if I zoom out, that all we're doing now is we're trying to identify the cost of an action, right? So all you're doing right now is telling your ideal client, hey, if you don't get this thing fixed that you want it fixed, right? If the problem that you have right now isn't solved, this is how it's going to impact your health. This is how it's going to impact your wealth. And this is how it's going to impact your relationships. You're building, right? You're building value by showing your ideal client what is the cost of an action if you do not work with me, if you do not get the transformation that you want through my program. This is what we're doing right now. And this allows you to use these points and these topics in each of these tables in your content. You can use these as hooks to be relatable to people who are listening and watching, to your ideal client who's listening and watching, right? Awesome. So I want you to fill that out. Take time to do that. And again, this is to get you super clear on what that looks like. Attitudes and behaviors. So now let's dive a bit deeper here. I'm just trying to see what else we got here. Cool, awesome. Attitudes and behaviors. So next, again, feel free to pause this video, do that, and then come back and then watch this one. Now, attitudes, behaviors are also very important for us to get super clear on, because your ideal client will have specific attitudes and behaviors, right? So first off, what is an attitude, or what is attitudes? Essentially what they are, they're beliefs, they're worldviews, right? And behaviors are things that are exhibited based off beliefs. So for example, if I believe that making money is hard, then my behaviors will reflect someone who thinks making money is hard. If my attitude or my belief towards pain is that I just need to rest, my behavior is that I will stop moving, I will stop going to the gym, and I will just rest and be a vegetable on the couch, or be a couch potato and do nothing, right? So you can probably see as someone's attitudes and beliefs will then be trying to think of the word here. Someone's attitudes and beliefs dictate behaviors, is all I'm trying to get at. So now what I want you to do is actually to dive into this. What is your ideal client's attitudes and beliefs before they work with you? And then what behaviors are they exhibiting before they work with you, right? And again, this is diving deeper into psychology. The reason I'm really focused on this is because, again, these are the subconscious things that your ideal client might not even know. But when you call it out in your content, when you call it out in your marketing, they start to be like, wow, how did he know that? I wasn't even aware of that. That's awesome. And now they see you as a leader. Now they see you as someone who knows them more than they know themselves, right? And this is where all this comes in. Attitudes and behaviors. So I want you to list out all the attitudes and behaviors that your ideal client has before they work with you, and their transformed attitudes and behaviors after they work with you. So I gave examples here, right? So before, this is for my ideal client, like health professionals, for example. So the belief that some health professionals have that before they work with me is they know that the work that they're doing is impactful in changing lives, but feel underpaid, undervalued, and underappreciated, right? That's their belief. And they know that they don't change much. They still work hard. They still want to do the best for their clients and patients, but they just accept the fact that they're underpaid, undervalued, underappreciated. And what happens is that as a behavior, what this tends to lead to is practitioners being resentful, health professionals being resentful towards their profession, towards patients, and they stop giving their best effort because they know they're not going to get what they deserve in return, right? So then it actually starts to affect their quality or their ability to actually give their best every single day because of the belief that even if I do my best, I'm still going to be underpaid, I'm still going to be undervalued, and I'm still going to be underappreciated, right? So you can probably see how these two tie hand in hand. Now, a transformed attitude and behavior is they now know that they can make an impact. They know that to make an impact, they have to be a leader, which comes from positive and negative judgments from others, right? So they know now that, like, okay, if I want to actually step into this dream version of myself, right, it has to come from me understanding that I have to be a leader in this space, so that I don't be so that I'm not underpaid, undervalued, and underappreciated. And as a behavioral response to this attitude and belief, they now are more polarizing with their content online. They aren't afraid of the keyboard warriors, and they're able to post what they truly believe, their worldviews and opinions. They actually are able to speak out and ruffle some feathers, right? If that makes sense, because now they understand that. Because they weren't being loud here, they weren't saying what they're feeling, they weren't saying their opinions, right? It just made them believe the fact that, okay, I'm just going to be underpaid, undervalued, and underappreciated. But after going into everything that we do, and they know that, okay, for me to actually be paid be paid my worth, be valued, and be appreciated, I actually have to be a leader. And what that means is that now I actually have to show up online or in person, and actually be polarizing and be okay with judgment. They don't care about judgment, right? And that allows them to actually take steps towards their dream outcome. So again, that's just an example that I put in there. Obviously, that's more related towards health professionals, but do it in your own ideal client's world. So attitudes, behaviors, before and after. Optional. And when I say optional, I'm probably saying do it, right? Again, this is for all clarity purposes. The clearer you can get in this, the better you're going to win. The faster you're going to win as well. I want you to insert a vision board of what your ideal client's life looks like before working with you and after you. So you can have a vision board here where just have a collage of photos. What does he look like? What's his descent? Is he Caucasian, Asian? What's his descent? What does he dress like? What does he drive? Does he have kids? Does he have a family? Does he like to travel? Where does he live? What type of watches does he wear? What type of food does he eat? What type of movies does he watch? What type of music does he listen to? All of these things. I want you to really just pin it as a vision board here. And then do that again, but now I want you to have a vision board of how his life looks after. So for example, if we take the low back pain, or let's say, for example, make it easy, the person who's overweight, right? Their vision board after is probably going to be him shopping at different types of brands because now he can fit into good clothes. He's probably eating better, like instead of KFC food and like McDonald's, it's now home-cooked steaks or home-cooked meals, XYZ. A loving relationship with his wife and partner and his kids because now he's healthier, he's happier, he's more energetic. Where before he's probably moody, he's getting to bed super late at like 2 a.m. because he's just snacking. So I want you to get a super clear vision board of what before looked like and after. And again, this is all for clarity purposes. I'm a visual person, and I just know for a fact that this is going to help a lot of you as well. Even if you're not visual, just being able to see all of this and even you printing it out and putting it on your board somewhere, this will allow you to be ingrained into who it is you're serving, that one person. And when you know your one person better than they know themselves, you will win. Guys, I'm stumbling on my words here because I'm getting passionate. But the better you know that one person better than they know themselves, you will win. And this is why I have all of this here. And I want you to dive in and do your best with all of this, right? So that is your one person, right? Next one we're going to dive into is problem. So I'll see you in that next video. All right, guys. So now we're going to dive into the one problem that we're actually solving for our ideal client. Okay, so I want to start this off first with the 80-20 rule, also known as Pareto's principle. And this essentially states that 80% of results come from 20% inputs. So when we apply this to solving one main problem for maximum impact, all this means is that I want you to identify for your ideal client what is the one core problem that if you solve will eliminate or reduce 80% of their other challenges. And really what this means is that don't try to fix everything. Just like how I said earlier, don't try to serve everyone, don't try to fix everything. the way that you're going to structure your coaching, structure your transformation that you provide for people going from point A to point B, and it doesn't have to be coaching, it could be a product or however else you want to put it. The main thing is you're helping someone go from point A to point B. The best way you're going to do this in the most effective, impactful way is solving one root problem, right? Because that in itself gives you a straight line to a path to success from A to B. It's just solving one problem. So let's take, for example, a 35-year-old overweight office worker named Bob who wants to lose weight. And the reason why he wants to lose weight is so he can feel confident in his own skin. He wants to be able to wear t-shirts without a belly overhang. He wants to attract the love of his life. He wants to feel more energetic and less sluggish. He wants to sleep better. He wants to live longer and healthier. And while he wants all of this, the problems that he has right now that is stopping him from getting there, right? So this is end outcome up here. The problems that he has right now to cross this bridge is that he doesn't know what foods to eat. He doesn't know how to track macros. He doesn't know what to do in the gym. He doesn't know how to perform exercises with the right form at the gym. He struggles with consistency of good habits. He self-sabotages. He binge and mostly eats. He has low self-worth, right? All these problems that he has to solve to be able to lose the weight so he can actually have all of these things in his life. So now you, as someone who's going to be the leader, you as someone who's going to be the guide for this person, for your ideal client, your role here now is to identify, if I solved one problem for Bob, what will allow him to be able to achieve all of this if we just solved the one problem? And that one problem for Bob isn't going to be exercise technique, isn't going to be a workout program or a workout split that you give him that he follows, right? It's going to be simply nutrition with accountability, right? Because if he's eating right, if he understands how to count macros, if he understands how to eat and be accountable with his habits, then in turn, he will lose the weight. And by losing the weight, he will then be able to live longer and healthier. He will be able to sleep better. He will be able to be confident in his own skin. He will be able to wear t-shirts without a belly overhang. He can now attract the love of his life, simply just by helping him eat better with accountability. So do you see how that one problem that if you actually solve allows him to get 80% of everything else that he wants, right? Or gets rid of 80% of other issues and challenges. So now what I want you to do is identify for your ideal client, what is that one problem that is the 80-20, right? What is the one problem that if you solve allows him or allows your ideal client to reduce or eliminate 80% of the other challenges? What is that one problem? Insert your answer here, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to Old Way versus New Way. So let's dive in. So old way is essentially any method that your clients are doing right now, your ideal client, that leads to frustration. So we'll go into this a bit later, but these are essentially all the failed solutions that they're trying right now to try to achieve the outcome that they want. The new way is going to be the unique method that you provide that leads them to their transformation, right? This is their path to success. So what we want to do is we want to identify the old way versus the new way, because this contrast is going to be powerful in your marketing. So I've got a diagram here that I created, and let's take, for example, now you're a 12-year-old riding their bike, and this treasure map here is a park that you want to play at. And this park has slides, it has hanging bars that you can play on, and it's got sand that you can kick around in, right? It's your favorite park. Now you're taking that bike, and most kids, 90% of kids, take this path here. This really long, windy path, takes forever, right? Really hard. There's like a lot of bumps, roads, uphills, everything just to get to this park. Now there's a second path that people always take, that other kids also take, that, take them around. It's a hard path as well, but it doesn't really lead to the actual park. They end up finding there's a dead end in there, and they have to go all the way back to the starting point and then try this second one, which again is still super hard. And this right now is everything, or these are the common solutions or common paths that every other 12-year-old is taking, and your ideal client is taking too. Now, there's another path here, which is just a straight slippery slide slope down towards this treasure, aka the park. But the thing is, most people, or your ideal client right now, can't see this new path because there's a bush in front of it, right? So there's a bush in front of it, there's a path behind it that actually goes from point A to point B as fast as possible, but not many people can see it. Essentially what we're doing by identifying old way, new way, is you're able to move this bush away. You're going to move this bush out of the way so that the 12-year-old kid, or you as a 12-year-old kid, can see this, there's actually a straight path instead of me going this long-winded, hard path. I can actually just go this way straight down to the park. But he would have never seen that because there was a bush. And if you never took that bush away, he would continually just keep going down the other path. And that's essentially what we're doing here. We're showing people, giving people hope that there is an easier, faster way to get from point A to point B. So I hope this diagram helps illustrate that for you in a very clear way. So let's dive into it. Old way. So again, like I said before, these are all the failed solutions that your customers have tried. So an example of failed solutions for my audience, which are burnt out health professionals who want freedom, are they're trading time for money, scaling a traditional clinic. They're doing telehealth, where they're going one-to-one online and they're still trading time for money. They're trying to upskill, increase their skills and experience and knowledge, because the outcome is they want to get paid more, when in reality, it doesn't actually lead to any more pay. And another failed solution is going to non-facing client roles like insurance work or medical sales, where they're not as burnt out because there's not much patient interaction of the emotional exhaustion that happens in face-to-face. But the thing is, they're still not at their end outcome. They're still working a 9-to-5 job that doesn't allow them to have the time and flexibility with their schedule. They don't have any location freedom. They still can't travel, earn, and work, right? So all of these solutions, which most of my ideal clients think are solutions, are actually all the old ways. These actually don't work. So there's going to be equivalent things of this to your ideal client, right? So all I want you to do is think of painful, outdated, and unsustainable paths that your ideal clients are taking. So what I want you to do right now is I want you to take some time and I want you to list all the failed solutions that your ideal client has tried to achieve their outcome. So list them below. List every single thing that you can think of that your ideal client right now is taking as the old path to try to get to their end outcome. Now from here, once you've listed that out, now it's about identifying and presenting the new way, which essentially is your way, your unique way, right? And this new way is a fresh solution or better path that solves the same problem, but with more ease, speed, and freedom. And this is what we call your unique mechanism. This unique mechanism is what you're giving to your clients to show them that there's a path from point A to B in an easier, faster, more free way. So the example of going off above with my clients up here is the new way is personal branding. And this personal branding allows them to stop trading time for money. And this unique mechanism, I've called it a personal brand, the personal branding growth system, right? So this new way or unique mechanism, like I've got here, is essentially a thing in your marketing that gives your prospects hope that this time with your offer, things will be different for them. That no matter how many different things that they've tried in the past, this time with your offer, they will finally get the results they're after. It's the cause behind how your product or service delivers the benefit, promise, and outcome, right? So all this simply is with a unique mechanism. It's nothing fancy. It's nothing that you have to invent, right? It's just a unique formula, a unique mechanism, a unique ingredient, a unique algorithm that you give to your clients or you present to your clients. And in simple terms, it's just fancy packaging. So for example, a unique mechanism that you might see in the fitness space is, things called the lean bulking system, or eat the foods that you love, lose the weight eating the foods that you love. So I'll show you how to still eat pizza and still lose 5 kilos of weight. And the way that they say how you can do it is something called the lean bulk method, for example, where you can build muscle and lose fat. When in reality, it's just counting macros. It's just counting calories. But they've just taken something that's already existing and actually works and just packaged it in a different way. It's kind of like how you have car manufacturers like Volkswagen, right? Where Volkswagen owns a couple other brands underneath it. If I'm wrong, apologies, but I think Volkswagen owns like Audi, Porsche, all these other things underneath it, right? Essentially, it's the same parts, the same components, but packaged differently. Actually, no, a better example, the Lamborghini Urus. I don't know if you guys seen that Lamborghini truck that everyone's just driving on social media is just an Audi car with a Lamborghini badge slapped onto it, right? So it's essentially this path or this unique car of a Lamborghini, which is a Lamborghini truck or SUV, is just packaged in a different way. But really, the actual essence of it is just Audi parts, right? It's nothing crazy or new. You're just packaging it in a fancy way that gives people hope that, in this case, I can finally own a Lamborghini. When in reality, it's just an Audi with a Lamborghini badge slapped on, right? So this is your unique mechanism. Now, a pro tip, what you can do when you, later on, once we start to craft your name for your unique mechanism, you can add a trademark symbol, right? You don't have to trademark it. It just makes it look more official. So for example, you can probably see here, I added a TM. All you need to do with this is hit Option and 2 on your keyboard, Option and 2, and it'll give you the TM signal or sign, whatever you want to call it. Cool. So now what I want you to do is identify what is your unique mechanism, path to success? What's it called? So just give it a name. So if you're in the weight loss space and essentially you help people count macros or help them count calories so they can lose weight, what do you want to call it? Maybe you call it the nutrition edge method, or the eating eating good method, whatever you want to call it, right? Something that gives it a cool, fancy, not even fancy, something, a cool name that people are drawn to, so people can see that there's a bit of hope, right? There's this new path that people are going into. So lastly, how does your unique mechanism, your path to success, how does that look like? So what we have here essentially are phases. So this comes into the play when people ask you, okay, well, look, now you've shown me your unique mechanism. You've shown me like this new path that I can take. How does that look? What does that look like? Now, you actually don't have to explain every single detail, but the way that you can break this down is just break it down into phases. So you can break it down into 3 phases. So phase 1, 2, and 3. So let's say, for example, your answer right now is the lean bulk method, where you teach people how to gain muscle and lose fat with the lean bulk method. And all lean bulk method is just you helping people count calories, right? And to be able to understand calories in versus calories out. Now, all you can say is that, okay, this lean bulk method is split into 3 phases. And then you give a duration for each of these phases. You give a specific outcome for each of these phases. And then you give the processes that allow people to achieve these outcomes. So, for example, if I'm helping someone lose 5 kilos in 10 weeks, phase 1 will be 4 weeks. So I can say it's a 12-week, my unique method or my path to success takes 12 weeks. Sorry, takes not 10 weeks. Takes 12 weeks. So we split 12 divided by 3, which gives us 4. Now, essentially what you can say with this is phase 1 is 4 weeks. The specific outcome for phase 1, the goal for us is to build foundational nutritional habits. And what you'll learn in this phase, so these are the processes that allow us to achieve this dream outcome, or this specific outcome, is that you'll learn how to track calories. You'll learn how to cook tasty, low-calorie meals, amongst other things. You can add to these processes as well. Again, these are just examples. I'm just going off what I think would be good examples. Phase 2, 4 weeks, right? So you can be like phase 2 now. The outcome is muscle growth. It goes for 4 weeks. The processes that lead to muscle growth. So you can be like, what this looks like or includes is that you'll start to learn how to perform exercises with correct form. You'll learn how to program based off aesthetic goals, or you'll eventually get given a program that is based around your aesthetic goals, and learn how to build a program that suits your body type, right? And then phase 3, which is another 4 weeks. Now the goal here is maintenance on your new weight, because now they've dropped weight, to prepare for the next phase, which could either be a bulk or a cut, whatever that is. And then the processes to achieve this is that they start to learn rest and recovery strategies. They start to learn fatigue management, right? So this explains to the person that's asking the question of what does your unique mechanism look like, or what does your path to success look like? You just break this down simply into phases. Well, the way that the lean bulk method looks like, it happens in 3 phases. Phase number 1 is 4 weeks. We focus on building foundational nutritional habits by these processes. Then we go into phase 2, which is another 4 weeks. The outcome is this, and it's achieved by this. And phase 3, duration, outcome, and it's achieved by this. And this just allows you to break this down on a really granular level, so that when you get people asking you on the sales call, for example, what does it look like, your path to success? Like, what does a lean bulk method look like? You can just break this down in front of them. And this, again, goes back to being able to communicate clearly what it is that you do and how you give people a path to success. Again, all of these tables here are to give you clarity on how to communicate what it is that you do in a clear, effective way, because again, confused buyers don't buy. Confused buyers don't buy, right? So this is what your new way is. I want you to identify the old ways. I want you to identify the new way, which is your way, right? Give it a unique name, a name for your unique mechanism, path to success. Now, once you get all of this done, the next thing after this is then diving into the dream outcome, right? So now it's understanding, okay, now what is the actual outcome that these people want to achieve? So we're going to dive into that after. I will see you in the next video. All right, so we are in the dream outcome portion. Now, this is essentially what is at the end of the tunnel, from taking people and helping people go from where they are now to where they want to be. What is that one dream outcome that we're guiding people towards? Now, a lot of people have multiple wants and desires. They have many wants and many desires. And I want to start all of this off with this, is that people want to buy what they think, but they stay and transform because of what they really want. And there is a difference between a surface want of what people want and the core desire, which is what they really want, right? So for example, a surface want is, I want to lose belly fat. What they actually want, which is their core desire, is they want to feel more confident and they want to attract a life partner. People who want more followers online on social media really want to feel more respected and significant. People who want to make 10K a month want to be financially secure. People who want to get rid of lower back pain, or I want to get rid of my lower back pain, are really wanting, I want to sleep better and be less irritable so I have less fights with my partner. So you can probably see is that what people want isn't necessarily what they actually want, which is their core desire. But your marketing has to speak to what they want. And that allows you to resonate with something that's familiar and is already top of mind for them. Right? So what I want you to do for your ideal client is I want you to ask yourself, what are all the wants that they want for themselves? Whether it's in weight loss, rehab, if it's in the health, wealth, relationships aspect, like whatever industry you're in or niche you're in, what is it that they want for themselves? And then on the right side, I want you actually to reflect, what do they actually want? So again, if they want to lose belly fat, what do they really want? Well, I know that if they want to lose belly fat, it's probably because they really want to feel confident in wearing t-shirts or wearing clothes. So when they go out, they're somewhat attractive to attracting a life partner or the love of their life, right? And I want you to do exactly that for as many surface wants as possible that you think your ideal client has. And then to the right of it, all the things they actually want, their core desires. Now, once you've listed all of this, then feel free to pause this video now and then come back to it. Once you've done all of this, essentially the next thing now is identifying, okay, out of all these wants, out of all these core desires, what is the one thing that they actually really want, right? Because again, they can want to, for example, someone in the weight loss space, they will want to lose belly fat. They will want to, be able to have a six pack. They would want bigger arms. They would want more muscular physique. They have a lot of wants, right? But what's the one want, or what's the one thing that they, if we give them, we'll actually give them 80% of what they want. We'll give them 80% of all the other wants, right? So I want to kind of go back to this 80-20 rule of the Pareto principle, which I mentioned earlier in the earlier trainings, that I want us to focus on one core outcome that, if achieved, will provide 80% of the other benefits your ideal client wants. And the best way for you to find this is 3 ways. Number 1, look at other offers in your niche. So people who are in the same space or niche and industry as you, I want you to see what they're offering to their audience or to their clients, so that you can see what people are already buying, right? Because if you can actually see what people are already buying in the market, it's going to give you a good idea of what people are resonating with. So look at other people in your niche and look at what they're offering. Number 2 is look at books on Amazon and look at the titles and take some inspiration of topics that are bestsellers. So if there's best-selling books on how to get a six-pack, it probably gives you an idea that six-pack as an outcome is something that men want. If there's a book that's selling big on, being able to close high ticket or high value deals with networking, for example, it gives you an idea that the end outcome of networking with high value deals is an outcome that people want and want to buy, right? So have a look at the best selling books on Amazon in certain topics and niches around your ideal client. And lastly, actually have real conversations with people and just keep asking why, right? So if you have people that you know who, again, weight loss space, who want to lose weight, find some people who may be friends of friends, people at work, colleagues, whatever else, and just be like, hey, I'm starting this thing. I just wanted to ask a couple of things because I really want to help people and really see what they truly want, so I can create a really effective and impactful program. What is it at the end of 12 weeks? What would you like to achieve if you were to lose X amount of weight or X, Y, Z, right? Just having conversations with people, figuring out what is their why. Like, why do they want to do things that they do? And if you can start to pick up on a pattern of, if 10 people that you've spoken to has just said, I want to get rid of my belly fat because I want to be able to feel more confident and attract a life partner, then you probably can bet that, that one dream outcome is probably a good place to start, right? And again, 80-20 rule. Focus on the one outcome that if we help our ideal client achieve, will provide 80% of the other benefits that your ideal client wants, right? So that is your dream outcome. So fill that out for me and I will see you in the next video. All right, hello again. So this is an updated outcome training module that I wanted to create. And this is obviously going off the module that you just finished watching. And I want to highlight being more specific with your wants. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because with the hundreds of physios that I've worked with, I'm finding that the wants that are listed sometimes aren't specific enough. So I want to save you the hassle and actually, fix that now for you. So the wants that you put down for your ideal client, I want you to start to dive deeper for it to be more tangible and specific. So what I mean by that, I've got a couple of examples in front of you here, is instead of I want more followers, it's I want to hit 10K followers. Instead of I want to run pain-free, I want it to be I want to run a marathon pain-free. You could even take that further and be I want to run a marathon without knee pain. And I want you to go from I want to get rid of back pain to I want to sit for 8 hours a day without back pain. So the tangibility and the specificity of the wants that your ideal client has, right, as you list them out, is going to be important for when you craft your offer, right? So if right now you have the Notion document in front of you and you've got all the ones you listed out, go back over them. If there are things that are really general, I want you to dive a bit deeper. Go back into maybe previous conversations you've had with your ideal client, emails, messages, see what type of language they're using and try to pick up on patterns so you can list the wants, right? So once you've done that, once you've revised it and refined it, I just want to show you a quick example before you dive into the next training, which is the offer training, is this is where the specificity of the wants starts to really come into play. So if you keep it quite general, most people tend to end up with a weak offer. So what that means is your offer then becomes, I help beginners run pain-free, right? Which isn't it's an offer. It's like, I can help you run pain-free, but it's not specific enough for it to be strong enough. So what you want to do is you want to then have offers that sound more like, I help beginners, let's add an S here, run their first 5 kilometers without knee pain. Now, you could probably agree with me that this offer is more direct. It's more of a tangible outcome. You understand what you actually do, right? In the sense of if I was a random person online and I saw your content, I would understand how you help me how you help me and what you do, in regards to, and what you do of help me with knee pain. When in regards to this offer above here, it's still a bit vague. It's kind of like pain-free in what sense, right? Is it knee? Is it shoulder? Is it hip? What is it, right? When you say run, what distance? How far? How long, right? So the specificity reduces the amount of questions that your ideal client would have or your audience would have in their mind. And what that does, it reduces confusion, because confused buyers don't buy. The more simple and straightforward your offers are, the easier it is to understand, visualize, and digest, the easier it is for people to buy. So I just wanted to highlight that. Get more specific with your wants if you haven't already, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, hello and welcome to the offer training. So by the end of this video, you're going to have a clear, powerful offer. So in front of us first, I've got a bit of homework for us to do first, is this rule of one snapshot. So this is pretty much everything we've already gone through. So the person that we're serving, surface want, core desire, problem, old way, new way. Now on this second column, I just want you to fill this out. I've got pretty much an explanation of what each of these columns need to be filled out with. So for the one person you're serving powerfully, the surface want, what is the one surface want that your ideal client wants? What is the one desire your client desires, right? And this surface want and core desires from that previous video in Dream Outcome. So down here. Problem, what is the one core problem your ideal client has that is holding them back? What is the one common failed solution? And what is your one solution that is a path to success? So I want you to fill this out based off the work that you've done already previously. And I've got an example on the right side here. So for example, corporate professionals over 35, the surface want is that they want to get rid of their low back pain from sitting all day. The core desire is they want to get rid of their back pain because they actually want to be able to sleep for 8 hours a day because they don't want to be tossing and turning. And that leads to them being irritable, having more fights with their partner, X, Y, Z. The problem right now that's holding them back is the lack of movement. Old way is painkillers, which obviously doesn't do good because when they have painkillers, it actually doesn't solve the problem. It just masks the symptoms. And the new way is your way, which is the 30-minute walker program. So this is an example of how you can fill this out. Now we're going to use these data points to put this into this framework here. So this framework is something that is just going to give you a really clear picture of what it is that you do. So this framework is going to be, I help ideal client. Let me just zoom in here. I help ideal client achieve surface want without old path in less than time frame using new way so you can core desire, right? So what that looks like, if you go back to your answers, let's use the example here, is I help corporate professionals, let's say over 35, beat back pain, which is surface want, so they want to get rid of back pain, without painkillers, old path, in less than 12 weeks time frame. So this is really dependent on how long it takes you to get them that result. With our 30-minute walker program, new way. so they can have rested 8 hours sleeps, core desire. So that's how you would structure that offer statement. So what I want you to do is fill this table out first, and then actually have your offer statement somewhere down here. So let's just go your statement here, right? So I want you to put your statement here. Okay, your offer statement here. Awesome. Okay. So now you can actually put that offer statement in your Instagram bio. So the way that I would structure it is this. You would call out the person who you're serving. You add the surface want without old way so they can core desire. The call to action is learn how below. And then the link is just the masterclass or somewhere where they can learn more about what it is that you do. So for example, Burnt Out Health and Rehab Pros, which is the person I'm serving. The surface want is they want to make $200K a year online without trading your time for money. So they can travel, earn, and work from anywhere. And then down here is learn how, right? So you can probably see there's surface want without old ways, so they can core desire. So core desire here being travel, earn, and work from anywhere. The call to action is learn how below. And then essentially we have that masterclass link that I have where people can learn more. And that's essentially it. You have now crafted your powerful offer, your rainmaker offer that we can now offer people for you to get sold out. Any questions on this? Let me know. Feel free to shoot me a message. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Hello guys, welcome to today's training. We are going to go into how to price your coaching. So I've got some questions up here that we're going to pretty much answer in this training. And pricing is a big thing because I think a lot of people tend to price based on the competition. They want to make sure they're not charging too much or charging too little. So the questions we're going to answer today is, what should I price my coaching program? When should I increase the prices of my program? Do I charge monthly or weekly? How do I know if I'm charging too much or too little? How do I increase pricing on my current coaching clients, if you currently do? And then we're going to go into some GST and tax, right? Just to give you guys a bit of guidelines as well. Again, I'm not an accountant, so this is just guidelines. This is what I'm doing for myself. But the first thing I want to start with and dive into is actually money objections. Now, as health professionals, I know for myself, I had a lot of money objections growing up, and just, you know, when I got into the online space as well. Growing up in an Asian household, we never talked about money. I didn't know much about money. I thought money was just measuring stick of success, and that if you had money, that you were better than someone, you were more valuable than someone. And I really started to see money in a really slimy way. And it's not unless you break these money objections that you can actually allow money to flow into your life. Otherwise, everything you'll do subconsciously will be to will be deflecting money, right? Subconsciously. Everything that we do every single day is on a subconscious basis. We know what we're doing. If we really take time to slow down. So if the relationship you have with money right now is very awkward, it's you don't like talking about it, this and that, it's something that I want you to look into first, because without breaking these money objections, it's going to be hard for you to let money into your life, and it's going to be harder for you to price the prices that you want to charge for your coaching and your services. So these are 2 books on screen right now that has helped me break my money objections when I first dove into my relationship with money. Number 1 was You Are a Badass at Making Money by Jen Sincero. And secondly is The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. I got up here just before these books. I've got here, there's no rule with pricing, right? It's not about pricing the same above or below your competition. It's about asking the question, can you break your own self-limiting beliefs around money to charge what you want to charge? The most I've charged a client after really taking this internal growth with money and my relationship with money was $3,500 a month. I had to really work up to even jumping on that sales call to say it's $3,500 to work with myself. And that in itself was a turning point for me once I signed that first client, to really see that you can really charge whatever you want. $5,000, $10,000. I know people who are charging $15,000 a month for what they're doing. Money is just a number. These prices, these numbers you see on screen, this has no measuring stick of value, worth, of who you are as a person, if you're better or worse. It's just simply a number that's needed for an exchange, right? If this is $10, I just need $10 so we can exchange this valuable item together. That's all money is, right? It's just a number, and it's a tool that opens up more doors. So the first thing I want you to dive into is changing your perspective about money and your relationship with money. I've got here, money is simply a tool that opens more doors, like I said before, right? We're all created equal. And if you don't change your energy around money, it will never flow into your life. And I remember I want to share a quick story. When I had my clinics, I was very, very scared to charge and increase my prices with my clients, because I was very scared that they would run away. I was very scared that they would go to the next person. I was just scared that they would think that I'm this kind of scam artist who's ripping them off as well. But the more I dove into it, the more that I realized that the more that you can actually charge what you're worth, the more that you attract people who are able to match your worth or match your energy. And these people generally tend to be higher quality clients. They tend to be higher quality patients. The higher emotional and financial investment someone has with you, the better results they will get because they value your service more. And this is why when you have, I'm going to do a reference to Medicare patients, so people, patients who come into your clinic who are funded by government funding, are the people who get better health outcomes because they just don't pay anything. They just show up to the clinic, expect free treatment, and that's it. They walk away. Where private patients, they put their hard-earned money down, they do the exercises, they do the work. Key thing, emotional and financial investment, the more that someone has with you, the better results they'll get, and the better service you're able to provide to these people who want to actually grow. So step into abundance and not scarcity when it comes to money and when it comes to pricing. So once we've got that out of the way, we've broken all money objections. Now, what do we price this thing? I've created something here called the pricing spectrum, right? This is not pulled from any scientific study. This is what I've learned from my mentors and my personal experience. And I've tiered this into low ticket, mid ticket, and high ticket. And this will change with whatever industry you're in, right? High ticket for some industries could be $500. High ticket for some industries could be $10,000. But for what we're doing in coaching, this is a good guideline. So low ticket is anything from $7 to $97. Mid ticket is anything from $297 to $997. High ticket is anything above $1,500. Now, what is this? This is a coaching program with these courses. These can be whatever you want them to be. These can be courses that you sell. This can be a program that you sell per month, per week, right? Whatever you want that to look like. But this is just a spectrum of pricing that you can kind of understand so you can have a zoomed out view of what prices are and where they kind of stand. Now, the one thing I had to learn was that pricing brackets are something you want to really focus in on with your products and with your coaching. So what I mean by that is this. People who are willing to pay $7 will also be willing to pay $17. And vice versa. Someone who's willing to pay $297 might be also willing to pay $497. There's going to be a spectrum of people, a spectrum of price points that you are going to start to find with your coaching, that you can start to see where the top end is and where the low end is. Because if you're selling a course or your program, let's just say a course for this example. If you're selling a course for $7 and you could be selling it for $17, you're leaving a lot of money and profit on the table. The only way for you to find out whether $17 is something that people would pay for is actually pricing it at $17 and then seeing what the market does. Do the sales stay the same? Do they dip? Do they increase? What happens, right? And the only way that you can figure this out is by testing with your market and with your niche. But we'll get into the pricing stuff later. The main thing I want you to focus on is that there is a pricing spectrum where if you're charging $7 for something, also keep in mind that people who are paying $7 would also be willing to pay another price point, maybe at $17, right? And that means that it's more profit in your business, in your pocket, just by doing nothing, just by literally changing and understanding the pricing spectrum. So that's the first concept I want to bring forward. Now, what should I price my coaching? Pricing is this thing where it shouldn't be focused on pricing based on your competition, X, Y, Z. Pricing will literally be dependent on how easy you want sales to feel. So what do I mean by that? If you're pricing something at $7, it's probably going to be an easier yes for someone when they see it on screen to buy. But if you compare it to something that's $297, it's going to be a harder sell. It really depends on what stage of journey you're at right now with your business. So for example, if you're just starting out with your coaching programs, you're probably doing some free programs right now or half price programs or heavily discounted programs just to get people in to say yes, because you want sales to feel easy. And the reason why you want sales to feel easy is probably because you don't have enough content out there to drive traffic. Maybe you just don't have enough of a reputation yet or a brand or a influence for people to spread your name and your service by wildfire. So the people that you come into interaction with, that you're engaging with, maybe through your direct network or social media, you want to be able to have those sales feel a lot easier and also help you get started with testimonials and XYZ. So this is where you could start off with the low pricing, right? Essentially, once you get to a point where, let's say now we have an influx of 50 people in your coaching group, now you don't only need another sale, right? Another signing of 3 to 5 people in this week won't make a huge difference with your monthly recurring revenue and won't probably make a huge difference with what your business is doing. So when you're at that stage, it's okay for sales to feel harder. So now let's increase the prices. Instead of let's just hypothetically, $17, let's increase it to $100, right? Sales are going to feel a lot harder. And when I say sales will feel harder, it just means you have to push more content. You have to nurture clients more. You have to have more conversations. Maybe instead of closing on one sales call, you have to have 2 sales calls, right? That's what harder looks like. But that's okay, because you would rather have less sales but higher profit or higher price with that, because you don't really need more people at that lower price point. So that these are the different kind of spectrums of pricing, and when you can price your coaching programs is really dependent on what stage of coaching you're at. At the very start, what I always say is price something that you're comfortable with, something that puts a smile on your face. You don't want to price something too cheap that you feel regret or you feel jaded by it, because then you're not going to deliver the service to your fullest degree, because you're not excited about delivering something that you feel underpaid for. But obviously at the very start, right, if you've watched the module on how to get your first 3 to 5 clients in your direct network, you'll understand that, at the very start, you're going to start with a free program. You're going to start with a heavily discounted program, but the main outcome is not the monetary side of things. The main outcome is to get testimonials, to get social proof, to get insights, so that your marketing message can become stronger. You build out assets throughout that program, so you can build trainings with the people you just currently got on board. But once you hit that level, the pricing then becomes about what you want to charge. So generally, price something that puts a smile on your face. And what I like to do, and what I did in the past, was actually add an extra $50 to $100 on top of that. And what that would do for me is that that would help me break my limiting beliefs of money that I had for myself and what my worth was. So if $100 a week was something that I was comfortable charging, I would charge $150, or I would charge $200 a week instead of $100. And as much as it felt uncomfortable for me in the sales calls, it felt uncomfortable for me to put that in conversation, I put that out there because the more yeses I got at a higher price point that I didn't think was possible, the more that I was able to lean into what is possible. And that allowed me to break my money objections purely by showing up online and just betting on myself and betting what I know is my worth, right? And what I would like to do when I increase my prices is that I would make a rule of, if I sign someone at $100 a week, if I sign 2 or 3 people, then I'm going to bump it to 150, then 200, then 300, then 400. I would just keep bumping up, right? The first person I signed ever in my online coaching business was a girl who was starting a chiro clinic, and she wanted some guidance and help. And I sold that package for $3,500. I think it was for 3 months or 4 months, one of them. But I remember when I made that sales call and I got $3,500 paid in full on that day, I felt like the richest man alive. I literally felt amazing, especially after I had especially coming from a place where I'm charging only $120 per half an hour for physio consults, and someone to lay down $3,500 in front of me, pay in full, literally online, was huge. And it made me open up this whole thing that you can literally charge whatever the hell you want. But know that it starts with your money objections, right? It starts there first, and then the pricing then comes after. So start with something that puts a smile on your face, and then add an extra 50 to 100. That's a rule I like to have, so that you can prove to yourself that you're worth more than what you think you're worth. Okay, so just to give you some numbers, to give you some guidelines, so I don't leave you guessing. What I'd probably say pricing wise, if you're trying to get into a one-to-one coaching space, and you want to obviously start with one-to-one coaching first, I would definitely look at more of a mid-ticket, high-ticket offer per month. I'll get into payment agreements down here as well. But what I would do is that if you're starting one-to-one, to give you an idea again, 20 people at $500 a month is an extra $10,000 a month, which is an extra $120,000 a year. So 20 people at $500 a month, that is $125 a week. So if you wanted to start there at $500 a month, which is a very easy price point for one-to-one, that's a really good starting point for one-to-one. Eventually, what I would do is I would move that one-to-one from $500 to $1,000 a month, and then from $1,000 a month to potentially top end $2,000 to $2,500. Right? I would say if you're working with people in the health and fitness space, and we're doing B2C, so business to consumer, not business to business, not B2B, I would say top end from what I've seen so far on the coaching side of things, is probably around $1,500 to $2,000 a month that you could offer as a one-to-one coaching package with yourself. Now, obviously, tied into that is brand, tied into that is how long you've been in the game, not how long you've been in the game for, how much influence and polarizing effect you have online for people to want to work with you, the influence that you have. Doesn't matter if you've only been in it for a year, if you have a lot of influence, you can still charge that. But that's what I generally start with. With one-to-one, start with $500 a month if you want. Then only literally do that for maybe the first 2 clients. Next thing, try to get into the 997, 1,000 a month. And then top end 1,500 to $2,000 a month. Once you get to the group side of things, which is obviously less support in a sense of less proximity with you, you can start to, a good rule of thumb is to halve your one-to-one. So instead of 500 a month, it can be 250 a month, right? That could be a good starting point. So instead of 1,000 a month, do 500 a month. So what you can probably see is that the higher your one-to-one coaching is, the higher you can price your group coaching. So ideally, you want to kind of make the $500 a month your group coaching, ideally, and then one-to-one at 1,000, right? That's a really good starting point you can kind of look into. But that's what I feel like you could start with as a good starting point for everything. Now, in regards to agreements, like how do you, set up these payments, X, Y, Z, which I'm going to get into now. So payment agreements. So there's a couple ways we can do this. You can either get people to pay in full with a discount as an incentive, or you can get them to go into an ongoing subscription. It's like a locked-in period, and then they have week to week after. So it's either monthly or weekly. So what I found with paying full with discount, it's a it's a sell that is it's a bit of a harder sell, because obviously if someone's putting down $3,500, it's a harder yes than it is for $157 a week, for example. But the pay in full will allow you to have cash flow into the business. So the only reason why you'd want to pay in full is if you enjoy having cash flow up front, because once you have cash earlier, you can then reinvest that money into either hiring a setter, or reinvest that money into maybe ads if you're running ads, reinvest that money into a better camera, whatever else, right? The fact that you're able to get money earlier allows you to then reinvest that money somewhere to help grow the business. So that's the plus about it, is you get a cash flow bonus coming in a lot earlier with painful discounts. Otherwise, ongoing subscription is probably what you'll sell most of. I just give this option here just because it'll be good every now and then for people to come through with a painful. But generally, ongoing subscription in the locked-in period with week to week after is the money maker with payment agreements. And when I say money maker, what I've seen worked really well. What I like recently, I've recently transitioned to weekly payments. I used to do monthly. I just find weekly payments is a lot easier for people to say yes to, because it's a cheaper price up front. And it's easier for them to say, again, yes to $157 a week than it is to them to say yes to whatever that is per month, right? Or whatever your program's going to be. So I would definitely go with a week-to-week, I would recommend, what's worked for me, go with a week-to-week direct debit coaching program. Locked in for a certain period, so maybe 3 months or 6 months, and then after that you go week to week. So it could be locked in for 3 months or locked in for 6 months, and then go week to week after. And what that allows you to do, it allows you to give them enough time for them to say yes to a transformation. Because if you just go week from week from the very start, which I've done in the past, it doesn't get people who are fully committed. And also, it's hard for people to get a transformation within the first week or 2 weeks. And when people get into new territory, they're presented with a lot of new things, and their body goes into this fight and flight response, right? So if they're 2 weeks into trying to do weight loss with you, they're eating all these new foods, they're maybe doing more exercise, their body's more stressed. Emotionally, they don't know how to regulate that. So if you're on a week-to-week basis, nothing locked in, a lot of people can act on emotions like, nah, this is too hard for me, I don't want to do this, X, Y, Z. If you agree with that beforehand, hey, we're going to lock in for 3 months, 6 months is what you need for a transformation, it gives the expectation at the very start, and they know that this is then just part of the process. So that's what I would definitely do. So the next question that comes to play is, how long should I have this lock-in period? 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, what does this all look like? So 12 months I've never done. 12 months I've actually done, I've done 12 months a couple of times, but not as much as 3 to 6 months. What I generally suggest is find a time frame that is enough for you to get a transformation with someone, 3 months or 6 months. And you don't want to go too long as well. So the cons with having a 12-month kind of lock-in period with someone is that you might not even like the client. You might hate working with that client, and you're locked in for 12 months, right? That's why 12 months, unless you're super clear on who you're serving, your content is on point, you're only attracting people who you love to work with, 12 months is good. Otherwise, 3 months is the easier sell than 6 months. And again, comes back to the ease of selling. 3 months will be easier than 6 months. So if you'd like, start off with 3 months first. And then as you get better and more refined with who you're working with, and you have a clearer a clearer message of like who you're attracting, and a clearer vision of that, you can then offer 6 months. But if you want sales to feel super easy, I would go 3 months, week to week payments, and then after 3 months, it then goes week to week, right? And then I would price, again, something that would make sales feel easy for you, right? So that's what I would start with. And then eventually, as you start to grow and scale, then you can start to look to increase prices. Awesome, cool. Now, last bit with this is the GST and tax. So I'm going to provide experience and personal kind of like takes from my end. Obviously, I'm in Australia, so those of you who aren't in Australia, this might not apply to you. But for those of you who are in Australia, if you're providing services internationally, so I'm doing consulting services, and the person receiving the consulting services is not in Australia, they're overseas, you don't have to charge GST. So what that means is the price. So for instance, let's say $100 a week. There is no GST included in that. So there's more profit, more money in your pocket if the services you're providing are international. So someone in Canada, UK, whoever else. If it's within Australia, you have to charge GST, which is 10% and always included in pricing. So $100, that'd be inclusive of GST. And then note that GST has to be paid every quarter through your BAS, right? So GST, your company or your company or the business that you set up, if you're making over $75,000 a year here in Australia, you have to register for GST. Again, this could change depending what time you're watching this. I'm just giving guidelines. Obviously, you have an accountant. Everyone here obviously would have an accountant, so speak to them. But this is just me sharing. Company, if you're doing over 75K AUD a year, you have to register for GST, right? And then you have to pay for GST. If you're doing under that, I'm pretty sure that you don't, you would still have to charge GST, but I know for a fact, I feel like you don't have to pay the GST. But again, double check with your accountant. I'm just putting this in your head so you have this top of mind. So GST to charge with people you're serving within Australia. If you're doing international, then you don't generally have to charge GST. But again, double check this with your accountant. This is just what I'm doing in the sense of the GST side of things. And this is what I've been told to do. So I'm just sharing this, right? Cool. Awesome. That's a in-depth breakthrough of pricing and structure for your coaching. Hope this helps. If you have any questions, please reach out. Let me know in the chats. I'll see you in Slack and the next trainings. All right. Welcome to your offer doc. So an offer doc is essentially a simple document that you can send to your prospect before they jump on a sales call. So let's say, for example, you have a sales call coming up in the next 2 days. This is a document that you can send them either manually through Instagram, or if they book a call through Calendly, you can actually put this link in the introductory email or the confirmation link email in the Calendly flow. So for example, if they book a call, they click a call button, Calendly will automatically send them an email saying, congrats, you're all booked in, here are the next steps. And then you can have this link as something they can go through before the call. So again, you can automate this with the flows, or you can send this out manually. Now, the offer doc, the purpose of the offer doc is two things. Number one, this is to nurture your prospects before a sales call, so it makes your sales calls easier to close. And it also shortens the length of your sales call. Now, this allows the prospects to not have to ask questions of, what does your program look like? How much does it cost? Who is this for? Who isn't this for? Will this work for me? All of these questions that can be answered in a simple doc. So the sales call really is just focused on getting that yes in the shortest amount of time possible. So that's number one. So this is the purpose of your sales doc. Offer doc. Number two, this can also be as an asset, or this can be used as an asset that you can send in between the setter and closer call. So what this means is that if you go in the first call, you've obviously sent this through already. You go in the first call, you have a chat with your prospect, and they want to have a second call because maybe they want to think about it. You've tried to push for the sale, but they just keep saying no. You book the second call. You can just resend them this document and give them something to look over in between calls, right? So you can send this as an asset that they can look into. Okay, so now that we know what the purpose of the offer doc is, right? Nurturing your prospects before a sales call, so you make the close easier for you, and also to make the sales call a lot shorter for you. And secondly, as an asset between the setter and closer call, how do we actually create this? So I've got a sample offer doc that I've created for each of you below that we'll check out, but I just want to go through the template of this first. So number one in your offer doc, you'll have the big promise. And the big promise is essentially, what are you promising your prospect? What do they achieve by going into your world or coming into your world? And essentially what this is, it's just your offer. So just insert the offer that you have as your big promise. Secondly, you're going to go into who this is for. So who is your program for? You're then going to go into who isn't this for. And this part of the actual offer doc, I'd like to go into more value-based, belief-based kind of identifications. So what that means is that when I go into who isn't this for, I dive into people who aren't willing to step out of their comfort zone, people who aren't willing to show up and better themselves daily, people who aren't willing to put in the work, learn, and execute. I base this off values because it allows people to want to fit in to these values. So I'm using a bit of reverse psychology here, where if you tell someone, hey, this isn't for you if you're not a hard worker, or this isn't for you if you're someone who's not willing to put the work in, most people will try to fit into that box, right? They will try to show you that they're a hard worker. They will try to show you that they're a winner. So I like to use reverse psychology with who isn't this for. And by you disqualifying people, it actually attracts people who actually want to be that type of person for your program, and allows you to actually serve high quality clients. Next part of the template is, will this work for you, right? And these are headings, and these are the headings that you can have in each of these sections in your offer doc, and you will create this offer doc on Notion. Here, you will just insert testimonials. If you don't have any testimonials right now, just insert a really condensed version of your hero story of how you have been able to achieve what they want to achieve. So remember, your hero story, if you're inserting that, start with what did life look like before? What was the problem that you solved and how did you fix it? And what does life look like now, right? So a really quick condensed hero story of before, middle, and end of how you were able to achieve what your ideal client wants for themselves. If you have testimonials, use your testimonials, right? So you'll insert that into there. And all you're really doing with this section of the doc is showing them that this has been done, it's been proven, and I want to show you that there's proof that this actually works. After you go into that, you'll then go into what growing together would look like. Now, this essentially is, how does your actual program work? So, right, so this is your unique mechanism. So if your unique mechanism is the fat loss method program or fat loss method blueprint, you're just going to dive into what that looks like. So you should have already by now done the work under unique mechanism. It's under old way, new way in the documents above the training of this. Not above here, but like in the previous trainings. You should have already mapped out your unique mechanism, what that looks like. So you'll have your phases for your unique mechanism. You'll have the outcome, and then you have the process, right? And again, I've covered this in old way versus new way in the trainings earlier, right? So you're just going to copy and paste and put that in here. The next question is what you get. The next question is what you get in the, insert the name of your program. So what you get in the fat loss method blueprint, right? And here, you're just going to insert features of your program, but you have to make sure that you tie these to benefits, right? So these questions are essentially questions that your clients would say on a sales call, and we're just answering it in this offer doc. So again, your sales call becomes as short as possible, and you have the highest rate of closing. So the question of what does a growing together look like? You're answering that, right? You're showing them what your unique mechanism looks like. The next question is what do you get, or what you get in the XYZ program? This is now we're going to go into what they actually get as part of the program. So what that means is maybe weekly check-in calls, maybe weekly group calls, chat access, app access. And the one thing I said here is to make sure you tie it to benefits is a lot of people making the mistake of just saying, oh yeah, look, in the program, you get weekly check-ins, weekly group calls, chat access, and app access. And the thing is that like you're just listing out features. What you have to always tie it to is how does weekly check-ins benefit your ideal client? So it benefits them because it gives them accountability. Weekly group calls benefits them because it gives them weekly momentum. And again, these benefits you can change. I just put this here as an example. Like, you can change this accountability to something else if you wanted to. But what I'm trying to get at is that when you list the features of your program, of what they get in regards to support, always list it to a benefit of how that benefits them with their progress to the end outcome. Don't just list the features, because people don't care about the features, they care about the benefits, right? So that's the part of the section there. Now, investment. Now, I like to give price transparency before my sales calls. The reason I like to give price transparency is because I'm in the higher ticket space, and that allows me to actually qualify people even more. So if people see the price point investments and they don't want to do it at all because the price is too scary for them, they'll go, or they'll cancel the call, which means I just, I saved myself an hour of just talking to someone who wasn't willing to invest, right? It also allows people who are maybe on the fence, they still don't know whether they want to invest or not. It gives them time to actually marinate in the price point. So for example, if this investment was like, let's just say $7,000, right? If they see this price transparency before the call, maybe they're yes, maybe they're no, right about it, they're kind of in the middle. If they end up going on the call, it allows them to already have that kind of idea that this costs X amount. And all the call purpose is for them to see how your vibe is. And if you're the person to help them go from point A to point B, right? Because I don't know about you, but if you go on sales calls, sometimes the biggest question that you're trying to answer on your prospect's end, or let's say you're trying to join the program, you go on a sales call, the one question you really just want to get answered is, how much does this cost? Like, how much does this program cost? And I find that distracting, especially when you're going into a sales call. And let's say the other person on the other side of the sales call is asking all the questions of like, where are you now, where you want to be? And you're explaining your situation. You're explaining this is what you want to do. These are the challenges. But in the back of your mind, you're not really hooked into that conversation because you just keep trying to think of, oh, well, how much is this program? How much is this program? Maybe I shouldn't say this because it might increase the cost of the program or whatever else, right? So what I find price transparency does, it allows you to take away that subconscious question or that like back of mind question that prospects would have on a sales call of like, okay, I only really care about how much this is. And it allows them to actually focus on the conversation they're having with you. So that's what I found with price transparency. And that's what allows me to do is have deeper conversations with prospects because they already know the price. So now for them, it's just about getting more of a vibe of if you're the right person to guide them from point A to point B. Right? So price transparency. Again, it's optional. If you want to, you don't have to. I like to do it. Right? So the way that you would do this is time frame of like, how long does the actual program run for? Investments, generally I split it up into pay in full and payment plan. So those are the two ways. I like to optimize for pay in fulls. So what I do is I make the payment plan more expensive. So when people look at the pay in full and payment plans, they essentially see, okay, pay in full is probably easier for me. Not easier, sorry. Pay in full is a smarter option because I save $1,000 or I save $2,000. And I'll show you what that looks like later on in the example that I have for us. And then you also want to have scarcity. So if you're giving price transparency, you want to make the prospect know that there's only 10 spots available per month or 5 spots available per month. And you also, so that's one way to increase scarcity. Secondly is to have a price increase. So you can say that it's going to increase prices in the next month or prices will increase in the next 2 months. And anyone who gets in before then will be grandfathered in or locked in to the price point now, right? So there's 2 ways to increase scarcity urgency is to do a price increase or give some sort of X amount limited spots per month, right? So that's for the investment option. And then at the very end, you want to have common FAQs. So all this is essentially every single objection that your prospects have, I want you to answer it on this doc, right? So for example, this is what I have on my website. So what is the mentorship? How does the mentorship work? What do I get in the mentorship? What happens once I finish the mentorship? How much time do I need to dedicate every day to succeed? Right? So these are questions on actual sales calls that people ask me that I'm actually going to answer in the sales doc. So they actually don't have to ask that on the actual call itself. So what I want you to do with the common FAQs is to actually dive deep into the conversations you've had in DMs, conversations you've had on previous sales calls, conversations you've had in real life, and actually list all the common FAQs that people have about your program, list it here and answer it. And all you're doing now is you're actually giving yourself time to handle these objections, right? So you can actually handle objections in this offer doc so you don't have to answer it on the actual call, which is a cheat code, right? You don't have to spend this time going back and forth. So that's essentially what the template looks like for the offer doc. Now, to give you an example of what this looks like put together, I've made this example offer doc, right? So for example, I'm just going based off like what my offer is. This is obviously going to change as well, but this is the big promise. This is your offer. So make $200K a year online without trading your time for money so you can travel, earn, and work from anywhere. So this is the big promise. I created this on Notion. You can add a little logo here if you want to, right? Whatever you want to do. Add like a background cover as well, right? To make it look pretty. And essentially, once you have the big promise, underneath the big promise, I like to put a subheading. Now a subheading, all this is doing is future pacing your prospect. So what future pacing means is that it gives your prospect, like what would it look like if I actually achieved this big promise? And that allows your prospect to be emotionally involved. So what I want you to do is that when you have this big promise, your subheading, and the way that I've done this quote thing, this like line is I've done a quote. So if you type something on Notion, you hit this button here, turn into, and then you hit quote, and it comes with that line, right? So that's how you can do this kind of formatting thing. So this is future pacing. So this is showing people, hey, look, if you actually achieve this, this is what your future is going to look like. You're going to stop trading your time for money. You're going to stop sacrificing your weekends. You're going to stop pushing through exhaustion for a paycheck that doesn't even seem worth it. And you're going to start to be able to learn. You're going to pretty much be able to travel, earn, and work from anywhere while having more time for your partner, family, friends, and other passions as a health and rehab pro while still making your impact, right? So this is future pacing of what happens if that prospect or your prospect achieves a big promise. Cool. You can add a photo if you want to, make it nice and pretty, right? Up to you. So that's essentially the first thing is big promise. Now then next we go into, this is for, like, who is this for, right? So remember, if you remember, let me open this in a separate tab. So that's big promise. Now we're going to go into who this is for. So I've titled this is for you if you're a physio and health professional, right? I probably should change this to Health and Rehab Pro. And Rehab Pro professional who wants to have, and then I go into, who this is for. A health and rehab professional who wants financial security, location freedom, work-life balance, a powerful personal brand online. So this is going to change obviously to your ideal client, but who is this for? Identify, essentially all these are the wants of your ideal client, right? So these are all the wants that they want. So remember that list that we spoke about before in the earlier trainings, I think it's under the dream outcome, where there's wants and core desires, right? Obviously with your offer, you've had to select one core want and then one core desire, right? For your offer. But for this section of this is for you, if I want you to list every single want that your ideal client wants and also the core desire attached to that want. So for example, if you're in the weight loss space, this is for you if you're a male over 35 who wants a six-pack ab so that insert core desire so that you can attract the love of your life, right? So want, desire. This is also for you if you're a male over 35 or men over 35. If you want to be able to have t-shirts that fit and hug your biceps so that you can feel confident when walking into a room. Again, surface level want, core desire. So all you're doing with this section is you're inserting the wants and desires, right, that your ideal client wants. And obviously the core want and desire is already in your actual offer, right? So let me know if you have any questions about that. So this is the wants and desires that your ideal client wants. Who isn't this for, right? So I've rephrased it to who isn't this mentorship for? So now we're at this stage here. Who isn't this for? Again, this is for more morals and values and beliefs, right? If you're someone who's after a miracle pill, this isn't for you. If you're someone who can't bet on yourself, this isn't for you. If you're someone who isn't willing to learn and execute, this isn't for you, right? Move on to the next. And again, what I said this does is reverse psychology. This allows people to want to fit into this mold. So you actually get high quality clients from this, right? Will this work for you? Now this is where I insert my testimonials, right? So this, in your case, your testimonials. If you don't have testimonials, insert your hero story of your current situation, the challenge you had to overcome, how you overcame it, and then what your new normal or new life looks like now, that whole transformation journey, right? And again, your hero story has to be the story that your ideal client can see themselves in. You have to be achieving the same thing that your ideal client wants. Otherwise, your hero story makes no sense, right? So I insert my testimonials in here. I've got some WhatsApp voice recording notes that I've chucked in here that people can actually play. Right, so that's my whole testimonial side of things. Now we go into how we'll grow together. So now this is the point of, what growing together looks like. Again, with these titles in the Notion doc, you can change it as you please, right? So don't feel like you have to stick to these types of titles that I have, right? So essentially with this, insert your unique mechanism process here. So all this is you inserting your unique mechanism of this is how we'll grow together. Phase 1 is 4 weeks. The outcome that we're going to be achieving is this. And the process, these are the steps that we'll take to achieve the outcome. Phase 2 is 4 weeks. The outcome in phase 2 is this. The processes that we'll be diving into is this to achieve the dream outcome, right? To achieve the outcome. And again, we've already dove into this in the previous trainings with unique mechanism, right? All the way anyway. So just insert that there. The next part after you've done that is what do they get? So what does your ideal client actually get in the program, right? So again, this is the features and benefits. So what you get in the mentorship is weekly live learnings with Arv. By the way, this is like an older offer doc, so this doesn't stand true. So these are just old things. This is an old offer doc that I've created, but I've just put it here as an example. My offer doc now is on like a website, so I don't use this anymore, but this is the very easiest place to start. So what you get in the mentorship, weekly live learnings is the feature with Arv, so you stay ahead of the curve is the benefit. So then I dive into like how this allows you to learn strategies and grow and scale your business, so you're always ahead of the curve. So pretty much you're always learning new things moving forward, right? And again, feature, weekly live content breakdowns, so you can go viral on demand. Again, attaching features to benefits, right? I got some screenshots of more testimonials. You can do this as well. Access to exclusive live guest speakers every month, right? I didn't tie benefit to this, so I probably should have. Over 100 plus modules. You can probably see this is old training because it's an old, the school modules are the older ones. And again, you're just listing out the features and benefits. So you can add photos to make it prettier if you want to. Up to you. There's no rules with this. The main thing is you're listing out the features and benefits. Now investment. Now again, this is optional whether you want to have price transparency or not. If you want to show investment, this is how I would structure it. So you would go investment. here's what the investment looks like for insert your program name below. And then if you want to make it clear, pricing is in USD. Option 1, payment plan, is three times payments of X amount over 12 weeks, right? You can say it there. And then option 2 is pay in full. So you save $1,000. Save $1,000 if you've paid in full X amount, right? So again, for me, I optimize for pay in fulls. I just enjoy that better. Other people will say they want to do payment plans because they like monthly recurring revenue. I like pay in fulls, so that's just a personal preference. If you're someone like myself and you enjoy the cash up front, which allows you to have more cash to actually invest back into the business with ads or whatever else, then make your payment plan expensive to the point where it sounds almost stupid for them to do a payment plan, and it makes more sense for them to do pay in full. So give incentives of why pay in full ideally should be what they should do, right? Because they save $1,000, they save $2,000, whatever that looks like. And then you obviously have the payment plan up here. So people will take this if they don't have the cash up front. Again, adding scarcity and increasing urgency. You can do that by saying we have X amount of spots limited per month. And you can also add, maybe there's a price increase happening in the next 2 months. So anyone who buys now will be grandfathered into their price point and they won't change and won't be affected by the price increase. So add urgency and scarcity to your actual investment section of your offer doc. And at the very bottom is common FAQs. So for example, FAQ that I have is, what if I fail and it doesn't work out? My response to that is, but what if it does work out? What if this is the one thing that finally gives you the freedom you've been chasing? The real risk isn't in trying. The real risk is staying stuck where you are 1 to 5 years from now, wondering what could have happened if you back yourself. If you follow the process, lean into support, and stay coachable, it's hard not to move forward. So this is the actual response that I give for this answer. And this question. Now, this question is a common objection that I get every now and then of people saying, hey, well, what if I go through the mentorship and I fail? What if it doesn't work out? You know, you don't actually have to answer that on a call because you've already listed it out here. But what it also gives you is that if they actually do ask that on a call, you already have a pre-prepared answer ready to go for that objection. And the way that I like to answer these FAQs is hitting both an emotional and a logical perspective. So what that means is this is the emotional perspective of, well, what if it does work out? You know, what if this is the one thing that finally gives you the freedom you've been chasing? So when you rebuttal an objection in the emotional standpoint, you're showing people the opportunity. Like, what if this could happen? You know, there's always a chance, there's always hope, there's always this. Like, that's your emotional perspective. The logical perspective is this, of if you follow the process, lean into support, and stay coachable, it's hard not to move forward. So logically, if you put in the work, you'll get the outcome. So this is what I'm trying to get at, is that like there's an emotional standpoint here, that I'm showing them what the possibilities are. I also dive into this emotional standpoint here of identifying the cost of an action if they don't move forward. Like the real risk is actually you staying the same. That's the emotional aspect, right? Maybe tied in a bit of logical as well. But this is purely logical of like, if you follow the process, lean into support and stay coachable, like it's hard not to move forward, and you can't argue with that, right? If you put the hard work in, you'll get the outcome. So now once you have your common FAQs listed out, so again, list out as many as you want. Again, to do this kind of like fancy thing on Notion, just make sure you do it as a quote. You can also do something called a call out, which is this. You can turn this into a call out. So it kind of like highlights like this. You can change this emoji to whatever you want, right? You can have fun with that. The way that I like to use those call outs is I use it here, right? As you can probably see, it's kind of like a sub-heading thing that I like to use under the main heading. So those are just some formatting tips and tricks that you can use on Notion. But that's essentially it. That's your offer doc. So you call this the offer doc. So you send this before the actual sales call to increase the chances of yes, to decrease the actual sales call length, and you're able to get the prospect pretty much to answer a lot of their questions they already have just from this simple doc, right? And then on the call is essentially just you vibing out, going back and forth, right? Any questions of this, let me know. This is the template that you have here. Feel free to just make a copy. Also, by the way, forgot to also mention, once you've done with your offer doc and you want to share this as a link, you just hit share, publish, and then you click publish. Right? When you click publish, it makes it as a website, and then you just copy and paste that link, and then you can copy and paste that link into the Calendly confirmation emails of like, congratulations, you booked your call, here's the next steps. You know, you can edit that email content and then put this as a link that they can click into, right? If you don't want people to look at the link and, you know, I don't know, you want to change it or whatever, you can hit unpublish, and then that unpublishes the actual link. So that's how you can do that. All right, awesome. Guys and gals, hope that's helpful. Any questions, let me know. All right, so just wanted to create this updated training to touch on something really quick with your offer docs. So with the offer docs, you have this section at the very top here, which is who this is for. And in the training that you just watched, I go into listing all the wants and desires, which is completely fine and is still the right thing to do. But what I wanted to add onto this that makes your offer doc even stronger is a new format of adding pains before you list the wants and desires. So what that means is it's going to look something like this. So who is this mentorship for? Obviously, in your case, who is this program for? You're going to have a sort of explanation here. So before you actually go into the wants, I want you to go into the pains. So what that looks like is on your Notion doc right now, I want you to have something along the lines of who this is for right now. Or you could even just say, just to make it super simple for this video, this is for you if you are struggling with, and then we're going to insert pains here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just put 4, pain 1. Right? So pains, cool. And you probably get it, pain 3, and then pain 4, right? And then after you list all the pains, you can then go into, but I know you want to, right? So you're going to preface with that. You're going to lead with that next, right? So the reason why I want to add this to your offer docs is because this just allows you to go a bit deeper with your ideal client and allows them to be like, oh, he knows the pains that I'm struggling with. Because initially we just had the wants and desires, which is completely fine. That obviously resonates with your ideal client as well. But people also resonate with through pains. So just for definition purposes, what is a pain? So a pain usually is a symptom to a problem. So for example, if the problem is yet you don't know how to get rid of your back pain, a pain from having back pain is the fact that let me rephrase that. The difference between pain and problem is that a problem is an obstacle that your ideal client can't solve themselves to get to the end outcome. So if they have back pain, one of their problems is they don't know how to get out of back pain. Maybe another problem that they have is that they don't know what exercise to do, or they don't know whether they should go to the gym or stop the gym. These are all the problems that are obstacles in the way of them achieving the dream outcome, which is no back pain, 8 hours of rested sleep, no irritability, right? Those are problems. Pains are mainly what are the, I guess you could say, the symptoms associated with the problems. So the pains, for example, with some of the back pain is, tossing and turning in bed before night and not being able to go to sleep quickly. That's a pain, for example. Maybe another pain is that they can't sit in the car for more than half an hour before they start to get shooting pain down their leg. Another pain is that they can't bend over to put their pants on in the morning, and therefore they always have to rush and are late to work because they're so slow at getting dressed, right? So these are the pains. The problems are a bit different. The problems are the obstacles that they can't overcome. The pains, I like to say kind of like the symptoms of the problems, if that makes sense. So what I want you to list down are the pains. Now, with each of these pains, I want you to make them super specific. Again, you probably realize a trend. Specificity and tangibleness is the path to success, because it allows you to have clear copywriting, clear words on sheets, on tables and papers like this, right? For your client to visualize. So get super specific, get super tangible with the pain. So just how I explained it, pain number 1 could be, this is for you if you are struggling with getting up in the morning and putting your clothes on with ease, and it takes you 2 times longer and you end up having to rush to work. This is for you if you're struggling to sit for more than 30 minutes without shooting pain down your leg and is affecting, your commute to work, or you being able to work full time, for example. So all of the pains listed here, just list the main pains that your ideal client is feeling, right? And get deep and situational with each and every one of them. Because the more that your ideal client can see this and be like, oh, that's exactly what I feel. That's exactly the situation that I'm in. That's exactly what happened yesterday. The more that they point out, right? The more that man, this person knows who I am. There's more trust, likability there, and it allows them to buy or become a client a lot faster, right? So this is what I wanted to add to your offer doc, are the pains. So right now, if you have your offer doc in front of you, just add this. This is for you if you are struggling with this, but you want to. You can phrase this in different ways. You want to, but I know you want to. And then you insert the wants and desires. So just a simple, powerful change that you can add to your offer doc. Awesome. That's pretty much it for this training, and I will see you in the next one. All right, so that is pretty much the end of the offer module. Hope that was clear for each and every one of you. Excited to jump on our one-to-one call together to start to craft this together. It's going to be awesome. But the next thing I want to preface is that this offer that we're creating together, this offer that we end up diving into, we create, we test, we validate, all of this stuff is going to change, and that's okay. And what I mean by that is that this offer that you create isn't going to be the offer that you run with for the next year, the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. I personally have changed my offer, I can't even count, so many times. I've changed my ideal client so many times. And the reason why I've changed my ideal client offers is not because I'm switching from different industries and niches, but it's because I've been able to refine my offers and refine my ideal client. And the refinements happen because the more conversations you have, the more you're able to understand, what people don't want, what your ideal client doesn't want, and what your ideal clients do want, right? And that goes with what languages they use, what phrases do they use, what type of content do they like to consume, what things repel them online, right? What things attract them online. And as you get deeper and deeper with calls and sales calls and everything else and conversations, you start to really know your ideal client better than they know themselves. And what that means is that you have to revisit your ideal client profile, like all the Notion documents that you were filling out, the tables X, Y, Z, going back to them and adjusting it, refining it, changing a few wants and desires that you maybe thought initially was a wants and desires, but you end up finding out it's not. Adding some pains, taking away some problems that you thought were problems, but aren't really problems, right? So just know that the offer that we have now is going to give you a solid, when I say solid, like solid foundation to start in this online space. And then from there, you all have the ability to take this in your own path, right? And all that refinement will happen through the conversations as you start to get market feedback, right? And then, you just keep revisiting your offer and your ideal client and get it even more crystal every single time. So just wanted to give you guys that expectation as well, that don't feel like you're going to be stuck in this forever, this whole offer thing. It does change and it will change. But this is going to allow you to have a solid foundation to start off with so that we can get conversation, so that we can get our first clients, so that we can grow this to however big you want it to grow. Awesome. I will see you on our one-to-one offer and strategy call. Keen to see you there, and we'll chat soon. Congratulations on finishing the full course. Now you have a high-ticket offer ready to sell. The next problem now is how do you take this from 0 to 10K a month online within the next 6 months so you can finally pull away from the clinic grind. If you'd like, click the first link below, book a call with myself, and let's see if it would be a good fit to work together. Thank you for being here. Subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you in the next video.